Chapter 7. Missing Persons, Missing No Longer. Darwin's treatment of human evolution in his most famous work on the origin of species is limited to 12 portentous words. Light will be thrown on the origin of man and his history. That is the wording in the first edition, which is the edition I always cite unless otherwise stated. By the sixth and last edition, Darwin allowed himself to stretch a point, and the sentence became, much light will be thrown on the origin of man and his history. I like to think of his pen poised over the fifth edition while the great man judiciously pondered whether to indulge himself in the luxury of much. Even with it, the sentence is a calculated understatement. Darwin deliberately deferred his treatment of human evolution to another book, The Descent of Man. Perhaps it is not surprising that the 2 volumes of that later work devote more space to the topic of its subtitle, Selection in Relation to Sex, investigated largely in birds, than to human evolution. Not surprising because, at the time of Darwin's writing, there were no fossils at all linking us to our closest relatives among the apes. Darwin had only living apes to look at, and he used them well, arguing correctly and almost alone that our closest living relatives were all African, gorillas and chimpanzees. Bonobos were not recognized as separate from chimpanzees in those days, but they are African too. And therefore predicting that, if ancestral human fossils were ever to be found, Africa was the place to search. Darwin regretted the paucity of fossils, but he maintained a robustly bullish attitude to it. Citing Lyell, his mentor and the great geologist of the time, he pointed out that, in all the vertebrate classes, the discovery of fossil remains has been an extremely slow and fortuitous process, and added, nor should it be forgotten that those regions which are the most likely to afford remains connecting man with some extinct ape-like creature have not as yet been searched by geologists. He meant Africa, and the quest was not helped by the fact that his immediate successors largely ignored his advice and searched Asia instead.
It was indeed in Asia that the missing links first began to become less missing. But those first fossils to be discovered were relatively recent, less than 1 million years old, dating from a time when hominids were pretty close to modern humans and had migrated out of Africa and reached the Far East. They were called Java man and Peking man after their discovery sites. Java man was discovered by the Dutch anthropologist Eugène Dubois in 1891. He named it Pithecanthropus erectus, signifying his belief that he had realized his life's ambition and found the missing link. Disagreement came from 2 opposite sources, which rather proved his point. Some said his fossil was purely human, others that it was a giant gibbon. Later, in his rather embittered and cantankerous life, Dubois resented the suggestion that the more recently discovered Peking fossils were similar to his Java man. Fiercely possessive about, not to say protective of, his fossil, Dubois believed that only Java man was the true missing link. To emphasize the distinction from the various Peking man fossils, he described them as far closer to modern man and his own Java man of Trinil as intermediate between man and ape. He wrote,
Pithecanthropus, Java man, was not a man, but a gigantic genus allied to the gibbons, however superior to the gibbons on account of its exceedingly large brain volume and distinguished at the same time by its faculty of assuming an erect attitude and gait. It had the double cephalization, ratio of brain size to body size, of the anthropoid apes in general and half that of man. It was the surprising volume of the brain, which is very much too large for an anthropoid ape, and which is small compared with the average, though not smaller than the smallest human brain, that led to the now almost general view that the ape-man of Trinil Java was really a primitive man. Morphologically, however, the calvaria, skullcap, closely resembles that of anthropoid apes, especially the gibbon.
It can't have improved Dubois' temper that others took him to be saying that Pithecanthropus was just a giant gibbon, not intermediate between them and humans at all, and he was at pains to reassert his earlier stand.
I still believe now more firmly than ever that the Pithecanthropus of Trinil is the real missing link.
Creationists have from time to time used as a political weapon the allegation that Dubois backed off from his claim that Pithecanthropus was an intermediate ape-man. The creationist organisation Answers in Genesis has, however, added it to their list of discredited arguments which they now say should not be used. It is to their credit that they maintain such a list at all. Both the Java and Peking specimens of Pithecanthropus have now been shown to be quite young, less than 1 million years old. They are now classified along with us in the genus Homo, retaining Dubois' specific name erectus, Homo erectus.
Dubois chose the wrong part of the world for his single-minded quest for the missing link. It was natural for a Dutchman to head first for the Dutch East Indies, but a man of his dedication should have followed Darwin's advice and gone on to Africa, for Africa is where our ancestors evolved, as we shall see. So what were these Homo erectus specimens doing out of Africa? The phrase out of Africa has been borrowed from Karen Blixen to refer to the great exodus of our ancestors from Africa. But there were 2 exoduses, and it is important not to confuse them. Relatively recently, maybe less than 100,000 years ago, roving bands of Homo sapiens looking pretty much like us left Africa and diversified into all the races that we see around the world today: Inuit, Native Americans, Native Australians, Chinese, and so on. It is to this recent exodus that the phrase out of Africa is normally applied. But there was an earlier exodus from Africa, and these erectus pioneers left fossils in Asia and Europe, including the Java and Peking specimens. The oldest fossil known outside Africa was found in the Central Asian country of Georgia and dubbed Georgian man, a diminutive creature whose rather well-preserved skull is dated by modern methods to about 1.8 million years ago. It has been called Homo georgicus by some taxonomists, although others don't recognize it as a separate species, to indicate that it seems rather more primitive than the rest of the early refugees from Africa, who are all classified as Homo erectus. Some stone tools slightly older than Georgian man have been discovered in Malaysia, sparking a new search for fossil bones in that peninsula. But, in any case, all these early Asian fossils are pretty close to modern humans, and all are nowadays classified in the genus Homo. For our earlier antecedents, we must go to Africa. First, though, let's pause to ask what we should expect of a missing link. Suppose, for the sake of argument, we take seriously the original confused meaning of the term missing link and seek an intermediate between chimpanzees and ourselves. We are not descended from chimpanzees, but it is a fair bet that the common ancestor that we share with them was more like a chimp than like us. In particular, it didn't have a huge brain like ours, it probably didn't walk upright as we do, it probably was a lot hairier than we are, and it surely didn't have such advanced human features as language. So, even though we must remain adamant in the face of common misunderstanding that we are not descended from chimpanzees, there's still no harm in asking what an intermediate between something like a chimpanzee and us would look like. Well, hair and language don't fossilize well, but we can get good clues about brain size from the skull, and good clues about gait from the whole skeleton, including the skull, for the foramen magnum, the hole for the spinal cord, points downwards in bipeds, more backwards in quadrupeds. Possible candidates for missing links might have any of the following attributes. 1.
Intermediate brain size and intermediate gait, perhaps a sort of stooping shamble, rather than the proudly erect bearing favoured by sergeant majors and deportment mistresses.
2.
Chimpanzee-sized brain with human upright gait.
3.
Large, more human-like brain, walking on all fours like a chimp.
So, bearing these possibilities in mind, let's examine some of the many African fossils that are now available to us, but unfortunately were not available to Darwin. I'm still mischievously hoping. Molecular evidence, which I shall come to later, shows that the common ancestor we share with chimpanzees lived about 6 million years ago, or a bit earlier. So let's split the difference and look at some 3 million-year-old fossils. The most famous fossil of this vintage is Lucy, classified by her discoverer in Ethiopia, Donald Johanson, as Australopithecus afarensis. Unfortunately, we have only fragments of Lucy's cranium, but her lower jaw is unusually well preserved. She was small by modern standards, although not as small as Homo floresiensis, the tiny creature the newspapers have irritatingly dubbed the Hobbit, which died out tantalizingly recently on the island of Flores in Indonesia. Lucy's skeleton is complete enough to suggest that she walked upright on the ground, but probably also sought refuge in trees where she was an agile climber. There is good evidence that the bones attributed to Lucy really did all come from a single individual. The same is not true of the so-called first family, a collection of bones from at least 13 individuals, similar to Lucy and of approximately the same vintage, who somehow became buried together, also in Ethiopia. The fragments from Lucy and from the first family give a good idea of what Australopithecus afarensis looked like, but it is hard to make an authentically complete reconstruction from pieces of many different individuals. Fortunately, a rather complete skull, known as AL4442, was discovered in 1992 in the same area of Ethiopia, and this confirmed the tentative reconstructions that had previously been made. The conclusion from studies of Lucy and her kind is that they had brains about the same size as chimpanzees, but unlike chimpanzees, they walked upright on their hind legs as we do, the second of our 3 hypothetical scenarios. Lucy's were a bit like upright walking chimps. Their bipedality is dramatically confirmed by the poignantly evocative set of footprints discovered by Mary Leakey in fossilized volcanic ash. These are further south at Laetoli in Tanzania, and they're older than Lucy and AL4442, about 3.6 million years. They are usually attributed to a pair of Australopithecus afarensis walking together, hand in hand. But what matters is that by 3.6 million years ago, an erect ape walked the earth, on 2 feet, which were pretty much like ours, although its brain was the size of a chimpanzee's.
It seems quite likely that the species we call Australopithecus afarensis, Lucy's species, included our ancestors of 3 million years ago. Other fossils have been placed in different species of the same genus, and it is virtually certain that our ancestors were members of that genus. The first Australopithecine to be discovered, and the type specimen of the genus, was the so-called Tong child. At the age of 3½, the Tong child was eaten by an eagle. The evidence is that damage marks to the eye sockets of the fossil are identical to marks made by modern eagles on modern monkeys as they rip out their eyes. Poor little Tong child, shrieking on the wind as you were borne aloft by the aquiline fury, you would have found no comfort in your destined fame 2.5 million years on as the type specimen of Australopithecus africanus. Poor Tong mother, weeping in the Pliocene. The type specimen is the first individual of a new species to be named and officially given the Virgin label in a museum. Theoretically, later finds are compared against the type specimen to see if they match. The Tong child was discovered and given brand new genus and species names by the South African anthropologist Raymond Dart in 1924. What's the difference between species and genus? Let's get the question swiftly out of the way before proceeding. Genus is the more inclusive division. A species belongs within a genus, and often it shares the genus with other species. Homo sapiens and Homo erectus are 2 species within the genus Homo. Australopithecus africanus and Australopithecus afarensis are 2 species within the genus Australopithecus. The Latin name of an animal or plant always includes a generic name with an initial capital letter followed by a specific name without a capital letter. Both names are written in italics. Sometimes there is an additional subspecific name which follows the specific name, as in, for example, Homo sapiens neanderthalensis. Taxonomists often dispute names. Many, for example, would speak of Homo neanderthalensis, not Homo sapiens neanderthalensis, elevating Neanderthal man from subspecies to species status. Generic names and specific names are also often disputed and often change with successive revisions in the scientific literature. Paranthropus boisei has been, in its time, Zinjanthropus boisei and Australopithecus boisei, and is still often referred to informally as a robust Australopithecine, as opposed to the two gracile, slender species of Australopithecus mentioned above. One of the main messages of this chapter concerns the somewhat arbitrary nature of zoological classification.
Unlike diseases, which are often named after their discoverers, new species are named by their discoverers but never after themselves. It is a nice opportunity for a biologist to honour the name of another, or, as in the case of boisei, a benefactor. Not surprisingly, my distinguished colleague, the late W.D. Hamilton, was several times honoured in this way. Arguably one of Darwin's greatest successors of the 20th century, he had a lugubrious manner reminiscent of A. A. Milne's Eeyore, not the deplorable Walt Disney version, of course. Hamilton was once on a small boat on an expedition up the Amazon when he was stung by a wasp. Knowing what a great entomologist he was, his companion said, "Bill, do you know the name of that wasp?" "Yes," Bill murmured gloomily in his most Eeyore-ish voice. "As a matter of fact, it's named after me."
Raymond Dart, then, gave the name Australopithecus to the Tong child, the type specimen of the genus, and we have been stuck with this depressingly unimaginative name for our ancestor ever since. It simply means southern ape, nothing to do with Australia, which just means southern country. You'd think Dart might have thought of a more imaginative name for such an important genus. He might even have guessed that other members of the genus would later be discovered north of the equator.
Slightly older than the Tong child, one of the most beautifully preserved skulls we have, although lacking a lower jaw, is called Mrs. Ples.
28.
Mrs. Ples, who may actually have been a small male rather than a large female, obtained her nickname because she was originally classified in the genus Plesianthropus. This means nearly human, which is a better name than southern ape. One might have hoped that when later taxonomists decided that Mrs. Ples and her kind were really of the same genus as the Tong child, Plesianthropus would have become the name for all of them. Unfortunately, the rules of zoological nomenclature are strict to the point of pedantry. Priority of naming takes precedence over sense and suitability. Southern ape might be a lousy name, but no matter, it predates the much more sensible Plesianthropus, and we seem to be stuck with it, unless I'm still mischievously hoping somebody will uncover, in a dusty drawer in a South African museum, a long-forgotten fossil, clearly the same kind as Mrs. Ples and the Tong child, but bearing the scrawled label Hemianthropus type specimen 1920. At a stroke, all the museums in the world would immediately have to relabel their Australopithecus specimens and casts, and all books and articles on hominid prehistory would have to follow suit. Word processing programs across the world would work overtime, sniffing out any occurrences of Australopithecus and replacing them with Hemianthropus. I can't think of any other case where international rules are potent enough to dictate a worldwide and backdated change of language overnight. Now for my next important point about allegedly missing links and the arbitrariness of names. Obviously, when Mrs. Ples's name was changed from Plesianthropus to Australopithecus, nothing changed in the real world at all. Presumably, nobody would be tempted to think anything else. But consider a similar case where a fossil is re-examined and moved for anatomical reasons from one genus to another, or where its generic status is disputed, and this very frequently happens, by rival anthropologists. It is, after all, essential to the logic of evolution that there must have existed individuals sitting exactly on the borderline between two genera, say Australopithecus and Homo. It is easy to look at Mrs. Ples with her forward protruding face and smaller brain case and a modern Homo sapiens skull and say, yes, there is no doubt these two skulls belong in different genera. If we assume, as almost every anthropologist today accepts, that all members of the genus Homo are descended from ancestors belonging to the genus we call Australopithecus, it necessarily follows that, somewhere along the chain of descent, there must have been at least one individual who sat exactly on the borderline. This is an important point, so let me stay with it a little longer. Bearing in mind the shape of Mrs. Ples's skull as a representative of Australopithecus africanus 2.6 million years ago, have a look at the skull called KNMER 1813.
29.
Then look at the one called KNMER 1470. Both are dated at approximately 1.9 million years ago, and both are placed by most authorities in the genus Homo. Today, 1813 is classified as Homo habilis, but it wasn't always. Until recently, 1470 was too, but there is now a move afoot to reclassify it as Homo rudolfensis. Once again, see how fickle and transitory our names are. But no matter, both have an apparently agreed foothold in the genus Homo. The obvious difference from Mrs. Ples and her kind is that she had a more forward protruding face and a smaller brain case. In both respects, 1813 and 1470 seem more human, Mrs. Ples more ape-like. Now consider the skull called Twiggy.
30.
Twiggy is also normally classified nowadays as Homo habilis, but her forward-pointing muzzle has more of a suggestion of Mrs. Ples about it than of 1470 or 1813. You will perhaps not be surprised to be told that Twiggy has been placed by some anthropologists in the genus Australopithecus and by other anthropologists in Homo. In fact, each of these three fossils has been at various times classified as Homo habilis and as Australopithecus habilis. As I've already noted, some authorities at some times have given 1470 a different specific name, changing habilis to rudolfensis. And to cap it all, the specific name rudolfensis has been fastened to both generic names, Australopithecus and Homo. In summary, these three fossils have been variously called by different authorities at different times the following range of names: KNMER 1813, Australopithecus habilis, Homo habilis; KNMER 1470, Australopithecus habilis, Homo habilis, Australopithecus rudolfensis, Homo rudolfensis; OH24, Twiggy, Australopithecus habilis, Homo habilis.
Should such a confusion of names shake our confidence in evolutionary science? Quite the contrary. It is exactly what we should expect, given that these creatures are all evolutionary intermediates, links that were formerly missing, but are missing no longer. We should be positively worried if there were no intermediates so close to borderlines as to be difficult to classify. Indeed, on the evolutionary view, the conferring of discrete names should actually become impossible if only the fossil record were more complete. In one way, it is fortunate that fossils are so rare. If we had a continuous and unbroken fossil record, the granting of distinct names to species and genera would become impossible, or at least very problematical. It is a fair conclusion that the predominant source of discord among paleoanthropologists, whether such and such a fossil belongs in this species, genus, or that, is deeply and interestingly futile. Hold in your head the hypothetical notion that we might, by some fluke, have been blessed with a continuous fossil record of all evolutionary change, with no links missing at all. Now look at the 4 Latin names that have been applied to 1470. On the face of it, the change from habilis to rudolfensis would seem to be a smaller change than the one from Australopithecus to Homo. 2 species within a genus are more like each other than 2 genera. Aren't they? Isn't that the whole basis for the distinction between the genus level, say Homo or Pan, as alternative genera of African apes, and the species level, say Troglodytes or Paniscus within the chimpanzees, in the hierarchy of classification. Well, yes, that is right when we are classifying modern animals, which can be thought of as the tips of the twigs on the evolutionary tree, with their antecedents on the inside of the tree's crown all comfortably dead and out of the way. Naturally, those twigs that join each other further back, further into the interior of the tree's crown, will tend to be less alike than those whose junction, more recent common ancestor, is nearer the tips. The system works as long as we don't try to classify the dead antecedents. But as soon as we include our hypothetically complete fossil record, all the neat separations break down. Discrete names become, as a general rule, impossible to apply. We can easily see this if we walk steadily backwards through time, much as we did with the rabbits previously.
As we trace the ancestry of modern Homo sapiens backwards, there must come a time when the difference from living people is sufficiently great to deserve a different specific name, say Homo ergaster. Yet every step of the way, individuals were presumably sufficiently similar to their parents and their children to be placed in the same species. Now we go back further, tracing the ancestry of Homo ergaster, and there must come a time when we reach individuals who are sufficiently different from mainstream ergaster to deserve a different specific name, say Homo habilis. And now we come to the point of this argument. As we go back further still, at some point we must start to hit individuals sufficiently different from modern Homo sapiens to deserve a different genus name, say Australopithecus. The trouble is, sufficiently different from modern Homo sapiens is another matter entirely from sufficiently different from the earliest Homo, here designated Homo habilis. Then think about the first specimen of Homo habilis to be born. Her parents were Australopithecus. She belonged to a different genus from her parents. That's just dopey. Yes, it certainly is. But it is not reality that's at fault. It's our human insistence on shoving everything into a named category. In reality, there was no such creature as the first specimen of Homo habilis. There was no first specimen of any species or any genus or any order or any class or any phylum. Every creature that has ever been born would have been classified, had there been a zoologist around to do the classifying, as belonging to exactly the same species as its parents and its children. Yet, with the hindsight of modernity, and with the benefit, yes, in this one paradoxical sense benefit, of the fact that most of the links are missing, classification into distinct species, genera, families, orders, classes and phyla becomes possible. I wish we really did have a complete and unbroken trail of fossils, a cinematic record of all evolutionary change as it happened. I wish it, not least because I'd love to see the egg all over the faces of those zoologists and anthropologists who engage in lifelong feuds with each other over whether such and such a fossil belongs to this species or that, this genus or that. Gentlemen, I wonder why it never seems to be, ladies, you are arguing about words, not reality. As Darwin himself said in The Descent of Man, in a series of forms graduating insensibly from some ape-like creature to man as he now exists, it would be impossible to fix on any definite point where the term man ought to be used. Let's move on through the fossils and look at some more recent links among those that are no longer missing, although they were missing in Darwin's time. What intermediates can we find between ourselves and the various creatures like 1470 and Twiggy, who are sometimes called Homo and sometimes called Australopithecus? We've already met some of them as Java man and Peking man, normally classified as Homo erectus. But those two lived in Asia, and there's good evidence that most of our human evolution took place in Africa. Java man and Peking man and their kind were immigrants from the mother continent of Africa. Within Africa itself, their equivalents are nowadays usually classified as Homo ergaster, although for many years they were all called Homo erectus, yet another illustration of the fickleness of our naming procedures. The most famous specimen of Homo ergaster, and one of the most complete pre-human fossils ever found, is the Turkana boy, or Nariokatomi boy, discovered by Kimoya Kimeu, star fossil finder of Richard Leakey's team of paleontologists.
The Turkana boy lived approximately 1.6 million years ago and died at the age of about 11. There are indications that he would have grown to a height of 6 feet if he'd lived to adulthood. His projected adult brain volume would have been about 900 cubic centimetres, cc. This was typical of Homo ergaster erectus brains, which varied around 1,000 cc. It's significantly smaller than modern human brains, which vary around 1,300 or 1,400 cc, but larger than Homo habilis, around 600 cc, which in turn was larger than Australopithecus, around 400 cc, and chimpanzees, around the same. You'll remember we concluded that our ancestor of 3 million years ago had the brain of a chimpanzee but walked on its hind legs. From this, we might presume that the second half of the story, from 3 million years ago to recent times, would be a tale of increasing brain size. And so indeed it proves. Homo ergaster erectus, of which we have many fossil specimens, is a very persuasive halfway link, no longer missing, between Homo sapiens today and Homo habilis 2 million years ago, which is in turn a beautiful link back to Australopithecus 3 million years ago, which, as we saw, could pretty well be described as an upright walking chimpanzee. How many links do you need before you concede that they are no longer missing? And can we also bridge the gap between Homo ergaster and modern Homo sapiens? Yes. We have a rich lode of fossils covering the last few 100,000 years, which are intermediate between them. Some have been given species names, like Homo heidelbergensis, Homo rhodesiensis, and Homo neanderthalensis. Others, and sometimes the same ones, are called archaic Homo sapiens.
But, as I keep repeating, names don't matter. What matters is that the links are no longer missing. Intermediates abound. Just go and look. So we have fine fossil documentation of gradual change all the way from Lucy, the upright walking chimp of 3 million years ago, to ourselves today. How do history deniers cope with this evidence? Some by literal denial. I encountered this in an interview I did for the Channel 4 television documentary The Genius of Charles Darwin in 2008. I was interviewing Wendy Wright, president of Concerned Women for America. Her opinion that the morning after pill is a paedophile's best friend gives a fair idea of her powers of reasoning, and she fully lived up to expectation during our interview. Only a very small part of the interview was used for the television documentary. What follows is a much fuller transcript, but obviously for the purposes of this chapter I have confined myself to those places where we discuss the fossil record of human ancestry.
What I go back to is the evolutionists are still lacking the science to back it up. But instead, what happens is science that doesn't bolster the case for evolution gets censored out, such as there is no evidence for evolution from going from one species to another species. If evolution had occurred, then surely whether it's going from birds to mammals or even beyond that, surely there'd be at least one evidence.
There's a massive amount of evidence. I'm sorry, but you people keep repeating that like a kind of mantra because you just listen to each other. I mean, if only we'd just open your eyes and look at the evidence.
Well, show it to me. Show me the bones. Show me the carcass. Show me the evidence for the in-between stages from one species to another.
Every time a fossil is found which is in between one species and another, you guys say, now we've got 2 gaps where previously there was only 1. I mean, almost every fossil you find is intermediate between something and something else.
If that were the case, the Smithsonian Natural History Museum would be filled with these examples, but it isn't.
It is. In the case of humans, since Darwin's time, there's now an enormous amount of evidence about intermediates in human fossils, and you've got various species of Australopithecus, for example, and then you've got Homo habilis. These are intermediates between Australopithecus, which was an older species, and Homo sapiens, which is a younger species. I mean, why don't you see those as intermediates?
If evolution has had the actual evidence, then it would be displayed in museums, not just in illustrations.
I just told you about Australopithecus, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, archaic Homo sapiens, and then modern Homo sapiens. That's a beautiful series of intermediates.
You're still lacking the material evidence, so...
The material evidence is there. Go to the museum and look at it. I don't have them here, obviously, but you can go to any museum and you can see Australopithecus, you can see Homo habilis, you can see Homo erectus, you can see archaic Homo sapiens and modern Homo sapiens. A beautiful series of intermediates. Why do you keep saying, present me with the evidence, when I've done so? Go to the museum and look.
And I have. I have gone to the museums, and there are so many of us who are still not convinced.
Have you seen Homo erectus?
And I think there's this effort, this rather aggressive effort, to try and talk over us and to censor us. It seems to come out of a frustration that so many people still don't believe in evolution. Now, if evolutionists were so confident in their beliefs, there wouldn't be the effort to censor out information. It shows that evolution is still lacking and is questionable.
I confess to being frustrated. It's not about suppression, it's about the fact that I have told you about 4 or 5 fossils. And you seem to simply be ignoring what I'm saying. Why don't you go and look at those fossils?
If they were in the museums, which I've been to many times, then I would look at them objectively. But what I go back to is...
They are in the museum.
What I go back to is that the philosophy of evolution can lead to ideologies that have been so destructive to the human race.
Yes, but wouldn't it be a good idea, instead of pointing to misperceptions of Darwinism, which have been hideously misused politically, if you tried to understand Darwinism? Then you'd be in a position to counteract these horrible misunderstandings.
Well, actually, we are so often forced by the aggressiveness of those who favour evolution. It's not as if we are hidden from this information that you keep presenting. It's not as if it is unknown to us, because we can't get away from it. It's pushed on us all the time. But I think your frustration comes from the fact that so many of us who have seen your information still don't buy into your ideology.
Have you seen Homo erectus? Have you seen Homo habilis? Have you seen Australopithecus? I've asked you that question.
What I've seen is that in the museums and in the textbooks, whenever they claim to show the evolutionary differences from one species to another, it relies on illustrations and drawings, not on any material evidence.
Well, you might have to go to the Nairobi Museum to see the original fossils, but you can see casts of fossils, exact copies of these fossils, in any major museum you care to look at.
Well, let me ask you, why are you so aggressive? Why is it so important to you that everyone believes like you believe?
I'm not talking about belief, I'm talking about facts. I've told you about certain fossils, and every time I ask you about them, you evade the question and turn to something else.
There should be overwhelming tons of material evidence, not just an isolated thing, but again, there is not evidence.
I happened to pick hominid fossils because I thought you'd be most interested in them, but you can find similar fossils from any vertebrate group you care to name.
But I guess I go back to why is it so important to you that everyone believes in evolution?
I don't like the word belief. I prefer to just ask people to look at the evidence, and I'm asking you to look at the evidence. I want you to go to museums and look at the facts, and don't believe what you've been told that there is no evidence. Just go and look at the evidence.
And yes, and what I would say...
It's not funny. I mean, really, go. I've told you about hominid fossils, and you can go and see the evolution of the horse. You can go and look at the evolution of the early mammals. You can go and look at the evolution of fish. You can go and look at the transition from fish to land-living amphibians and reptiles. Any of those things you will find in any good museum. Just open your eyes and look at the facts.
And I would say, open your eyes and see the communities that have been built by those who believe in a loving God who created each one of us.
It might seem, in that exchange, that I was being needlessly obstinate in hammering home the request that she should go to a museum and look. But I really meant it. These people have been coached to say, there are no fossils, show me the evidence, show me just one fossil. And they say it so often that they come to believe it. So I tried the experiment of mentioning 3 or 4 fossils to this woman and not letting her get away with simply ignoring them. The results are depressing, and a good example of the common tactic used by history deniers when confronted with the evidence of history, namely, just ignore it and repeat the mantra, show me the fossils, where are the fossils, there are no fossils, just show me one intermediate fossil, that's all I ask. Others befuddle themselves with names and the inevitable tendency names have to make false divisions where there are none. Every fossil that might potentially be intermediate is always classified as either Homo or Australopithecus. None is ever classified as intermediate. Therefore, there are no intermediates. But, as I have explained above, this is an inevitable consequence of the conventions of zoological nomenclature, not a fact about the real world. The most perfect intermediate you could possibly imagine would still find itself shoehorned into either Homo or Australopithecus. In fact, it would probably be called Homo by half the paleontologists and Australopithecus by the other half. And unfortunately, instead of getting together to agree that ambiguously intermediate fossils are exactly what we should expect on the evolution theory, the paleontologists could probably be relied upon to give an entirely false impression by seeming almost to come to blows over their terminological disagreement.
It's a bit like the legal distinction between an adult and a minor. For legal purposes and for deciding whether a young person is old enough to vote or join the army, it is necessary to make an absolute distinction. In 1969, the legal voting age in Britain was lowered from 21 to 18. In 1971, the same change was made in the USA. Now there's talk of lowering it to 16. But whatever the legal voting age may be, nobody seriously thinks the stroke of midnight on the 18th or 21st or 16th birthday actually turns you into a different kind of person. Nobody seriously believes there are 2 kinds of people, children and adults, with no intermediates. Obviously, we all understand that the whole period of growing up is one long exercise in intermediacy. Some of us, it might be said, have never really grown up. Similarly, human evolution, from something like Australopithecus afarensis to Homo sapiens, consisted of an unbroken series of parents giving birth to children who would certainly have been placed, by a contemporary taxonomist, in the same species as their parents. With hindsight, and for reasons that are not far from legalistic, modern taxonomists insist on tying a label around each fossil which must say something like Australopithecus or Homo. Museum labels are positively not allowed to say halfway between Australopithecus africanus and Homo habilis. History deniers seize upon this naming convention as though it were evidence for a lack of intermediates in the real world. You might as well say there is no such thing as an adolescent, because every single person you look at turns out to be either a voting adult, 18 or over, or a non-voting child, under 18. It's tantamount to saying that the legal necessity for a voting age threshold proves that adolescents don't exist. Back to the fossils again. If the creationist apologists are right, Australopithecus is just an ape, so its own predecessors are irrelevant to the search for missing links. Nevertheless, we may as well look at them. There are a few, albeit rather fragmentary, traces. Ardipithecus, which lived 4 to 5 million years ago, is known mainly from teeth, but enough cranial and foot bones have been found to suggest, at least to most anatomists who've attended to it, that it walked upright. Much the same conclusion has been drawn by the respective discoverers of 2 even older fossils, Orrorin, Millennium Man, and Sahelanthropus, Tumai.
31.
Sahelanthropus is remarkable in being very old, 6 million years, close in age to the common ancestor with chimpanzees, and in being found far west of the Rift Valley, in Chad, where its nickname, Tumai, means hope of life. Other paleoanthropologists are sceptical of the claims to bipedality that have been made on behalf of Orrorin and Sahelanthropus by their discoverers. And as a cynic might note, for each such problematic fossil, some of the doubters include the discoverers of the others. Paleoanthropology, more than other fields of science, is notoriously plagued, or is it enlivened, by rivalries. We have to admit that the fossil record connecting the upright walking ape Australopithecus to the presumably quadrupedal ancestor that we share with chimpanzees is still poor. We don't know how our ancestors rose on to their hind legs. We need more fossils. But let's at least rejoice in the good fossil record that we, unlike Darwin, can enjoy, showing us the evolutionary transition from Australopithecus, with its chimpanzee-sized brain, to modern Homo sapiens with our balloon-like skull and big brain.
Throughout this section, I have referred to pictures of skulls and encouraged you to compare them. You perhaps noticed, for example, the protrusion of the muzzle in some fossils or of the brow ridge. Sometimes the differences are quite subtle, which aids appreciation of the gradual transitions from one fossil to a later one. But now I want to introduce a complication which will develop into an interesting point in its own right. The changes that take place within an individual's lifetime as it grows up are in any case much more dramatic than the changes we see as we compare adults in successive generations. The skull of a baby chimpanzee is completely different from the adult and far more like a human, adult human as well as baby human.
32.
There's a much reproduced picture of an infant and an adult chimpanzee, which is often used to illustrate the interesting idea that in human evolution, juvenile characteristics were retained into adulthood. Or, which may not necessarily be quite the same thing, we become sexually mature when our bodies are still juvenile.
33.
I thought the picture too good to be true, and I sent it to my colleague Desmond Morris for his expert opinion. Could it be a fake, I asked him. Had he ever seen a young chimp looking quite so human? Dr. Morris is sceptical about the back and shoulders, but is happy about the head itself. He wrote, "Chimps are characteristically hunched up in posture, and this one has a wonderfully upright human neck. But if you just take the head alone, this picture can be trusted." Sheila Lee, the publisher's picture researcher for this book, tracked down the original source of this famous photograph, an expedition to the Congo in 1909 to 1915, mounted by the American Museum of Natural History. The animals were dead when photographed, and she points out that the photographer, Herbert Lang, was also a taxidermist. It would be tempting to surmise that the oddly human posture of the baby chimpanzee is due to bad stuffing, were it not for the fact that, according to the museum, Lang photographed his specimens before stuffing them. Nevertheless, the posture of a dead chimp can be adjusted in the way that the posture of a live chimp cannot. Desmond Morris's conclusion seems to stand up. The human-like posture of the baby chimpanzee's shoulders may be suspect, but the head is reliable. Taking the head at face value, even if the shoulders can't quite bear the burden of authenticity, you can immediately see how a comparison of adult fossil skulls might mislead us. Or to put it more constructively, the dramatic difference between adult and juvenile heads shows us how easily a characteristic such as muzzle protrusion might change in just the right direction to become more, or indeed less, human. Chimpanzee embryology knows how to make a human-like head, because it does it for every chimp as it passes through its infant years. It seems highly plausible that, as Australopithecus evolved through various intermediates to Homo sapiens, shortening the muzzle all along the way, it did so by the obvious route of retaining juvenile characteristics into adulthood, the process called neoteny, mentioned already. In any case, a great deal of evolutionary change consists of changes in the rate at which certain parts grow relative to other parts. This is called heterochronic, differently timed, growth. I suppose what I want to say is that evolutionary change is a doddle once you accept the observed facts of embryological change. Embryos are shaped by differential growth, different bits of them grow at different rates. A baby chimpanzee's skull changes into an adult skull via relatively fast growth of the bones of the jaws and muzzle compared to other bones of the skull. To repeat, every animal of every species changes during its own embryological development far more dramatically than the typical adult form changes from generation to generation as the geological ages go by. And this is my cue for a chapter on embryology and its relevance to evolution. Chapter 8. You did it yourself in 9 months. That irascible genius J.B.S. Haldane, who did so much else besides being one of the 3 leading architects of neo-Darwinism, was once challenged by a lady after a public lecture. It's a word-of-mouth anecdote, and John Maynard Smith is sadly not available to confirm the exact words, but this is approximately how the exchange went.
Professor Haldane, even given the billions of years that you say were available for evolution, I simply cannot believe it is possible to go from a single cell to a complicated human body with its trillions of cells organized into bones and muscles and nerves, a heart that pumps without ceasing for decades, miles and miles of blood vessels and kidney tubules, and a brain capable of thinking and talking and feeling.
But, madam, you did it yourself, and it only took you 9 months. The questioner was perhaps momentarily thrown off balance by the veering unexpectedness of Haldane's reply. Wind taken out of sails would have seemed an understatement. But maybe in one respect Haldane's retort left her unsatisfied. I don't know whether she asked a supplementary, but if so, it might have gone along these lines.
Ah, yes, but the developing embryo follows genetic instructions. It is the instructions for how to build a complicated body that you, Professor Haldane, claim evolved by natural selection. And I still find it hard to believe, even given 1 billion years for that evolution.
Perhaps she had a point. And even if a divine intelligence did prove to be ultimately responsible for designing living complexity, it is definitely not true that he fashions living bodies in anything like the way that clay modelers, for example, or carpenters, potters, tailors, or car manufacturers go about their tasks. We may be wonderfully developed, but we are not wonderfully made. When children sing, "He made their glowing colours, he made their tiny wings," they are uttering a childishly obvious falsehood. Whatever else God does, he certainly doesn't make glowing colours and tiny wings. If he did anything at all, it would be to supervise the embryonic development of things, for example, by splicing together sequences of genes that direct a process of automated development. Wings are not made, they grow, progressively, from limb buds inside an egg. By the way, I have been warned that "all things bright and beautiful," from which those 2 lines come, will not necessarily strike my readers as nostalgically as it does me. It is an Anglican hymn for children, written by Mrs. C.F. Alexander in 1848, comfortably extolling the beauties of nature with the refrain, "The Lord God made them all." It is the subject of a splendid parody, written by Eric Idle and sung by the Monty Python team.
All things dull and ugly, all creatures short and squat, all things rude and nasty, the Lord God made the lot. Each little snake that poisons, each little wasp that stings, he made their brutish venom, he made their horrid wings. All things sick and cancerous, all evil great and small, all things foul and dangerous, the Lord God made them all. Each nasty little hornet, each beastly little squid. Who made the spiky urchin? Who made the sharks? He did. All things scabbed and ulcerous, all pox both great and small, putrid, foul, and gangrenous, the Lord God made them all.
God, to repeat this important point, which ought to be obvious but isn't, never made a tiny wing in his eternal life. If he made anything, he didn't in my view, but let it pass, that's not what I'm about here. What he made was an embryological recipe, or something like a computer program for controlling the embryonic development of a tiny wing, plus lots of other things too. Of course, God might claim that it is just as clever, just as breathtaking a feat of skill to design a recipe or a program for a wing as to make a wing. But for the moment, I just want to develop the distinction between making something like a wing and what really happens in embryonic development. No choreographer. The early history of embryology was riven between two opposing doctrines called preformationism and epigenesis. The distinction between them is not always clearly understood, so I shall spend a little time explaining these two terms. The preformationists believed that the egg, or sperm, for the preformationists were subdivided into ovists versus spermists, contained a tiny miniature baby, or homunculus. All the parts of the baby were intricately in place, correctly disposed to each other, waiting only to be inflated like a compartmentalized balloon. This raises obvious problems. First, at least in its early naive form, it requires what everybody knows to be false, that we inherit only from one parent, the mother for the ovists, the father for the spermists. Second, preformationists of this kind had to face a Russian doll-style infinite regress of homunculi within homunculi, or if not infinite, at least long enough to take us back to Eve, Adam for the spermists. The only escape from the regress would be to construct the homunculus afresh in every generation by elaborately scanning the adult body of the previous generation. This inheritance of acquired characteristics doesn't happen. Otherwise, Jewish boys would be born without foreskins, and gym-frequenting bodybuilders, but not their couch potato twins, would conceive babies with rippling six-packs, pecs, and glutes. To be fair to the preformationists, they did face up fairly and squarely to the logical necessity of the regress, however absurd it seemed. At least some of them really did believe that the first woman, or man, contained miniaturized embryos of all her descendants, nested inside each other like Russian dolls. And there is a sense in which they had to believe that, a sense that is worth mentioning because it prefigures the nub of this chapter. If you believe Adam was made rather than being born, you imply that Adam didn't have genes, or at least didn't need them in order to develop. Adam had no embryology, but just sprang into existence. A related inference led the Victorian writer Philip Gosse, the father in Edmund Gosse's Father and Son, to write a book called Omphalos, Greek for navel, arguing that Adam must have had a navel even though he was never born. A more sophisticated consequence of omphalogical reasoning would be that stars whose distance from us is more than a few thousand light years must have been created with ready-made light beams stretching almost all the way to us. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to see them until the distant future. Making fun of omphalogy sounds frivolous, but there is a serious point here about embryology, which is the subject of this chapter. It is quite a difficult point to grasp. Indeed, I'm only in the process of grasping it myself, and I'm approaching it from various directions. For the reasons given, preformationism, at least in its original Russian doll version, was always a non-starter. Is there a version of preformationism that could be sensibly revived in the DNA age? Well, perhaps, but I doubt it. Textbooks of biology repeat time and again that DNA is a blueprint for building a body. It isn't. A true blueprint of, say, a car or a house embodies a one-to-one mapping from paper to finished product. It follows from this that a blueprint is reversible. It is as easy to go from house to blueprint as the other way around, precisely because it is a one-to-one mapping. Actually, it's easier because you have to build the house, but you only have to take some measurements and then draw the blueprint. If you take an animal's body, no matter how many detailed measurements you take, you can't reconstruct its DNA. That's what makes it false to say that DNA is a blueprint. It is theoretically possible to imagine, maybe that's the way things work on some alien planet, that DNA might have been a coded description of a body, a kind of three-dimensional map rendered into the linear code of DNA letters. That really would be reversible. Scanning the body to make a genetic blueprint is not a totally ridiculous idea. If that is how DNA worked, we could represent it as a kind of neo-preformationism. It wouldn't raise the spectre of the Russian dolls. it isn't clear to me whether it would raise the spectre of inheritance from only one parent. DNA has a breathtakingly precise way of intersplicing half the paternal information with exactly half the maternal information. But how would it go about intersplicing half a scan of the mother's body with half a scan of the father's body? Let it pass. This is all so far from reality. DNA, then, is emphatically not a blueprint. Unlike Adam, who was fashioned directly into his adult form, all real bodies develop and grow from a single cell through the intermediate stages of embryo, fetus, baby, child, and adolescent. Maybe in some alien world, living creatures assemble themselves from tip to toe as an ordered set of three-dimensional biopixels read out from a coded scan line. But that is not the way things work on our planet, and actually I think there are reasons, which I have dealt with elsewhere and so won't go into here, why it could never be so on any planet. The historical alternative to preformationism is epigenesis. If preformationism is all about blueprints, epigenesis is about something more like a recipe or a computer program. The shorter Oxford English Dictionary's definition is rather modern, and I'm not sure that Aristotle, who coined the word, would recognize it.
Epigenesis, a theory of the development of an organism by progressive differentiation of an initially undifferentiated whole.
Principles of Development by Lewis Wolpert and colleagues describes epigenesis as the idea that new structures arise progressively. There is a sense in which epigenesis is self-evidently true, but details matter and the devil is in the cliché. How does the organism develop progressively? How does an initially undifferentiated whole know how to differentiate progressively, if not by following a blueprint? The distinction I want to make here, which largely corresponds to the distinction between preformationism and epigenesis, is the distinction between planned architecture and self-assembly. The meaning of planned architecture is clear to us because we see it all around us in our buildings and other artifacts. Self-assembly is less familiar and will need some attention from me. In the field of development, self-assembly occupies a position analogous to natural selection in evolution, although it is definitely not the same process. Both achieve, by automatic, non-deliberate, unplanned means, results that look to a superficial gaze as though they were meticulously planned. J.B.S. Haldane spoke simple truth to his sceptical questioner, but he would not have denied that there is mystery verging on the miraculous, but never quite getting there, in the very fact that a single cell gives rise to a human body in all its complexity. And the mystery is only somewhat mitigated by the feats being achieved with the aid of DNA instructions. The reason the mystery remains is that we find it hard to imagine, even in principle, how we might set about writing the instructions for building a body in the way that the body is in fact built, namely by what I have just called self-assembly, which is related to what computer programmers sometimes call a bottom-up as opposed to top-down procedure.
An architect designs a great cathedral. Then, through a hierarchical chain of command, the building operation is broken down into separate departments, which break it down further into sub-departments, and so on until instructions are finally handed out to individual masons, carpenters and glaziers, who go to work until the cathedral is built, looking pretty much like the architect's original drawing. That's top-down design. Bottom-up design works completely differently. It's hard to believe this, but there used to be a myth that some of the finest medieval cathedrals in Europe had no architect. Nobody designed the cathedral. Each mason and carpenter would busy himself, in his own skilled way, with his own little corner of the building, paying scant attention to what the others were doing, and no attention to any overall plan. Somehow, out of such anarchy, a cathedral would emerge. If that really happened, it would be bottom-up architecture. Notwithstanding the myth, it surely didn't happen like that for cathedrals.
My medieval historian colleague Dr. Christopher Tyerman confirms that this was indeed a myth that was invented in Victorian times for idealistic reasons, but that there never was a scintilla of truth in it.
But that pretty much is what happens in the building of a termite mound or an ant's nest, and in the development of an embryo. It is what makes embryology so remarkably different from anything we humans are familiar with in the way of construction or manufacture. The same principle works for certain types of computer program, for certain types of animal behavior, and, bringing the two together, for computer programs that are designed to simulate animal behavior. Suppose we wanted to understand the flocking behavior of starlings. There are some stunning films available on YouTube. These balletic manoeuvres were photographed over Otmoor, near Oxford, by Dylan Winter.
34.
What is remarkable about the starling's behaviour is that, despite all appearances, there is no choreographer and, as far as we know, no leader. Each individual bird is just following local rules. The numbers of individual birds in these flocks can run into thousands, yet they almost literally never collide. That is just as well, for given the speed at which they fly, any such impact would severely injure them. Often the whole flock seems to behave as a single individual, wheeling and turning as one. It can look as though the separate flocks are moving through each other in opposite directions, maintaining their coherence intact as separate flocks. This makes it seem almost miraculous, but actually the flocks are at different distances from the camera and do not literally move through each other. It adds to the aesthetic pleasure that the edges of the flocks are so sharply defined. They don't peter off gradually, but come to an abrupt boundary. The density of the birds just inside the boundary is no less than in the middle of the flock, while it is zero outside the boundary. As soon as you think about it in that way, isn't it wondrously surprising?
The whole performance would make a more than usually elegant screensaver on a computer. You wouldn't want a real film of starlings because your screensaver would repeat the same identical balletic moves over and over, and therefore wouldn't exercise all the pixels equally. What you would want is a computer simulation of starling flocks, and, as any programmer will tell you, there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. Don't try to choreograph the whole ballet. That would be terribly bad programming style for this kind of task. I need to talk about the better way to do it, because something like it is almost certainly how the birds themselves are programmed, in their brains. More to the point, it is a great analogy for how embryology works.
Here's how to program flocking behaviour in starlings. Devote almost all your effort to programming the behaviour of a single individual bird. Build into your robo-starling detailed rules for how to fly and how to react to the presence of neighbouring starlings, depending on their distance and relative position. Build in rules for how much weight to give to the behaviour of neighbours and how much weight to give to individual initiative in changing direction. These model rules would be informed by careful measurements of real birds in action. Endow your cyberbird with a certain tendency to vary its rules at random. Having written a complicated program to specify the behavioural rules of a single starling, now comes the definitive step that we are emphasising. Don't try to program the behaviour of a whole flock, as an earlier generation of computer programmers might have done. Instead, clone the single computer starling you have programmed. Make 1,000 copies of your robo-bird, maybe all the same as each other, or maybe with some slight random variation among them in their rules. And now, release thousands of model starlings in your computer so they are free to interact with each other, all obeying the same rules. If you've got the behavioural rules right for a single starling, 1,000 computer starlings, each one a dot on the screen, will behave like real starlings flocking in winter. If the flocking behaviour isn't quite right, you can go back and adjust the behaviour of the individual starling, perhaps in the light of further measurements of the behaviour of real starlings. Now clone up the new version 1,000 times in place of the 1,000 that didn't quite work. Keep iterating your reprogramming of the cloned-up single starling until the flocking behaviour of thousands of them on the screen is a satisfyingly realistic screensaver. Calling it Boids Craig Reynolds wrote a programme along these lines, not specifically for starlings, in 1986. The key point is that there is no choreographer and no leader. Order, organisation, structure, these all emerge as byproducts of rules which are obeyed locally and many times over, not globally. And that is how embryology works. It is all done by local rules at various levels, but especially the level of the single cell. No choreographer, no conductor of the orchestra, no central planning, no architect. In the fields of embryology or manufacture, the equivalent of this kind of programming is self-assembly.
The body of a human, an eagle, a mole, a dolphin, a cheetah, a leopard frog, a swallow, these are so beautifully put together it seems impossible to believe that the genes that program their development don't function as a blueprint, a design, a master plan. But no, as with the computer starlings, it is all done by individual cells obeying local rules. The beautifully designed body emerges as a consequence of rules being locally obeyed by individual cells with no reference to anything that could be called an overall global plan. The cells of a developing embryo wheel and dance around each other like starlings in gigantic flocks. There are differences, and they are important. Unlike starlings, cells are physically attached to each other in sheets and blocks. Their flocks are called tissues. When they wheel and dance like miniature starlings, the consequence is that three-dimensional shapes are formed as tissues invaginate, fold inwards to form a hollow, in response to the movements of cells, or swell or shrink due to local patterns of growth and cell death. The analogy I like for this is the paper folding art of origami, suggested by the distinguished embryologist Lewis Wolpert in his book The Triumph of the Embryo. But before coming to that, I need to clear out of the way some alternative analogies that might come to mind, analogies from among human crafts and manufacturing processes. Analogies for development. It is surprisingly hard to find a good analogy for the development of living tissue, but you can find partial similarities to particular aspects of the process. A recipe captures something of the truth, and it is an analogy that I sometimes use to explain why blueprint is not appropriate. Unlike a blueprint, a recipe is irreversible. If you follow a cake recipe step by step, you'll end up with a cake. But you can't take a cake and reconstruct the recipe, certainly not the exact words of the recipe, whereas, as we have seen, you could take a house and reconstruct something close to the original blueprint. This is because of the one-to-one mapping between bits of house and bits of blueprint. With conspicuous exceptions, such as the cherry on top, there is no one-to-one mapping between bits of cake and the words, say, or sentences of its recipe. What other analogies to human manufacturing might there be? Sculpture is mostly way off the mark. A sculptor starts with a chunk of stone or wood and fashions it by subtraction, chipping away until the desired shape is all that remains. There is, admittedly, a somewhat sharp resemblance to one particular process in embryology called apoptosis. Apoptosis is programmed cell death, and it is involved, for example, in the development of fingers and toes. In the human embryo, the fingers and toes are all joined. In the womb, you and I had webbed feet and hands. The webbing disappeared, in most people, there are occasional exceptions, through programmed cell death. That is a bit reminiscent of the way a sculptor carves out a shape, but it is not common enough or important enough to capture how embryology normally works. Embryologists may briefly think sculptors chisel, but they don't let the thought linger for long. Some sculptors work not by subtractive carving, but by taking a lump of clay or soft wax and kneading it into shape, which may subsequently be cast in bronze, for example. That again is not a good analogy for embryology, nor is the craft of tailoring or dressmaking. Pre-existing cloth is cut to shapes set out in a pre-planned pattern, then sewn together with other cut-out shapes. They are often then turned inside out to disguise the seams, and that bit at least is a good analogy to certain parts of embryology. But in general, embryology is no more like tailoring than it is like sculpture. Knitting might be better in that the whole shape of a sweater, say, is built up from numerous individual stitches, like individual cells. But there are better analogies, as we shall see. How about the assembly of a car or other complicated machine on a factory assembly line? Is that a good analogy? Like sculpture and tailoring, assembly of prefabricated parts is an efficient way to make something. In a car factory, parts are pre-made, often by casting in moulds in a foundry, and there is, I think, nothing remotely like casting in embryology. Then the pre-made parts are brought together on an assembly line and screwed, riveted, welded, or glued together step by step according to a precisely drawn plan. Once again, embryology has nothing resembling a previously drawn plan. But there are resemblances to the ordered sticking together of pre-assembled parts, as when in a car assembly plant previously manufactured carburetors and distributor heads and fan belts and cylinder heads are brought together and joined in correct apposition.
Consider 3 kinds of virus.
35.
1. The tobacco mosaic virus, TMV, which parasitizes tobacco plants and other members of the family Solanaceae, such as tomatoes. 2. Adenovirus, which infects the respiratory system in many animals, including us. And 3. The T4 bacteriophage, which parasitizes bacteria. It looks like a lunar lander, and it behaves rather like one, landing on the surface of a bacterium, which is very much larger, then lowering itself on its spidery legs, then thrusting a probe down the middle through the bacterium's cell wall and injecting its DNA inside. The viral DNA then hijacks the protein-making machinery of the bacterium, which is subverted into making new viruses. The other 2 viruses do something similar, although they don't look or behave like lunar landers. In all cases, their genetic material hijacks the protein-making apparatus of the host cell and diverts its molecular production line to churning out viruses instead of its normal products. Most of what you see of a virus with a microscope is the protein container for the genetic material, and in lunar lander T4's case, the machinery for infecting the host. What is interesting is the way in which this protein apparatus is put together. It really is self-assembled. Each virus is assembled from several previously made protein molecules. Each protein molecule, in a way that we shall see, has previously self-assembled into a characteristic tertiary structure under the laws of chemistry given its particular sequence of amino acids. And then, in the virus, the protein molecules join up with each other to form a so-called quaternary structure, again by following local rules. There is no global plan, no blueprint.
The protein subunits which link up like Lego bricks to form the quaternary structure are called capsomeres. How geometrically perfect these little constructions are. The adenovirus has exactly 252 capsomeres, which we can think of as little balls arranged in an icosahedron. The icosahedron is that platonic perfect solid that has 20 triangular faces. The capsomeres are arranged into an icosahedron not by any kind of master plan or blueprint, but simply by each one of them obeying the laws of chemical attraction locally when it bumps into others like itself. This is how crystals are formed, and indeed the adenovirus could be described as a very small, hollow crystal. The crystallization of viruses is an especially beautiful example of the self-assembly that I am touting as a major principle by which living creatures are put together. The T4 lunar lander phage also has an icosahedron for its main DNA receptacle, but its self-assembled quaternary structure is more complex, incorporating additional protein units, assembled according to different local rules, in the injection apparatus and the legs that are attached to the icosahedron. Returning from viruses to the embryology of larger creatures, I come to my favorite analogy among human construction techniques, origami.
36.
Origami is the art of constructive paper folding, developed to its most advanced level in Japan. The only origami creation I know how to make is the Chinese junk. I was taught it by my father, who learned it in a craze that swept through his boarding school during the 1920s. The craze died out, but I reintroduced it to the same school in the 1950s, whereupon it spread just like a second epidemic of the same disease. One biologically realistic feature is that the embryology of the Chinese junk passes through several intermediate larval stages, which are in themselves pleasing creations, just as a caterpillar is a beautiful working intermediate on the way to a butterfly, which it scarcely resembles at all. Starting with a simple square piece of paper and simply folding it, never cutting it, never gluing it, and never importing any other pieces, the procedure takes us through 3 recognizable larval stages: a catamaran, a box with 2 lids, and a picture in a frame, before culminating in the adult Chinese junk itself. In favor of the origami analogy, when you are first taught how to make a Chinese junk, not only the junk itself, but each of the 3 larval stages, catamaran, box, picture frame, comes as a surprise. Your hands may do the folding, but you are emphatically not following a blueprint for a Chinese junk or for any of the larval stages. You are following a set of folding rules that seem to have no connection with the end product until it finally emerges like a butterfly from its chrysalis. So the origami analogy captures something of the importance of local rules as opposed to a global plan. Also in favor of the origami analogy, folding, invagination, and turning inside out are some of the favorite tricks used by embryonic tissues when making a body. The analogy works especially well for the early embryonic stages. But it has its shortcomings, and here are 2 obvious ones. First, human hands are needed to do the folding. Second, the developing paper embryo doesn't grow larger. It ends up weighing exactly as much as when it started. To acknowledge the difference, I shall sometimes refer to biological embryology as inflating origami rather than just origami.
Actually, these 2 shortcomings kind of cancel each other out. The sheets of tissue that fold, invaginate, and turn inside out in a developing embryo do indeed grow, and it is that very growth that provides part of the motive force which, in origami, is supplied by the human hand. If you wanted to make an origami model with a sheet of living tissue instead of dead paper, there is at least a sporting chance that if the sheet were to grow in just the right way, not uniformly, but faster in some parts of the sheet than in others, this might automatically cause the sheet to assume a certain shape, and even fold or invaginate or turn inside out in a certain way, without the need for hands to do the stretching and folding, and without the need for any global plan, but only local rules. And actually it's more than just a sporting chance, because it really happens. Let's call it auto-origami. How does auto-origami work in practice, in embryology? It works because what happens in the real embryo, when a sheet of tissue grows, is that cells divide. And differential growth of the different parts of the sheet of tissue is achieved by the cells in each part of the sheet dividing at a rate determined by local rules. So, by a roundabout route, we return to the fundamental importance of bottom-up local rules as opposed to top-down global rules. It is a whole series of far more complicated versions of this simple principle that actually go on in the early stages of embryonic development. Here's how the origami goes in the early stages of vertebrate development. The single fertilized egg cell divides to make 2 cells. Then the 2 divide to make 4, and so on with the number of cells rapidly doubling and redoubling. At this stage, there is no growth, no inflation. The original volume of the fertilized egg is literally divided, as in slicing a cake, and we end up with a spherical ball of cells which is the same size as the original egg. It's not a solid ball, but a hollow one, and it is called the blastula. The next stage, gastrulation, is the subject of a famous bon mot by Lewis Wolpert. It is not birth, marriage, or death, but gastrulation, which is truly the most important time in your life. Gastrulation is a kind of microcosmic earthquake which sweeps over the blastular's surface and revolutionizes its entire form. The tissues of the embryo become massively reorganized. Gastrulation typically involves a denting of the hollow ball that is the blastula, so that it becomes two-layered with an opening to the outside world. The outer layer of this gastrula is called the ectoderm. The inner layer is the endoderm, and there are also some cells thrown into the space between the ectoderm and endoderm, which are called mesoderm. Each of these three primordial layers is destined to make major parts of the body. For example, the outer skin and nervous system come from the ectoderm. The guts and other internal organs come from the endoderm, and the mesoderm furnishes muscle and bone.
The next stage in the embryo's origami is called neurulation.
37.
A section of ectoderm invaginates, curls in on itself, progressively backwards along the body like a zip fastener, rolls itself up into a tube, and is pinched off where the sides of the tube zip up, so that it ends up running the length of the body between the outer layer and the notochord, a stiffening rod that acts as a precursor of the backbone. That tube is destined to become the spinal cord, the main nerve trunk of the body. The front end of it swells up and becomes the brain, and all the rest of the nerves are derived by subsequent cell divisions from this primordial tube. I don't want to get into the details of either gastrulation or neurulation, except to say that they are wonderful, and that the metaphor of origami holds up pretty well for both of them. I am concerned with the general principles by which embryos become more complicated through inflating origami. Gastrulation and neurulation are accomplished early in development, and they affect the whole shape of the embryo. Invagination and other inflating origami maneuvers achieve these stages of early embryology, and they and similar tricks are involved later in development, when specialized organs like eyes and the heart are made. But given that there are no hands to do the folding, by what mechanical process are these dynamic movements achieved? Partly, as I've already said, by simple expansion itself. Cells multiply all through a sheet of tissue, its area therefore increases, and having nowhere else to go, it has little choice but to buckle or invaginate. But the process is more controlled than that, and it has been deciphered by a group of scientists associated with the brilliant mathematical biologist George Oster of the University of California at Berkeley. Modeling cells like starlings. Oster and his colleagues followed the same strategy we considered earlier for a computer simulation of starlings flocking. Instead of programming the behavior of a whole blastula, they programmed a single cell. Then they cloned up lots of cells all the same and watched to see what happened when those cells got together in the computer. When I say they programmed the behavior of a single cell, it would be better to say they programmed a mathematical model of a single cell, building into the model certain known facts about a single cell, but in simplified form. Specifically, it is known that the interiors of cells are crisscrossed by microfilaments, sort of miniature elastic bands, but with the added property that they are capable of active contraction, like twitching muscle fibers. Indeed, the microfilaments use the same principle of contraction as muscle fibers.
The Oster model simplified the cell down to 2 dimensions for drawing on a computer screen, and with only half a dozen filaments strategically placed in the cell.
38.
In the computer model, all the microfilaments were given certain quantitative properties with names that mean something to physicists: a viscous damping coefficient and an elastic spring constant. Never mind exactly what these mean. They are the kinds of things physicists like to measure in a spring. Although it is probable that in a real cell many filaments would be capable of contraction, Oster and his colleagues simplified matters by endowing only one of their 6 filaments with this capacity. If they could get realistic results even after throwing away some of the known properties of a cell, it would presumably be possible to get at least as good results with a more complicated model that kept those properties in. Rather than allowing the one contractile filament in their model to contract at will, They built into it a property which is common in certain kinds of muscle fibre. When stretched beyond a certain critical length, the fibre would respond by contracting to a much shorter length than the normal equilibrium length. So we have our model of a single cell. A greatly simplified model consisting of a two-dimensional outline in which are strung 6 elastic springs, one of which has the special property of responding to an externally imposed stretch by actively contracting. That is stage 1 of the modelling process. In stage 2, Oster and his colleagues cloned up a few dozen of their model cells and arranged them in a circle, like a two-dimensional blastula. Then they took one cell and tweaked its contractile filament to provoke it into contracting. What happened next is almost too wonderful to bear. The model blastula gastrulated.
39.
A wave of contraction spread sideways from the cell that was provoked, and the ball of cells spontaneously invaginated.
It gets even better. Oster and his colleagues tried the experiment on their computer model of lowering the firing threshold of the contractile filaments. The result was a wave of invagination that went further and actually pinched off a neural tube.
40.
It is important to understand what a model such as this really is. It is not an accurate representation of neurulation. Quite apart from the fact that it is two-dimensional and simplified in many other ways, the ball of cells that neurulated was not a two-layered gastrula, as it should have been. It was the same blastula-like starting point as we had for the model of gastrulation before. It doesn't matter. Models are not supposed to be totally accurate in every detail. The model still shows how easy it is to mimic various aspects of the behavior of cells in an embryo. The fact that the two-dimensional ball of cells responded spontaneously to the stimulus even though the model is simpler than the real situation makes this a more powerful piece of evidence. It reassures us that the evolution of the various procedures of early embryonic development need not have been all that difficult. Note that it is the model that is simple, not the phenomenon that it demonstrates. That is the hallmark of a good scientific model. My purpose in expounding the Oster models has been to show the general kind of principle by which single cells can interact with each other to build a body, without any blueprint representing the whole body. Origami-like folding, Oster-style invagination and pinching off, these are just some of the simplest tricks for building embryos. Other, more elaborate ones come into play later in embryonic development. For example, ingenious experiments have shown that nerve cells, when they grow out from the spinal cord or from the brain, find their way to their end organ not by following any kind of overall plan, but by chemical attraction, rather as a dog sniffs around to find a bitch in season. An early classic experiment by the Nobel Prize-winning embryologist Roger Sperry illustrates the principle perfectly. Sperry and a colleague took a tadpole and removed a tiny square of skin from the back. They removed another square the same size from the belly. They then regrafted the two squares, but each in the other's place. The belly skin was grafted on the back, and the back skin on the belly. When the tadpole grew up into a frog, the result was rather pretty, as experiments in embryology often are. There was a neat postage stamp of white belly skin in the middle of the dark mottled back, and another neat postage stamp of dark mottled skin in the middle of the white belly. And now for the point of the story. Normally, if you tickle a frog on its back with a bristle, the frog will wipe the place with a foot, as if deterring an irritating fly. But when Sperry tickled his experimental frog on the white postage stamp on its back, it wiped its belly, and when Sperry tickled it on the dark postage stamp on its belly, the frog wiped its back.
What happens in normal embryonic development, according to Sperry's interpretation, is that axons, long wires, each one a narrow tubular extension of a single nerve cell, grow questingly out from the spinal cord, sniffing like a dog for belly skin. Other axons grow out from the spinal cord, sniffing out back skin. And normally this gives the right result. Tickles on the back feel as though they are on the back, while tickles on the belly feel as though they're on the belly. But in Sperry's experimental frog, some of the nerve cells, sniffing out belly skin, found the postage stamp of belly skin grafted on the back, presumably because it smelled right, and vice versa. People who believe in some sort of tabula rasa theory, whereby we are all born with a blank sheet for a mind and fill it in by experience, must be surprised at Sperry's result. They would expect that frogs would learn from experience to feel their way around their own skin, associating the right sensations with the right places on the skin. Instead, it seems that each nerve cell in the spinal cord is labelled, say, a belly nerve cell or a back nerve cell, even before it makes contact with the appropriate skin. It will later find its designated target pixel of skin wherever it may be. If a fly were to crawl up the length of its back, Sperry's frog would presumably experience the illusion that the fly suddenly leaped from back to belly, crawled a little further, then instantaneously leaped to the back again.
Experiments like this led Sperry to formulate his chemo-affinity hypothesis, according to which the nervous system wires itself up not by following an overall blueprint, but by each individual axon seeking out end organs with which it has a particular chemical affinity. Once again, we have small, local units following local rules. Cells in general bristle with labels, chemical badges that enable them to find their partners. And we can go back to the origami analogy to find another place where the labeling principle comes in useful. Human paper origami doesn't use glue, but it could. And the origami of the embryo, whereby animal bodies put themselves together, does indeed use something equivalent to glue. Glues, rather, because there are lots of them, and this is where labeling comes triumphantly into its own. Cells have a complicated repertoire of adhesion molecules on their surfaces, whereby they stick to other cells. This cellular gluing plays an important role in embryonic development in all parts of the body. There is a significant difference from the glues that we are familiar with, however. For us, glue is glue is glue. Some glues are stronger than others, and some glues set faster than others, and some glues are more suitable for wood, say, while others work better for metals or plastics. But that's about it for variety among glues. Cell adhesion molecules are much more ingenious than that, more fussy, you could say. Unlike our artificial glues, which will stick to most surfaces, cell adhesion molecules bind only to particular other cell adhesion molecules of exactly the right kind. One class of adhesion molecules in vertebrates, the cadherins, come in about 80 currently known flavors. With some exceptions, each of these 80 or so cadherins will bind only to its own kind. Forget glue for a moment. A better analogy might be the children's party game, where each child is assigned an animal, and they all have to mill about the room, making noises like their own allotted animals. Each child knows that only one other child has been assigned the same animal as herself, and she has to find her partner by listening through the cacophony of farmyard imitations. Cadherins work like that. Perhaps, like me, you can dimly imagine how the judicious doping of cell surfaces with particular cadherins at strategic points might refine and complicate the self-assembly principles of embryo origami. Note once again that this doesn't imply any kind of overall plan, but rather a piecemeal collection of local rules. Enzymes. Having seen how whole sheets of cells play the origami game in shaping the embryo, let's now dive inside a single cell, where we'll find the same principle of self-folding and self-crumpling, but on a much smaller scale, the scale of the single protein molecule. Proteins are immensely important, for reasons that I must take time to explain, beginning with a teasing speculation to celebrate the unique importance of proteins. I love speculating on how weirdly different we should expect life to be elsewhere in the universe, but one or two things I suspect are universal wherever life might be found. All life will turn out to have evolved by a process related to Darwinian natural selection of genes, and it will rely heavily on proteins, or molecules which, like proteins, are capable of folding themselves up into a huge variety of shapes. Protein molecules are virtuosos of the auto-origamic arts, on a scale much smaller than that of the sheets of cells we've so far dealt with. Protein molecules are dazzling showcases of what can be achieved when local rules are obeyed on a local scale. Proteins are chains of smaller molecules called amino acids, and these chains, like the sheets of cells we've been considering, also fold themselves in highly determined ways, but on a much smaller scale. In naturally occurring proteins, this is one fact that will presumably be different on alien worlds, there are only 20 kinds of amino acid, and all proteins are chains strung together from just this repertoire of 20, drawn from a much larger set of possible amino acids. Now for the auto-origami. Protein molecules, simply following the laws of chemistry and thermodynamics, spontaneously and automatically twist themselves into precisely shaped three-dimensional configurations. I almost said knots, but unlike hagfish, if I might impart a gratuitously inconsequential but engaging fact, proteins don't literally tie themselves in knots. The three-dimensional structure into which a protein chain folds and twists itself is the tertiary structure that we briefly met when considering the self-assembly of viruses. Any given sequence of amino acids dictates a particular folding pattern. The amino acid sequence, which itself is determined by the coded message in DNA, determines the shape of the tertiary pattern. The shape of the tertiary structure, in turn, has hugely important chemical consequences. The determination of the amino acid sequence by genes is indeed absolute, but the determination of the three-dimensional shape by the one-dimensional amino acid sequence is not absolute, and it really matters. There are some sequences of amino acids that are capable of coiling up into two alternative 3D shapes. The proteins called prions, for example, have two stable shapes. These are discrete alternatives without stable intermediates, in the same way as a light switch is stable in the up position and in the down position, but nowhere in between. Such switch proteins can be disastrous or they can be useful. In the case of prions, they are disastrous. In mad cow disease, a useful protein in the brain, it's a normal constituent of cell membranes, happens to have an alternative form, an alternative way to fold itself in auto-origami. The alternative form is normally never seen, but if it ever arises in one molecule, it triggers neighboring molecules to follow suit. They copy it and flip to the alternative form. Like a wave of falling dominoes or like the irresponsible spreading of a rumour, the alternative prion form spreads through the brain, with disastrous results for the cow, or the person in the case of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or the sheep in the case of scrapie. But sometimes molecules with the ability to auto-origami themselves into more than one alternative shape are useful. Without leaving the metaphor of the light switch, we find a beautiful example. Rhodopsin, the protein in our eyes that is responsible for our sensitivity to light, has an embedded component called retinal, not itself a protein, which flips from its main stable configuration to its alternative configuration when hit by a photon of light. It then swiftly reverts, like a light switch on a cost-cutting timer, but meanwhile the flip has registered with the brain. Light detected at this pinpoint location here. Jacques Monod's wonderful book, Chance and Necessity, is especially good on such bistable switch molecules. The auto-origami by which protein chains fold and coil themselves is ruled by the laws of chemical attraction and the laws determining the angles at which atoms bind to one another. Imagine a necklace of curiously shaped magnets. The necklace would not hang in a graceful catenary around a graceful neck. It would assume some other shape, becoming tangled up as the magnets latched onto each other and slotted into each other's nooks and crannies at various points along the length of the chain. Unlike the case of the protein chain, the exact shape of the tangle would not be predictable because any magnet will attract any other. But it does suggest how chains of amino acids can spontaneously form a complicated knot-like structure which may not look like a chain or a necklace.
The details of how the laws of chemistry determine the tertiary structure of a protein are not yet fully understood. Chemists can't yet deduce, in all cases, how a given sequence of amino acids will coil up. Nevertheless, there is good evidence that the tertiary structure is in principle deducible from the sequence of amino acids. There's nothing mysterious about the phrase "in principle." Nobody can predict how a die will fall, but we all believe it is wholly determined by precise details of how it is thrown, plus some additional facts about wind resistance and so on. It is a demonstrated fact that a particular sequence of amino acids always does coil up into a particular shape, or one of a discrete set of alternative shapes. And, the important point for evolution, the sequence of amino acids is itself fully determined through implementation of the rules of the genetic code by the sequence of triplets of letters in a gene. Even though it is not easy for human chemists to predict what change in protein shape will result from a particular genetic mutation, it is still a fact that once a mutation has occurred, the resulting change of protein shape will be, in principle, predictable. The same mutant gene will reliably produce the same altered protein shape, or discrete menu of alternative shapes. And that is all that matters for natural selection. Natural selection doesn't need to understand why a genetic change has a certain consequence. It is sufficient that it does. If that consequence affects survival, the changed gene itself will stand or fall in the competition to dominate the gene pool, whether or not we understand the exact route by which the gene affects the protein. Given that protein shape is immensely versatile and given that it is determined by genes, why is it so supremely important? Partly because some proteins have a direct structural role to play in the body. Fibrous proteins, such as collagen, join together in stout ropes, which we call ligaments and tendons. But most proteins are not fibrous. Instead, they fold themselves up into their own characteristic globular shape, complete with subtle dents, and this shape determines the protein's characteristic role as an enzyme, which is a catalyst. A catalyst is a chemical substance that speeds up, by as much as 1 billion or even 1 trillion times, a chemical reaction between other substances, while the catalyst itself emerges from the process unscathed and free to catalyze again. Enzymes, which are protein catalysts, are champions among catalysts because of their specificity. They are very fussy about precisely which chemical reactions they speed up. Or perhaps we could say, chemical reactions in living cells are very fussy about which enzymes speed them up. Many reactions in cell chemistry are so slow that without the right enzyme, for practical purposes, they don't occur at all. But with the right enzyme, they happen very fast and can churn out products in bulk.
Here's how I like to put it. A chemistry lab has hundreds of bottles and jars on its shelves, each containing a different pure substance, compounds and elements, solutions and powders. A chemist wishing to perform a certain chemical reaction selects 2 or 3 bottles, takes a sample from each, mixes them in a test tube or a flask, perhaps applies heat, and the reaction takes place. Other chemical reactions that could take place in the lab don't, because the glass walls of the bottles and jars prevent the ingredients meeting. If you want a different chemical reaction, you mix different ingredients in a different flask. Everywhere there are glass barriers keeping the pure substances separate from one another in bottles or jars and keeping the reactive combinations separate from one another in test tubes or flasks or beakers. The living cell, too, is a great chemistry lab, and it has a similarly large store of chemicals. But they aren't kept in separate bottles and jars on shelves. They're all mixed up together. It is as though a vandal, a chemical lord of misrule, entered the lab, seized all the bottles on all the shelves, and tipped them, with anarchistic abandon, into one great cauldron. Terrible thing to do? Well, it would be if they all reacted together in all possible combinations. But they don't. or if they do, the rate at which they react together is so slow that they might as well not be reacting at all. Except, and this is the whole point, if an enzyme is present. There is no need for glass bottles and jars to keep the substances apart because, to all intents and purposes, they are not going to react together anyway unless the right enzyme is present. The equivalent of keeping the chemicals in stoppered bottles until you want to mix a particular pair, say A and B, is to mix all the hundreds of substances up in a great witch's brew, but supply only the right enzyme to catalyze the reaction between A and B and no other combination. Actually, the metaphor of the anarchically inclined bottle tipper goes too far. Cells do contain an infrastructure of membranes between which and within which chemical reactions go on. To some extent, these membranes play the role of glass partitions between test tubes and flasks. The point of this section is that the right enzyme achieves its rightness largely through its physical shape, and that's important because the physical shape is determined by genes, and it is genes whose variations are ultimately favoured or disfavoured by natural selection. Molecules aplenty are drifting and twisting and spinning through the soup that bathes the interior of a cell. A molecule of substance A might be happy to react with a molecule of substance B, but only if they happen to collide when facing in exactly the right direction relative to each other. Crucially, that seldom happens unless the right enzyme intervenes. The enzyme's precise shape, the shape into which it folded itself like a magnetic necklace, leaves it pitted with cavities and dents, each one of which itself has a precise shape. Each enzyme has a so-called active site, which is usually a particular dent or pocket whose shape and chemical properties confer upon the enzyme its specificity. The word dent doesn't adequately convey the specificity, the precision of this mechanism. Perhaps a better comparison is with an electric socket. In what my friend the zoologist John Krebs calls the Great Plug Conspiracy, different countries around the world have irritatingly adopted different arbitrary conventions for plugs and sockets. British plugs won't fit American sockets or French sockets and so on. The active sites on the surface of protein molecules are sockets into which only certain molecules will fit. But whereas the Great Plug Conspiracy runs to only half a dozen separate shapes around the world, quite enough to constitute a continual annoyance to the traveller, the different kinds of sockets sported by enzymes are far more numerous.
Think of a particular enzyme which catalyzes the chemical combination of two molecules, P and Q, to make the compound PQ. One half of the active site socket is just right for a molecule of type P to nestle into, like a jigsaw piece. The other half of the same socket is equally precisely shaped for a Q molecule to slot in, facing exactly the right way to combine chemically with the P molecule that is already there. Sharing a dent, firmly held at just the right angle to each other by the matchmaking enzyme molecule, P and Q unite. The new compound PQ now breaks away into the soup, leaving the active dent in the enzyme molecule free to bring together another P and another Q. A cell may be filled with swarms of identical enzyme molecules, all working away like robots in a car factory, churning out PQ in the cellular equivalent of industrial quantities. Put a different enzyme into the same cell, and it will churn out a different product, perhaps PR or QS or YZ. The end product is different, even though the available raw materials are the same. Other types of enzymes are concerned not with constructing new compounds, but with breaking down old ones. Some of these enzymes are involved in digesting food, and they are exploited too in biological washing powders. But since this section is about the construction of embryos, we are here mostly concerned with constructive enzymes, which broker the synthesis of new chemical compounds.
A problem may have occurred to you. It's all very well to talk of jigsaw dents and sockets, highly specific active sites capable of speeding up a particular chemical reaction a trillionfold, but doesn't it sound too good to be true? How do enzyme molecules of exactly the right shape evolve from less perfect beginnings? What is the probability that a socket, shaped at random, will have just the right shape and just the right chemical properties to arrange a marriage between two molecules, P and Q, finessing their encounter at exactly the right angle? Not very great if you think Finnish jigsaw, or indeed if you think great plug conspiracy. Instead, you have to think smooth gradient of improvement. As so often when we are faced with the riddle of how complex and improbable things can arise in evolution, it is a fallacy to assume that the final perfection that we see today is the way it always was. Fully fashioned, highly evolved enzyme molecules achieve trillion-fold speed-ups of the reactions they catalyze, and they do so by being beautifully crafted to exactly the right shape. But you don't need a trillion-fold speed-up in order to be favored by natural selection. A million-fold will do nicely, so will 1,000-fold, and even 10-fold or 2-fold would be enough for natural selection to get an adequate grip. There is a smooth gradient of improvement in an enzyme's performance, all the way from almost no dent at all through a crudely shaped dent to a socket of exactly the right shape and chemical signature. Gradient means that each step is a noticeable improvement, however slight, over the one before. And noticeable for natural selection can mean an improvement smaller than the minimum that would be required for us to notice it. So you see the way it works. Elegant.
A cell is a versatile chemical factory capable of spewing out massive quantities of a wide variety of different substances, the choice being made by which enzyme is present. And how is that choice made? By which gene is turned on. Just as the cell is a vat filled with lots of chemicals, only a minority of which react with each other, so every cell nucleus contains the entire genome, but with only a minority of genes turned on. When a gene is turned on in, say, a cell of the pancreas, its sequence of code letters directly determines the sequence of amino acids in a protein. And the sequence of amino acids determines, remember the image of the magnetic necklace? The shape into which the protein folds itself, and the shape into which the protein folds itself determines precisely shaped sockets that marry up substances drifting around in the cell. Every cell, with very few exceptions, such as red blood corpuscles which lack a nucleus, contains the genes for making all the enzymes. But in any one cell, only a few genes will be turned on at any one time. In, say, thyroid cells, the genes that make the right enzymes for catalyzing the manufacture of thyroid hormone are turned on, and correspondingly for all the different kinds of cells. Finally, the chemical reactions that go on in a cell determine the way that cell is shaped and the way it behaves, and the way it participates in origami-style interactions with other cells. So the whole course of embryonic development is controlled via an intricate sequence of events by genes. It is genes which determine sequences of amino acids, which determine tertiary structures of proteins, which determine the socket-like shapes of active sites, which determine cell chemistry, which determine starling-like cell behavior in embryonic development. So, differences in genes can, at the originating end of the complex chain of events, cause differences in the way embryos develop, and hence differences in the form and behavior of adults. The survival and reproductive success of those adults then feeds back on the survival in the gene pool of the genes that made the difference between success and failure. And that is natural selection.
Embryology seems complicated, is complicated, but it's easy to grasp the important point, which is that we are dealing with local self-assembly processes all the way. It's a separate question, given that almost all the cells contain all the genes, how it is decided which genes are turned on in each different kind of cell. I must briefly deal with that now. Then worms shall try. Whether or not a given gene is turned on in a given cell at a given time is determined, often via a cascade of other genes called switch genes or controller genes, by the chemical environment of the cell. Thyroid cells are quite different from muscle cells, and so on, even though their genes are the same. That's all very well, you may say, once the development of the embryo is underway and the different kinds of tissues, such as thyroid and muscle, already exist. But every embryo starts out as a single cell. Thyroid cells and muscle cells, liver cells and bone cells, pancreas cells and skin cells, all are descended from a single fertilized egg cell via a branching family tree. This is a cellular family tree going back no further than the moment of conception, nothing to do with the evolutionary tree going back millions of years, which keeps cropping up in this book. Scientists have worked out, for example, the complete family tree of all 558 cells of a newly hatched larva of the nematode worm Caenorhabditis elegans. By the way, I don't know what this tiny worm did to earn its species name of elegans, but I can think of a good reason why it might have deserved it retrospectively. I know that not all my readers like my digressions, but the research that has been done on Caenorhabditis elegans is such a ringing triumph of science that you aren't going to stop me. Caenorhabditis elegans was chosen in the 1960s as an ideal experimental animal by the formidably brilliant South African biologist Sidney Brenner. He had recently completed his work with Francis Crick and others at Cambridge on cracking the genetic code, and was looking around for a new big problem to solve. His inspired choice and his own pioneering research on its genetics and neuroanatomy has led to a worldwide community of Caenorhabditis researchers that has grown into the thousands. It is only a bit of an exaggeration to say that we now know everything about Caenorhabditis elegans. We know its entire genome. We know exactly where every one of its 558 cells, in the larva 959 in the adult hermaphroditic form, not counting reproductive cells, is in the body. And we know the exact family history of every one of those cells through embryonic development. We know of a large number of mutant genes which produce abnormal worms, and we know exactly where the mutation acts in the body and the exact cellular history of how the abnormality develops. This little animal is known from start to finish, known inside out, known from head to tail, and all stations in between, known through and through, O frabjous day. Brenner was belatedly recognized with the Nobel Prize for Physiology in 2002, and a related species was named in his honor, Caenorhabditis brenneri. His regular column in the journal Current Biology, under the byline Uncle Sid, is a model of intelligent and irreverent scientific wit, as elegant as the worldwide research effort on C. elegans that he inspired. But I do wish molecular biologists would talk to some zoologists, like Brenner himself, and learn not to refer to Caenorhabditis as the nematode, or even the worm, as though there were no others. Looking at the printed family tree of Caenorhabditis elegans cells, the extremities say things like pharynx, intestinal muscle, body muscle, sphincter muscle, ring ganglion, lumbar ganglion. The cells of all these types are literally cousins of one another, cousins by virtue of their ancestry within the lifetime of the individual worm. For example, I am looking at a particular body muscle cell called MSPAPPPPA, which is a sibling of another body muscle cell, first cousin of two more body muscle cells, first cousin once removed of two more body muscle cells, second cousin of 6 pharynx cells, third cousin of 17 pharynx cells, and so on. Isn't it amazing that we can actually use words like second cousin once removed with the utmost precision and certainty to refer to named and repeatably identifiable cells in an animal's body? The number of cell generations that separates the tissues from the original egg is not that great. After all, there are only 558 cells in the larval body, and you can theoretically make 1024, 2 to the power 10, in 10 generations of cell splitting. The numbers of cell generations for human cells would be much larger. Nevertheless, you could in theory make a similar family tree for every one of your trillion-odd cells, as opposed to the 558 cells of a C. elegans female larva. tracing each one's descent back to the one fertilized egg cell. In mammals, however, it is not possible to identify particular, repeatably named cells. In us, it is more a case of statistical populations of cells whose details are different in different people. I hope my euphoric digression on the elegance of Caenorhabditis research has not distracted us too far from the point I was making about how cell types change in their shape and character as they branch away from one another in the embryonic family tree. At the branching point between a clone that is destined to become pharynx cells and a cousin clone that is destined to become ring ganglion cells, there has to be something to distinguish them, otherwise how would they know to turn on different genes? The answer is that when the most recent common ancestor of the two clones divided, the two halves of the cell before division were different. So when the cell divided, the two daughter cells, though identical in their genes, were not identical in the surrounding chemicals. And this meant that the same genes were not turned on, which changed the fate of their descendants. The same principle applies right through embryology, including its very start. The key to differentiation in all animals is asymmetric cell division. Sir John Sulston was another of the triumvirate who won the Nobel Prize for the Caenorhabditis work. He went on to lead the British end of the official Human Genome Project. He and his colleagues traced each of the cells in the body of the worm back to one and only one of 6 founder cells. We might even call them matriarch cells, called AB, MS, E, D, C, and P4. In naming the cells, they used a neat notation that summarized the history of each one. Every cell's name begins with the name of one of these 6 founder cells, the one from which it is descended. Thereafter, its name is a string of letters, the initial letters of the direction of cell division that gave rise to it: A for anterior, P for posterior, D for dorsal, V for ventral, L for left, R for right. For example, CA and CP are the 2 daughters of matriarch C, the anterior and posterior daughters respectively. Notice that every cell has no more than 2 daughters, of which one may die. I am now looking at a particular body muscle cell whose name CAPPPPV succinctly discloses its history. C had an anterior daughter, which had a posterior 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 daughter, which had a ventral daughter, which is the body muscle cell in question. Every cell in the body is denoted by a comparable string of letters headed by one of the 6 founder cells. ABPRPAPPPAP, to take another example, is a nerve cell that sits in the ventral nerve cord running along the length of the worm. Needless to say, it is not necessary to take in the details. The beautiful point is that every single cell in the body has such a name, which totally describes its history during embryology. Every one of the 11 cell divisions that gave rise to that cell and every other cell was an asymmetric division with the potential for different genes to be switched on in each of the 2 daughter cells. And in all animals, that is the principle by which tissues differentiate, even though all their cells contain the same genes. Most animals, of course, have far more cells than Caenorhabditis' 558, and their embryonic development is in most cases less rigidly determined. In particular, as Sir John Sulston kindly reminds me, and as I have already briefly mentioned, in a mammal, the family trees of our cells are different for every individual, whereas in Caenorhabditis they're almost identical, except in mutant individuals. Nevertheless, the principle remains the same. In any animal, cells differ from each other in different parts of the body, even though they are genetically identical, because of their history of asymmetric cell division during the short course of embryonic development.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. There is no overall plan of development, no blueprint, no architect's plan, no architect. The development of the embryo, and ultimately of the adult, is achieved by local rules implemented by cells interacting with other cells on a local basis. What goes on inside cells, similarly, is governed by local rules that apply to molecules, especially protein molecules, within the cells and in the cell membranes, interacting with other such molecules. Again, the rules are local, local, local. Nobody, reading the sequence of letters in the DNA of a fertilized egg, could predict the shape of the animal it is going to grow into. The only way to discover that is to grow the egg in the natural way and see what it turns into. No electronic computer could work it out unless it was programmed to simulate the natural biological process itself, in which case you might as well dispense with the electronic version and use the developing embryo as its own computer. This way of generating large and complex structures purely by the execution of local rules is deeply distinct from the blueprint way of doing things. If the DNA were some kind of linearized blueprint, it would be a relatively trivial exercise to program a computer to read the letters and draw the animal. But it would not be at all easy, indeed it might be impossible, for the animal to have evolved in the first place.
And now, so that this discussion on embryos should not end up as a mere digression in a book on evolution, I must return to the sincere dilemma of Haldane's questioner. Given that genes control processes of embryonic development rather than adult shape, given that natural selection, like God, doesn't build tiny wings but embryology does, how does natural selection go to work on animals to shape their bodies and their behavior? How does natural selection go to work on embryos, in other words, to rejig them so they become ever more proficient at building successful bodies with wings or fins, leaves or armor plating, stings or tentacles, or whatever it takes to survive?
Natural selection is the differential survival of successful genes rather than alternative, less successful genes in gene pools. Natural selection doesn't choose genes directly. Instead, it chooses their proxies, individual bodies. And those individuals are chosen, obviously and automatically and without deliberate intervention, by whether they survive to reproduce copies of the very same genes. A gene's survival is intimately bound up with the survival of the bodies that it helps to build, because it rides inside those bodies and dies with them. Any given gene can expect to find itself, in the form of copies of itself, riding inside a large number of bodies, both simultaneously in a population of contemporaries, and successively as generation gives way to generation. Statistically, therefore, a gene that tends on average to have a good effect on the survival prospects of the bodies in which it finds itself will tend to increase in frequency in the gene pool. So, on average, the genes that we encounter in a gene pool will tend to be those genes that are good at building bodies. This section has been about the procedures by which genes build bodies.
Haldane's interlocutor found it implausible that natural selection could put together in, say, 1 billion years, a genetic recipe for building her. I find it plausible, although, of course, neither I nor anybody else can tell you the details of how it happened. The reason it is plausible is precisely that it is all done by local rules. In any one act of natural selection, the mutation that is selected has had, in lots of cells and in lots of individuals in parallel, a very simple effect on the shape into which a protein chain spontaneously coils up. This, in turn, through catalytic action, speeds up, say, a particular chemical reaction in all the cells in which the gene is turned on. This changes, perhaps, the rate of growth of the embryonic primordium of the jaw, and this has consequential effects on the shape of the whole face, perhaps shortening the muzzle and giving a more human and less ape-like profile. Now, the natural selection pressures that favor or disfavor the gene can be as complicated as you like. They might involve sexual selection, perhaps aesthetic choice of a high order by would-be sexual partners. Or the change in jaw shape might have a subtle effect on the animal's ability to crack nuts, or its ability to fight rivals. Some hugely elaborate combination of selection pressures, conflicting and compromising with one another in bewildering complexity, can bear upon the statistical success of this particular gene as it propagates itself through the gene pool. But the gene knows nothing of this. All it is doing, within different bodies and in successive generations, is rejigging a carefully sculpted dent in a protein molecule. The rest of the story follows automatically, in branching cascades of local consequences from which, eventually, a whole body emerges.
Even more complicated than the selection pressures in the ecological, sexual and social environments of the animals is the phantasmagoric network of influences that go on within and among the developing cells. Influences of genes on proteins, genes on genes, proteins on the expression of genes, proteins on proteins, membranes, chemical gradients, physical and chemical guide rails in embryos, hormones and other mediators of action at a distance, labeled cells seeking others with identical or complementary labels. Nobody understands the whole picture, and nobody needs to understand it in order to accept the exquisite plausibility of natural selection. Natural selection favours the survival in the gene pool of the genetic mutations responsible for making crucial changes in embryos. The whole picture emerges as a consequence of hundreds of thousands of small, local interactions, each one comprehensible in principle, although it may be too hard or too time-consuming to unravel in practice, to anyone with sufficient patience to examine it. The whole may be baffling and mysterious in practice, but there is no mystery in principle, either in embryology itself or in the evolutionary history by which the controlling genes came to prominence in the gene pool. The complications accumulated gradually over evolutionary time. Each step was only a tiny bit different from the one before, and each step was accomplished by a small, subtle change in an existing local rule. When you have a sufficient number of small entities, cells, protein molecules, membranes, each at its own level obeying local rules and influencing others, then the eventual consequence is dramatic. If genes survive, or fail to survive as a consequence of their influence on such local entities and their behaviour, natural selection of successful genes and the emergence of their successful products will inevitably follow. Haldane's questioner was wrong. It is not in principle difficult to make something like her. And as Haldane said, it only takes 9 months.
Chapter 9. The Arc of the Continents. Imagine a world without islands. Biologists often use the word island to mean something other than just a piece of land surrounded by water. From the point of view of a freshwater fish, a lake is an island of habitable water surrounded by inhospitable land. From the point of view of an alpine beetle, incapable of flourishing below a certain altitude, each high peak is an island, with almost impassable valleys between. There are tiny nematode worms, related to the elegant Caenorhabditis, which live inside leaves, as many as 10,000 of them in a single badly infected leaf, diving into them through the stomata, which are the microscopic holes through which leaves take in carbon dioxide and release oxygen. To a leaf-dwelling nematode worm such as Aphelencoides, a single foxglove is an island. To a louse, a single human head or crotch might be an island. There must be lots of animals and plants that regard an oasis in a desert as an island of cool green habitability surrounded by a hostile sea of sand. And while we are redefining words from an animal's point of view, since an archipelago is a chain or cluster of islands, I suppose a freshwater fish might define an archipelago as a chain or cluster of lakes, such as the lakes along the Great Rift Valley in Africa. An alpine marmot might define a chain of mountain peaks separated by valleys as an archipelago. A leaf-mining insect might regard an avenue of trees as an archipelago. A botfly might regard a herd of cattle as a moving archipelago. Having redefined the word island, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath, let me return to my opening. Imagine a world without islands.
He had bought a large map representing the sea, without the least vestige of land, and the crew were much pleased when they found it to be a map they could all understand.
We won't go quite as far as the bellman, but imagine if all the land were gathered together in one great continent in the middle of a featureless sea. There are no islands offshore, no lakes or mountain ranges on the land, nothing to break the monotonous sweep of smooth uniformity. In this world, an animal can easily go from anywhere to anywhere else, limited only by sheer distance, untroubled by inhospitable barriers. This is not a world friendly to evolution. Life on Earth would be extremely boring if there were no islands, and I want to begin this section by explaining why. How new species are born. Every species is a cousin of every other. Any two species are descended from an ancestral species which split into two. For example, the common ancestor of people and budgerigars lived about 310 million years ago. The ancestral species split into two, and the two strands went their separate ways for the rest of time. I chose human and budgie to make it vivid, but that same ancestral species is shared by all mammals on one side of that early divide, and all reptiles, zoologically speaking, birds are reptiles as we have seen, on the other side. In the unlikely event that a fossil of this ancestral species was ever found, it would need a name. Let's call it Protamneo-darwinii. We don't know any details about it, and the details don't matter at all for the argument, but we won't go far wrong if we imagine it as a sprawling lizard-like creature scurrying about catching insects. Now, here's the point. When Protamneo-darwinii split into two subpopulations, they would have looked just the same as each other, and could have happily interbred with each other, but one lot were destined to give rise to the mammals, and the other lot were destined to give rise to the birds, and dinosaurs and snakes and crocodiles. These two subpopulations of Protamneo-darwinii were about to diverge from each other over a very long time and in a very big way. But they couldn't diverge if they kept on interbreeding with each other. The two gene pools would continually flood each other with genes, so any tendency to diverge would be nipped in the bud before it could get going, swamped by gene flow from the other population. What actually happened at this epic parting of the ways, nobody knows. It happened a very long time ago, and we have no idea where. But modern evolutionary theory would confidently reconstruct something like the following history. The two subpopulations of Protamneo-darwinii somehow became separated from each other, most likely by a geographical barrier, such as a strip of sea separating two islands, or separating an island from a mainland. It could have been a mountain range that separated two valleys, or a river separating two forests, two islands in the general sense I defined. All that matters is that the two populations were isolated from one another for long enough so that, when time and chance eventually reunited them, they found they had diverged so much that they couldn't interbreed any more. How long is long enough? Well, if they were subject to strong and contrasting selection pressures, it could be as little as a few centuries, or even less. For example, an island might lack a voracious predator that prowled the mainland. Or the island population might have shifted from an insectivorous to a vegetarian diet, like the Adriatic lizards of Podmakaru, which we discussed earlier. Once again, we can't know the details of how Protamneo-darwinii split, and we don't need to. The evidence from modern animals gives us every reason to think that something like the story I have just told is what happened in the past, for every one of the divergences between the ancestry of any animal and any other.
Even if conditions on either side of the barrier are identical, two geographically separated gene pools of the same species will eventually drift apart from one another to the point where they can no longer interbreed when the geographical isolation eventually comes to an end. Random changes in the two gene pools will gradually build up to the point where if a male and a female from the two sides meet, their genomes will be too different to combine to make a fertile offspring. whether by random drift alone or with the aid of differential natural selection, once the two gene pools have reached the point where they no longer need the geographical isolation to stay genetically separate, we call them two different species. In our hypothetical case, perhaps the island population changed more than the mainland population because of the lack of predators and the switch to a more vegetarian diet. So a zoologist of the time might have recognized that the island population had become a new species and given it a new name, say Protamniosaurops, while the old name, Protamnio darwinii, might have continued to serve for the mainland population. In our hypothetical scenario, perhaps it was the island population that was destined to give rise to the sauropsid reptiles, that's everything we call reptiles today, plus birds, while the mainland population eventually gave rise to the mammals.
Once again, I must stress the details of this little story are pure fiction. It could equally well have been the island population that gave rise to the mammals. The island could have been an oasis surrounded by desert rather than land surrounded by water. And of course we haven't the faintest idea whereabouts on the Earth's surface this great divide took place. Indeed, the world map would have looked so different that the question scarcely means anything. What is not fiction is the major lesson. Most, if not all, of the millions of evolutionary divergences that have populated the Earth with such luxuriant diversity began with the chance separation of two subpopulations of a species, often, though not always, on either side of a geographical barrier, such as a sea, a river, a mountain range, or a desert valley. Biologists use the word speciation for the splitting of a species into two daughter species. Most biologists will tell you that geographical isolation is the normal prelude to speciation, although some, especially entomologists, may chime in with the reservation that sympatric speciation can also be important. Sympatric speciation, too, requires some kind of initial incidental separation to get the ball rolling, but it is something other than geographical separation. It could be a local change in microclimate. I won't go into the details, but I will just say that sympatric speciation seems to be especially important for insects. Nevertheless, for simplicity's sake, I shall in the rest of this chapter assume that the initial separation that precedes speciation is normally geographical. You may remember that in Chapter 2's treatment of domestic dog breeds, I likened the effect of the rules imposed by pedigree breeders to the creation of virtual islands.
One might really fancy. How then do two populations of a species find themselves on opposite sides of a geographical barrier? Sometimes the barrier itself is the novelty. An earthquake opens up an impassable gorge, or changes the course of a river, and a species that had been a single breeding population finds itself severed in two. More usually the barrier was there all along, and it is the animals themselves that cross it in a rare freak event. It has to be rare, otherwise it doesn't deserve to be called a barrier at all.
Before the 4th of October 1995, there were no members of the species Iguana iguana on the Caribbean island of Anguilla. On that date, a population of these large lizards suddenly appeared on the eastern side of the island. Fortuitously, they were actually seen arriving. They were clinging to a mat of driftwood and uprooted trees some more than 30 feet long that had drifted from a neighbouring island, probably Guadeloupe, 160 miles away. The previous month, two hurricanes, Lewis on 4th to 5th September and Marilyn 2 weeks later, had ripped through the area and could easily have uprooted the trees complete with iguanas, which habitually spend time up trees. The new population on Anguilla was still going strong in 1998, and Dr. Ellen Kensky, who led the original study, informs me that they are flourishing to this day, seemingly more so than the other species of iguana that lived on Anguilla before the new invaders arrived. The point about such freak dispersal events is that they must be common enough to account for speciation, but not too common. If they were too common, if, say, iguanas drifted from Guadeloupe to Anguilla every year, the incipiently speciating population on Anguilla would be continually swamped by incoming gene flow and therefore could not diverge from the Guadeloupe population. By the way, please don't be misled by my use of a phrase like must be common enough. It could be misunderstood to mean that steps of some kind were taken to ensure that the island were just the right distance apart to facilitate speciation. Of course, that puts the cart before the horse. It is rather that wherever there happen to be islands in the broad sense as always, spaced out at an appropriate distance to facilitate speciation, there speciation will occur. And the appropriate distance will depend on how easy it is for the animals concerned to travel. The 160 miles that separate Guadeloupe from Anguilla would be child's play to any strong flying bird such as a petrel. But even a sea crossing of a few hundred yards might be difficult enough to midwife a new species of, say, frogs or wingless insects. The Galapagos archipelago is separated from the mainland of South America by about 600 miles of open water, nearly 4 times as far as those iguanas sailed on their uprooted raft to Anguilla. The islands are all volcanic and young by geological standards. None of them has ever been connected to any mainland. The entire fauna and flora of the islands must have travelled there, presumably from mainland South America. Even though small birds can fly, 600 miles is enough to make a crossing by finches a very rare event. Not so rare that it couldn't happen, however, and there are finches on Galapagos whose ancestors, at some point in history, were presumably blown across, perhaps by a freak storm. These finches are all of a recognizably South American type, although the species themselves are unique to the Galapagos Islands.
41.
The islands themselves are only tens of miles from each other, but hundreds of miles from the mainland. What a wonderful recipe for speciation! It would be too simple to say that the chance of being accidentally blown or rafted across a sea barrier to an island is inversely proportional to the width of the barrier. Nevertheless, there will clearly be some sort of inverse correlation between distance and probability of crossing. The difference between the average inter-island distance of a few tens of miles and the 600-mile distance to the mainland is so large that you would expect the archipelago to be a powerhouse of speciation. And so it is, as Darwin eventually realized, although not until he had left the islands, never to return. This disparity between tens of miles as the distance between islands within the archipelago and hundreds of miles as the distance of the whole archipelago from the mainland leads the evolutionist to expect that the different islands might house species that are pretty similar to each other but different from their counterparts on the mainland. And that is exactly what we do find. Darwin himself put it well, coming tantalizingly close to evolutionary language even before he had properly formulated his ideas. Note the phrase, "one species had been taken and modified for different ends." I shall repeat it throughout this chapter in different contexts.
Seeing this gradation and diversity of structure in one small, intimately related group of birds, one might really fancy that from an original paucity of birds in this archipelago, one species had been taken and modified for different ends. In a like manner, it might be fancied that a bird, originally a buzzard, had been induced here to undertake the office of the carrion-feeding polybori of the American continent.
The last sentence is a reference to the Galapagos hawk, Buteo galapagoensis, another species that is found only on Galapagos, but which somewhat resembles species on the mainland, especially Buteo swainsoni, which annually migrates between North and South America and could well have been blown off course on 1 or 2 freak occasions. Nowadays we should refer to the Galapagos hawk and the flightless cormorant as endemic to the islands, meaning that this is the only place where they are found. Darwin himself, who had not yet fully embraced evolution, used the then-current phrase aboriginal creations, which meant that God had created them here and nowhere else. He used the same phrase of the giant tortoises, which then abounded on all the islands, and also of the 2 species of iguana, the Galapagos land iguana and the Galapagos marine iguana. The marine iguanas are truly remarkable creatures, quite different from anything seen anywhere else in the world. They dive to the sea bottom and graze seaweed, which seems to be their only food. They're graceful swimmers, although not, in Darwin's outspoken view, beautiful to look at.
It is a hideous-looking creature, of a dirty black colour, stupid and sluggish in its movements. The usual length of a full-grown one is about a yard, but there are some even 4 feet long. Their tails are flattened sideways, and all 4 feet partially webbed. When in the water, this lizard swims with perfect ease and quickness, by a serpentine movement of its body and flattened tail, the legs being motionless and closely collapsed on its sides.
This is from The Voyage of the Beagle. Victorian naturalists were given to value judgments of this kind in their books. My grandparents possessed a bird book in which the entry on the cormorant frankly began, "There is nothing to be said for this deplorable bird." Since marine iguanas are so good at swimming, it might be supposed that they, rather than the land iguanas, made the long crossing from the mainland and subsequently speciated in the archipelago to give rise to the land iguana. This is almost certainly not the case, however. The Galapagos land iguana is not greatly different from iguanas still living on the mainland, whereas the marine iguanas are unique to the Galapagos archipelago. No lizard with the same marine habits has ever been found elsewhere in the world. We are nowadays confident that it was the land iguana that originally arrived from the South American mainland, perhaps carted on driftwood like the modern ones from Guadeloupe that were blown to Anguilla. On Galapagos they subsequently speciated to give rise to the marine iguana, and it was almost certainly the geographical isolation permitted by the spaced-out pattern of the islands that made possible the initial separation between the ancestral land iguanas and the newly speciating marine iguanas. Presumably, some land iguanas were accidentally rafted across to a hitherto iguana-free island and there adopted a marine habit, free from contamination by genes flowing in from the land iguanas on the original island. Much later, they spread to other islands, eventually returning to the island from which their land ancestors had originally hailed. By now, they could no longer interbreed with them, and their genetically inherited marine habits were safe from contamination by land iguana genes. In example after example, Darwin noticed the same thing. The animals and plants of each island of Galapagos are largely endemic to the archipelago, aboriginal creations, but they are also for the most part unique in detail from island to island, for which he used the magnificently naval-sounding English names. He was especially impressed with the plants in this respect.
Hence we have the truly wonderful fact that in James Island, Santiago, of the 38 Galapagos plants, or those found in no other part of the world, 30 are exclusively confined to this one island. And in Albemarle Island, Isabella, of the 26th aboriginal Galapagos plants, 22 are confined to this one island. That is, only 4 are at present known to grow in the other islands of the archipelago. And so on, with the plants of Chatham, San Cristobal, and Charles, Floriana Islands.
He noticed the same thing with the distribution of mockingbirds over the islands.
My attention was first thoroughly aroused by comparing together the numerous specimens, shot by myself and several other parties on board, of the mocking thrushes, when, to my astonishment, I discovered that all those from Charles Island belonged to one species, Mimus trifasciatus, all from Albemarle Island to Mimus parvulus, and all from James and Chatham Islands, between which 2 other islands are situated as connecting links, belong to Mimus melanotis.
So it is all over the world. The fauna and flora of a particular region are just what we should expect if, to quote Darwin on the finches that now bear his name, one species had been taken and modified for different ends. The vice-governor of the Galapagos Islands, Mr. Lawson, intrigued Darwin by informing him
that the tortoises differed from the different islands, and that he himself could with certainty tell from which island any one was brought. I did not for some time pay sufficient attention to this statement, and I had already partially mingled together the collections from 2 of the islands. I never dreamed that islands about 50 or 60 miles apart, and most of them in sight of each other, formed of precisely the same rocks, placed under a quite similar climate, rising to a nearly equal height, would have been differently tenanted.
All the Galapagos giant tortoises are similar to a particular mainland species of land tortoise, Geochelone chilensis, which is smaller than any of them. At some point, during the few million years that the islands have existed, one or a few of these mainland tortoises inadvertently fell in the sea and floated across. How could they have survived the long and doubtless arduous crossing? Surely most of them didn't, but it would have only taken one female to do the trick, and tortoises are astonishingly well equipped to survive the crossing. The early whalers took thousands of giant tortoises from the Galapagos Islands away in their ships for food. To keep the meat fresh, the tortoises were not killed until needed, but they were not fed or watered while waiting to be butchered. They were simply turned on their backs, sometimes stacked several deep, so they couldn't walk away. I tell the story not in order to horrify, although I have to say that such barbaric cruelty does horrify me, but to make a point. Tortoises can survive for weeks without food or fresh water, easily long enough to float in the Humboldt Current from South America to the Galapagos archipelago. And tortoises do float. Having reached and multiplied upon their first Galapagos island, the tortoises would with comparative ease, again accidentally, have island-hopped the much shorter distances to the rest of the archipelago by the same means. And they did what many animals do when they arrive on an island: they evolved to become larger. This is the long-noticed phenomenon of island gigantism. Confusingly, there is an equally well-known phenomenon of island dwarfism. The rule seems to be that on islands big animals get smaller. For example, there were dwarf elephants, the height of a large dog, on Mediterranean islands such as Sicily and Crete, while small animals get bigger, as in the Galapagos tortoises. There are several theories for this divergent tendency, but the details would take us too far afield. If the tortoises had followed the pattern of Darwin's famous finches, they would have evolved a different species on each of the islands. Then, after subsequent accidental driftings from island to island, they would have been unable to interbreed. That's the definition, remember, of a separate species, and would have been free to evolve a different way of life, uncontaminated by genetic swamping. You could say that the different species' incompatible mating habits and preferences constitute a kind of genetic substitute for the geographic isolation of separate islands. Though they overlap geographically, they are now isolated on separate islands of mating exclusivity. So they can diverge yet further. The large, the medium, and the small ground finch originally diverged on different islands. The three species now coexist on most of the Galapagos Islands, never interbreeding and each specializing in a different kind of seed diet. The tortoises did something similar, evolving distinctive shell shapes on the different islands. The species on the larger islands have high domes. Those on the smaller islands have saddle-shaped shells with a high-lipped window at the front for the head. The reason for this seems to be that the large islands are wet enough to grow grass, and the tortoises there are grazers. The smaller islands are mostly too dry for grass, and the tortoises resort to browsing on cactuses. The high-lipped saddle shell allows the neck to reach up to the cactuses which, for their part, grow higher in an evolutionary arms race against the browsing tortoises. The tortoise story adds to the finch model the further complication that, for tortoises, volcanoes are islands within islands. Volcanoes provide high, cool, damp, green oases surrounded at low altitude by dry lava fields which, for a grazing land tortoise, constitute hostile deserts. Each of the smaller islands has a large single volcano and its own single species or subspecies of giant tortoise, except those few islands that have none at all. The big island of Isabella, Albemarle to Darwin, consists of a string of 5 major volcanoes, and each volcano has its own species or subspecies of tortoise. Truly, Isabella is an archipelago within an archipelago, a system of islands within an island. And the principle of islands in the literal geographical sense, setting the stage for the evolution of islands in the metaphorical genetic sense of species, has never been more elegantly demonstrated than here in the archipelago of Darwin's blessed youth.
42. Islands don't come much more isolated than St. Helena, a single volcano in the South Atlantic, some 1,200 miles from the coast of Africa. It has about 100 endemic plants. The young Darwin would have called them aboriginal creations, and the older Darwin would have said they evolved there. Among these are, or were, for some of them are now extinct, forest trees belonging to the daisy family. These trees resemble in habit trees on the African mainland to which they are not closely related. The mainland plants to which they are related are herbs, or small shrubs. What must have happened is that a few seeds of small herbs or shrubs chanced across the 1,000-mile gap from Africa, settled on St. Helena, and, because the niche of forest trees was unfilled, evolved larger and more woody trunks until they became proper trees. Similar tree-like daisies have evolved independently on the Galapagos archipelago. It is the same pattern on islands the world over. Each of the great African lakes has its own unique fish fauna, dominated by the group called cichlids. The cichlid faunas of Lake Victoria, Lake Tanganyika and Lake Malawi, each several hundred species strong, are completely distinct from each other. They have evidently evolved separately in the three lakes, which makes it all the more fascinating that they've converged on the same range of trades in all three. In each lake, it looks as though one or two founder species somehow made their way in, perhaps from rivers in the first place. And in each lake, these founders then speciated and speciated again to populate the lake with the hundreds of species we see today. How, within the confines of a lake, did the budding species achieve the initial geographical isolation that enabled them to split apart?
When introducing islands, I explained that, from a fish's point of view, a lake surrounded by land is an island. Slightly less obviously, even an island in the conventional sense of land surrounded by water can be an island for a fish, especially a fish that lives only in shallow water. In the sea, think of a coral reef fish, which never ventures into deep water. From its point of view, the shallow fringe of a coral island is an island, and the Great Barrier Reef is an archipelago. Something similar can happen even in a lake. Within a lake, especially a large one, a rocky outcrop can be an island for a fish whose habits confine it to shallow water. This is almost certainly how at least some of the cichlids in the African Great Lakes achieved their initial isolation. Most individuals were confined to shallow water around islands or in bays and inlets. This achieved partial isolation from other such pockets of shallow water, linked by occasional traversing's of the deeper water between them to form the watery equivalent of a Galapagos-like archipelago. There's good evidence, for example from sediment core samples, that the level of Lake Malawi — it was called Lake Nyasa when I spent my first bucket and spade holidays on its sandy beaches — rises and falls dramatically over the centuries and reached a low point in the 18th century, more than 100 meters lower than the present level. Many of its islands were not islands at all during that time, but hills in the land around the then smaller lake. When the lake level rose, in the 19th and 20th centuries, the hills became islands, ranges of hills became archipelagos, and the process of speciation took off among the cichlids that live in shallow water, known locally as mbuna. As one local author wrote, almost every rocky outcrop and island has a unique mbuna fauna, with endless colour forms and species. As many of these islands and outcrops were dry land within the last 200 to 300 years, the establishment of the faunas has taken place within that time. Such rapid speciation is something the cichlid fishes are extremely good at. Lake Malawi and Lake Tanganyika are old, but Lake Victoria is extremely young. The lake basin was formed only about 400,000 years ago, and it has dried up completely several times since then, most recently about 17,000 years ago. This seems to mean that its endemic fauna of 450 or so species of cichlid fishes have all evolved over a timescale of centuries, not the millions of years that we usually associate with evolutionary divergence on this grand scale. The cichlids of Africa's lakes impress us mightily with what evolution can do in a short space of time. They almost qualified for inclusion in the Before Our Very Eyes chapter. The woods and forests of Australia are dominated by trees of a single genus, Eucalyptus, and there are more than 700 species of them, filling a huge range of niches. Once again, Darwin's dictum about finches can be co-opted. One could almost imagine that one species of eucalypt had been taken and modified for different ends. And along parallel lines, an even more famous example is the Australian mammal fauna. In Australia there are, or were until recent extinctions possibly caused by the arrival of Aboriginal people, the ecological equivalents of wolves, cats, rabbits, moles, shrews, lions, flying squirrels, and many others. Yet they are marsupials, quite different from the wolves, cats, rabbits, moles, shrews, lions, and flying squirrels with which we are familiar in the rest of the world, the so-called placental mammals. The Australian equivalents are all descended from just a few, or even one, ancestral marsupial species taken and modified for different ends. This beautiful marsupial fauna has also produced creatures for which it is harder to find a counterpart outside Australia. The many species of kangaroo mostly fill antelope-like niches, or monkey or lemur-like niches in the case of the tree kangaroos, but get about by hopping rather than galloping. They range from the large red kangaroo, and some even larger extinct ones, including a fearsome bounding carnivore, to the small wallabies and tree kangaroos. There were giant rhinoceros-sized marsupials, diprotodonts, related to modern wombats, but 3 yards long, 6 feet tall at the shoulder, and weighing 2 tons. I shall return to the marsupials of Australia in the next chapter. It is almost too ridiculous to mention it, but I'm afraid I have to, because of the more than 40% of the American population who, as I lamented in Chapter 1, accept the Bible literally. Think what the geographical distribution of animals should look like if they'd all dispersed from Noah's Ark. Shouldn't there be some sort of law of decreasing species diversity as we move away from an epicenter, perhaps Mount Ararat? I don't need to tell you that that is not what we see.
Why would all those marsupials, ranging from tiny pouched mice through koalas and bilbies to giant kangaroos and diprotodonts, why would all those marsupials, but no placentals at all, have migrated en masse from Mount Ararat to Australia? Which route did they take? And why did not a single member of their straggling caravan pause on the way and settle, in India perhaps, or China, or some haven along the Great Silk Road? Why did the entire order Edentata, all 20 species of armadillo, including the extinct giant armadillo, all 6 species of sloth, including the extinct giant sloths, and all 4 species of anteater, troop off unerringly to South America, leaving not a rack behind, leaving no hide, nor hair, nor armour plate of settlers somewhere along the way? Why were they joined by the entire infraorder of caviomorph rodents, including guinea pigs, agoutis, pacas, maras, capybaras, chinchillas, and lots of others, a large group of characteristically South American rodents found nowhere else? Why did an entire suborder of monkeys, the platyrrhine monkeys, end up in South America and nowhere else? Shouldn't at least a few of them have joined the rest of the monkeys, the catarrhines, in Asia or Africa? And shouldn't at least one species of catarrhine have found itself in the New World, along with the platyrrhines? Why did all the penguins undertake the long waddle south to the Antarctic? Not a single one to the equally hospitable Arctic. An ancestral lemur, again very possibly just a single species, found itself in Madagascar. Now there are 37 species of lemur, plus some extinct ones. They range in size from the pygmy mouse lemur, smaller than a hamster, to a giant lemur, larger than a gorilla and resembling a bear, which went extinct quite recently. And they are all, every last one of them, in Madagascar. There are no lemurs anywhere else in the world, and there are no monkeys in Madagascar. How on earth do the 40% history deniers think this state of affairs came about? Did all 37 and more species of lemur troop in a body down Noah's gangplank and hightail it, literally in the case of the ringtail, for Madagascar, leaving not a single straggler by the wayside anywhere throughout the length and breadth of Africa?
Once again, I'm sorry to take a sledgehammer to so small and fragile a nut, but I have to do so because more than 40% of the American people believe literally in the story of Noah's Ark. We should be able to ignore them and get on with our science, but we can't afford to because they control school boards. They homeschool their children to deprive them of access to proper science teachers, and they include many members of the United States Congress, some state governors, and even presidential and vice-presidential candidates. They have the money and the power to build institutions, universities, even a museum where children ride life-size mechanical models of dinosaurs, which they are solemnly told coexisted with humans. And as recent polls have shown, Britain is not far behind, or should that read ahead, along with parts of Europe and most of the Islamic world. Even if we leave Mount Ararat to one side, even if we refrain from lampooning those who take the Noah's Ark myth literally, similar problems apply to any theory of the separate creation of species. Why would an all-powerful creator decide to plant his carefully crafted species on islands and continents in exactly the appropriate pattern to suggest, irresistibly, that they had evolved and dispersed from the site of their evolution? Why would he put lemurs in Madagascar and nowhere else? Why put platyrrhine monkeys in South America only, and catarrhine monkeys in Africa and Asia only? Why no mammals in New Zealand except bats who could fly there? Why do the animals in island chains most closely resemble those on neighbouring islands, and why do they nearly always resemble, less strongly but still unmistakably, those on the nearest continent or large island? Why would the Creator put only marsupial mammals in Australia, again except bats who could fly there and those who could arrive in man-made canoes? The fact is that if we survey every continent and every island, every lake and every river, every mountain top and every alpine valley, every forest and every desert, the only way to make sense of the distribution of animals and plants is, yet again, to follow Darwin's insight about the Galapagos finches. One might really fancy that from an original paucity, one species had been taken and modified for different ends. Darwin was fascinated by islands, and he tramped the length and breadth of a good few during the voyage of the Beagle. He even worked out the surprising truth about how islands of one major class, those built by the animals called corals, are formed. Darwin later came to recognize the crucial importance of islands and archipelagos for his theory, and he did several experiments to settle questions about the theory of geographical isolation as a prelude to speciation. He didn't use the word. For example, in a number of experiments, he kept seeds in seawater for long periods and demonstrated that some retained the power to germinate even after immersion for long enough to have drifted from continents to neighbouring islands. Frog spawn, on the other hand, he found to be immediately killed by seawater, and he made good use of this to explain a signal fact about the geographical distribution of frogs.
With respect to the absence of whole orders on oceanic islands, Bory St. Vincent long ago remarked that batrachians, frogs, toads, newts, have never been found on any of the many islands with which the great oceans are studied. I have taken pains to verify this assertion, and I found it strictly true. I have, however, been assured that a frog exists on the mountains of the great island of New Zealand, but I suspect that this exception, if the information be correct, may be explained through glacial agency. This general absence of frogs, toads, and newts on so many oceanic islands cannot be accounted for by their physical conditions. Indeed, it seems that islands are particularly well fitted for these animals, for frogs have been introduced into Madeira, the Azores, and Mauritius, and have multiplied so as to become a nuisance. But as these animals and their spawn are known to be immediately killed by seawater, on my view, we can see that there would be great difficulty in their transportal across the sea, and therefore why they do not exist on any oceanic island. But why, on the theory of creation, they should not have been created there, it would be very difficult to explain.
Darwin was well aware of the significance of the geographical distribution of species for his theory of evolution. He noted that most of the facts could be accounted for if we assume that animals and plants have evolved. From this we should expect, and we find, that modern animals tend to live on the same continent as fossils that could plausibly be their ancestors, or close to their ancestors. We should expect, and we find, that animals share the same continent with species that resemble them. Here is Darwin on the subject, paying special attention to the animals of South America that he knew so well.
The naturalist, in travelling, for instance, from north to south, never fails to be struck by the manner in which successive groups of beings, specifically distinct yet clearly related, replace each other. He hears from closely allied yet distinct kinds of birds notes nearly similar, and sees their nests similarly constructed but not quite alike, with eggs coloured in nearly the same manner. The plains near the Straits of Magellan are inhabited by one species of rhea, American ostrich, and northward the plains of La Plata by another species of the same genus, and not by a true ostrich or emu like those found in Africa and Australia under the same latitude. On these same plains of La Plata we see the agouti and the bizcacha, animals having nearly the same habits as our hares and rabbits, but they plainly display an American type of structure. We ascend the lofty peaks of the Cordillera and we find an alpine species of bizcacha. We look to the waters and we do not find the beaver or muskrat, but the coypu and capybara, rodents of the American type.
This is mostly common sense, and Darwin was able to account for an enormous range of observations by means of it. But there are certain facts about the geographical distribution of animals and plants and the distribution of rocks that need a different kind of explanation, one that is anything but common sense, and which would have staggered and enthralled Darwin if only he had known about it.
Did the earth move? Everybody in Darwin's time thought that the map of the world was pretty much a constant. Some of Darwin's contemporaries did countenance the possibility of large land bridges, now submerged, to explain, for example, the similarities between the floras of South America and Africa. Darwin himself was not greatly enamoured of the land bridge idea, but he surely would have exulted in the modern evidence that entire continents move over the face of the earth. This provides by far the best explanation of certain major facts of animal and plant dispersion, especially of fossils. For example, there are similarities between the fossils of South America, Africa, Antarctica, Madagascar, India, and Australia, which nowadays we explain by invoking the once great southern continent of Gondwana, uniting all those modern lands. Once again, our late-coming detective is forced to the conclusion that evolution is a fact.
The theory of continental drift, as it used to be called, was first championed by the German climatologist Alfred Wegener, 1880 to 1930. Wegener was not the first to look at a map of the world and notice that the shape of a continent or island often matches the coastline opposite, as if the two land masses were pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, even when the opposite coastline is far away. I'm not talking about little local examples such as the Isle of Wight's neat dovetailing into the Hampshire coast, almost as though the Solent wasn't there. What Wegener and his predecessors noticed was that something along the same lines seemed to be true of the whole facing sides of the giant continents of Africa and America. The Brazilian coast looks tailor-cut to fit under the bulge of West Africa, while the northern part of Africa's bulge is a nice fit to the North American coast from Florida to Canada. Not only do the shapes roughly match, Wegener also pointed to matching geological formations up and down the east side of South America and corresponding parts of the west side of Africa. Slightly less clearly, the west coast of Madagascar forms a pretty good fit to the east coast of Africa, not the section of South African coast that is opposite it today, but the coast of Tanzania and Kenya further north, while the long straight line of Madagascar's east side is comparable to the straight edge of western India. Wegener also pointed out that the ancient fossils to be found in Africa and South America were more similar than you would expect if the map of the world had always been the way it is today. How could this be, given the width of the South Atlantic Ocean? Were the two continents once much closer, or even joined? The idea was tantalizing, but ahead of its time. Wegener also noticed matchings between the fossils of Madagascar and India, and there are similarly telling affinities between the fossils of northern North America and of Europe. Such observations led Wegener to propose his daringly heretical hypothesis of continental drift. All the great continents of the world, he suggested, had once been joined up in a gigantic supercontinent, which he called Pangaea. Over an immense span of geological time, he proposed, Pangaea gradually dismembered itself to form the continents we know today, which then slowly drifted to their present positions and have not finished drifting yet. One can almost hear Wegener's sceptical contemporaries wondering, to use the street talk of today, what he had been smoking. Yet we now know that he was right, or almost right. Far-sighted and imaginative as Wegener was, I must make it clear that his hypothesis of continental drift was significantly different from our modern theory of plate tectonics. Wegener thought that the continents ploughed through the oceans like gigantic ships, not quite floating in water, like Dr. Doolittle's hollow island of Popsipetel, but floating atop the semi-liquid mantle of the planet. Reasonably enough, other scientists erected fortresses of skepticism. What titanic forces could propel an object the size of South America or Africa for thousands of miles? I shall explain how the modern theory of plate tectonics differs from Wegener's theory before coming to its supporting evidence. In the theory of plate tectonics, the whole of the Earth's surface, including the bottoms of the various oceans, consists of a series of overlapping rocky plates, like a suit of armour. The continents that we see are thickenings of the plates that rise above sea level. The greater part of the area of each plate lies under the sea. Unlike Wegener's continents, the plates do not sail through the sea or plough through the surface of the Earth. They are the surface of the Earth. Don't think, like Wegener, of the continents themselves as being jigsawed together or being pulled apart from each other. It isn't like that. Think of a plate, instead, as being continuously manufactured at a growing edge in a remarkable process called sea-floor spreading, which I shall explain in a moment. At other edges, a plate may be subducted under a neighbouring plate, or neighbouring plates may slide alongside one another. The picture shows a portion of the San Andreas Fault in California, which is where the edges of the Pacific Plate and the North American Plate shear past each other.
43.
The combination of seafloor spreading and subduction means that there are no gaps between plates. The entire surface of the planet is covered in plates, each one typically disappearing by subduction under its neighbouring plate on one side or sliding past another plate while it grows out from a seafloor spreading zone elsewhere.
44. It is inspiring to think of the huge rift valley that must once have snaked its way down the continent of Gondwana between the future Africa and future South America. No doubt it was at first dotted with lakes like the present Rift Valley of East Africa. Later it filled with sea water as South America sheared away with rending tectonic agony. Imagine the view that greeted some stout dinosaurian Cortez as he gazed across the long, narrow straits at the slowly departing West Gondwana. Wegener was right that the jigsaw complementarity of their shapes is no accident, but he was wrong to think of the continents as gigantic rafts, ploughing their way through the sea-filled gaps between them. South America and Africa and their continental shelves are but the thickened regions of two plates, much of whose rocky surfaces lies under the sea. The plates constitute the hard lithosphere, literally sphere of rock, which floats atop the hot, semi-molten asthenosphere, sphere of weakness. The asthenosphere is weak in the sense that it is not rigid and brittle like the rocky plates of the lithosphere, but behaves somewhat like a liquid, yielding, like putty or toffee, if not necessarily molten. A little confusingly, this distinction between two concentric spheres doesn't wholly correspond to the more familiar distinction, based on chemical composition rather than physical strength, between the crust and the mantle.
Most plates consist of two distinct kinds of lithospheric rock. The deep ocean bottoms are covered in a rather uniform layer of very dense igneous rock about 10 kilometers thick. This igneous layer is overlain by a superficial layer of sedimentary rock and mud. A continent, to repeat, is the area of a plate visible above sea level, rising to this height where the plate is thickened by additional layers of less dense rock. The undersea parts of the plates are continuously being created at their margins, the eastern margin in the case of the South American plate, the western margin in the case of the African plate. These two margins comprise the mid-Atlantic ridge, which snakes its way down the middle of the Atlantic from Iceland, which is indeed the only substantial part of the ridge that reaches the surface, to the far south. Similar undersea ridges are rolling out other plates in other parts of the world. These undersea ridges work like elongated fountains on the slow timescale of geology, welling up molten rock in the process I've already mentioned called seafloor spreading. The spreading seafloor ridge in mid-Atlantic seems to push the African plate eastward and the South American plate westward. The image of a pair of roll-top desks spreading in divergent directions has been suggested, and it conveys the idea, provided we remember that it is all happening on a timescale too slow for humans to see. Indeed, the speed at which South America and Africa pull apart has been memorably likened, so memorably that it has become almost a cliché, to the speed at which fingernails grow. The fact that they are now thousands of miles apart is further testimony to the vast and unbiblical age of the Earth, comparable to the evidence from radioactivity, which we met in Chapter 4. I used the phrase "seems to push" just now, and I must hasten to backtrack. It is tempting to think of those upwelling roll-top desks as pushing their respective continental plates along from behind. This is unrealistic. The scale is all wrong. Tectonic plates are much too massive to be pushed from behind by upwelling volcanic forces along a mid-ocean ridge. A swimming tadpole might as well try to push a supertanker. But now, here's the key point. The asthenosphere, in its capacity as a quasi-liquid, has convection currents that extend throughout its whole surface, under the entire area of the plates. In any one region, the asthenosphere is slowly moving in a consistent direction and then circling back in the opposite direction down in its deeper layers. The upper layer of asthenosphere under the South American plate, for example, is moving inexorably westward. And, while it is inconceivable that an upwelling roll-top desk could have the strength to push the whole South American plate before it, it is not at all inconceivable that a convection current, inching its way steadily in a consistent direction under the entire lower surface of a plate, could carry its floating continental burden along with it. We aren't talking tadpoles now. A supertanker in the Humboldt Current with its engine switched off will indeed go with the flow. That is, in summary, the modern theory of plate tectonics. I must now turn to the evidence that it is true. Actually, as is normal with established scientific facts, there are lots of different kinds of evidence, but I'm only going to talk about the most strikingly elegant kind. This is the evidence from the ages of the rocks, and especially from the magnetic stripes in them. It's almost too good to be true, a perfect illustration of my detective coming late to the scene of the crime and being driven inexorably to only one conclusion. We even have something that looks very like fingerprints, giant magnetic fingerprints, in the rocks. We shall accompany our metaphorical detective on a voyage across the South Atlantic in a custom-built submarine capable of withstanding the daunting pressures of the deep sea. The submarine is equipped to drill down for rock samples through the superficial sediments of the sea bottom down to the volcanic rocks of the lithosphere itself, and it also has an onboard laboratory for dating rock samples radiometrically. The detective sets a course due east from the Brazilian port of Maceió, 10 degrees of latitude south of the equator. Having travelled 50 kilometres or so through the shallow waters of the continental shelf, which for present purposes counts as part of South America, we batten down the high-pressure hatches and dive, what understatement, dive down into the depths, where the only light normally seen is the occasional spark of greenish luminescence from the grotesques that inhabit this alien world.
When we hit bottom at nearly 20,000 feet, full fathom 3,000, we drill down to the volcanic lithosphere and take a core sample of the rock. The onboard radioactive dating lab goes to work and reports a lower Cretaceous age, about 140 million years. The submarine grinds on eastwards along the 10th parallel, taking rock samples at frequent intervals. The age of each sample is carefully measured, and the detective pores over the datings, looking for a pattern. He doesn't have to look far. Even Dr. Watson couldn't miss it. As we travel east along the great plains of the sea bottom, the rocks are plainly getting younger and younger, steadily younger. About 730 kilometres into our journey, the rock samples are of late Cretaceous age, about 65 million years old, which happens to be when the last of the dinosaurs went extinct. The trend towards younger and younger rocks continues as we approach the middle of the Atlantic, and the submarine searchlights start to pick out the foothills of a gigantic underwater mountain range. This is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which our submarine must now start to climb. Up and up we crawl, still taking rock samples, and still noticing that the rocks are getting younger and younger. By the time we reach the peaks of the ridge, the rocks are so young they might as well have only just welled up as fresh lava from volcanoes. Indeed, that is pretty much what has happened. Ascension Island is a part of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge which protruded above sea level as a result of a recent series of eruptions. Well, recent, maybe 6 million years ago. That's recent by the standards of the rocks we have been sampling along our submarine way. We now push on towards Africa, over the other side of the ridge, down to the deep plains at the bottom of the eastern Atlantic. We continue to take rock samples and, you've guessed it, the rocks now become steadily older as we move towards Africa. It is the mirror image of the pattern we noticed before we reached the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. The detective is in no doubt of the explanation. The two plates are moving apart as the sea floor spreads away from the ridge. All the new rock that is being added to the two diverging plates comes from the volcanic activity of the ridge itself, and it is then carried away in opposite directions on one or other of the gigantic roll-top desks that we call the African plate and the South American plate. The false colours in the pictures illustrating this process denote the age of the rocks, red being the youngest. You can see how beautifully the age profiles on the two sides of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge mirror each other.
What an elegant story. But it gets better. The detective notices a more subtle pattern in the rock samples as they are processed in the onboard laboratory. The rock cores pulled up from the deep lithosphere are slightly magnetic, like compass needles. The phenomenon is well understood. When molten rock solidifies, the Earth's magnetic field becomes imprinted into it in the form of a polarization of the fine crystals of which igneous rock is made. The crystals behave like tiny frozen compass needles locked into the direction they were pointing in at the moment when the molten lava solidified. Now, it has long been known that Earth's magnetic pole is not fixed but wanders, probably because of slowly oozing currents in the mixture of molten iron and nickel in the planet's core. At present, magnetic north lies near Ellesmere Island in northern Canada, but it won't stay there. To determine true north using a magnetic compass, sailors need to look up a correction factor, and the correction factor changes from year to year as the planet's magnetic field fluctuates. So long as our detective meticulously records the exact angle at which his rocky cores sat when he drilled them out, the frozen magnetic field in each core tells him the position of the Earth's magnetic field on the day that the rock solidified out of lava. And now for the clincher. It happens that, at irregular intervals of tens or hundreds of thousands of years, the Earth's magnetic field completely reverses, presumably because of major shifts in the molten nickel-iron core. What was magnetic north flips over to a position near the true South Pole, and what was magnetic south flips to the north. And of course, the rocks pick up the current position of magnetic north on the day that they solidify from lava welling up from the deep sea bottom. Because the polarization reverses every few tens of thousands of years, a magnetometer can detect stripes running along the bedrock, stripes in which the rock sample's magnetic fields all point in one direction, alternating with stripes in which the magnetic fields all point in the opposite direction. Our detective colours them black and white on the map, and when he looks at the stripes on the map like fingerprints, he notices an unmistakable pattern. As with the false colour stripes denoting the absolute age of the rocks, the magnetic fingerprint stripes on the west side of the mid-Atlantic ridge are an elegant mirror image of the stripes on the east side. Exactly what you'd expect if the magnetic polarity of the rock was laid down when the lava first solidified in the ridge and then slowly moved outwards from the ridge in opposite directions at a fixed and very slow rate. Elementary, my dear Watson. Alas, Holmes never said it, just as Burns never wrote For the Sake of Auld Lang Syne, but the allusion works because everybody thinks he did. To return to the terminology of Chapter 1, the morphing of Wegener's hypothesis of continental drift into the modern theory of plate tectonics is a textbook example of the solidification of a tentative hypothesis into a universally accepted theorem or fact. Plate tectonic movements are important in this chapter because without them we cannot fully understand the distribution of animals and plants over the continents and islands of the world. When I spoke of the initial geographical barrier that separated two incipient species, I proposed an earthquake diverting the course of a river. I could also have mentioned plate tectonic forces splitting a continent in two and ferrying the two gigantic fragments in opposite directions, complete with animal and plant passengers, the arc of the continents.
Madagascar and Africa were once part of the great southern continent of Gondwana, together with South America, Antarctica, India and Australia. Gondwana began to break up, painfully slowly by the standards of our perception, about 165 million years ago. At this point, Madagascar, while still joined to India, Australia and Antarctica as East Gondwana, pulled away from the eastern side of Africa. At about the same time, South America pulled away from West Africa in the other direction. East Gondwana itself broke up rather later, and Madagascar finally became separated from India about 90 million years ago. Each of the fragments of old Gondwana carried with it its cargo of animals and plants. Madagascar was a real ark, and India was another. It is probable, for example, that the ancestors of ostriches and elephant birds originated in Madagascar, India, when they were still united. Later they split. Those that remained on the giant raft called Madagascar evolved to become the elephant birds, while the ancestors of ostriches sailed off on the good ship India, and subsequently, when India collided with Asia and raised the Himalayas, were liberated onto the mainland of Asia, whence they eventually found their way to Africa, their main stamping ground today. Yes, the males really do stamp their feet to impress females. Elephant birds, alas, we no longer see. Or hear, more's the pity, for if they stamped, the very ground must have shaken. Far more massive than the largest ostriches, these Madagascar giants are the probable origin of the legendary roc, which features in the second voyage of Sinbad the Sailor. Although large enough for a man to have ridden, they had no wings, so could never have carried Sinbad aloft as advertised. Indeed, physical laws of scaling ensure that birds as big as an elephant bird couldn't indulge in powered flapping flight at all, no matter how big their wingspan. This is because the muscles needed to power such massive wings would need to be so big they couldn't lift their own weight. Not only does the now solidly established theory of plate tectonics account for numerous facts about the distribution of fossils and living creatures, it also provides yet more evidence of the extreme antiquity of the Earth. It ought therefore to be a major thorn in the side of creationists, at least creationists of the young Earth persuasion. How do they cope with it? Very weirdly indeed. They don't deny the shifting of the continents, but they think it all happened at high speed very recently, at the time of Noah's flood. It is an arresting image. South America and Africa speeding away from each other faster than a man can swim for 40 days continuously. You'd think that, since they are conspicuously happy to discount evidence that doesn't suit them in the case of the massive quantity and range of evidence for the fact of evolution, they'd pull the same trick with the evidence for plate tectonics too. But no, oddly they accept as a fact that South America once fitted snugly into Africa. They seem to regard the evidence for this as conclusive, even though the evidence for the fact of evolution is, if anything, even stronger, and they gaily deny that. Since evidence means so little to them, one wonders why they don't go the whole hog and simply deny the whole of plate tectonics too.
Jerry Coyne's Why Evolution is True offers a masterly treatment of the evidence from geographical distribution, as you'd expect from the senior author of the most authoritative recent book on speciation. He also hits the nail on the head with respect to the creationist penchant for ignoring evidence when it doesn't suit the position that they know from Scripture has got to be true.
The biogeographic evidence for evolution is now so powerful that I've never seen a creationist book, article, or lecture that has tried to refute it. Creationists simply pretend that the evidence doesn't exist.
Creationists act as though fossils provide the only evidence for evolution. The fossil evidence is indeed very strong. Truckloads of fossils have been uncovered since Darwin's time, and all this evidence either actively supports or is compatible with evolution. More tellingly, as I've already emphasized, not a single fossil contradicts evolution. Nevertheless, strong as the fossil evidence is, I again want to emphasize that it is not the strongest we have. Even if not a single fossil had ever been found, the evidence from surviving animals would still overwhelmingly force the conclusion that Darwin was right. The detective, coming on the scene of the crime after the event, can amass surviving clues that are even more incontrovertible than fossils. In this chapter we have seen that the distribution of animals on islands and continents is exactly what we should expect if they are all cousins that have evolved from shared ancestors over very long periods. In the next chapter we shall compare modern animals with each other, looking at the distribution of characteristics in the animal kingdom, especially comparing their sequences of genetic code, and shall come to the same conclusion. Chapter 10. The Tree of Cousinship. Bone to his bone. What a piece of work is the mammalian skeleton. I don't mean it is beautiful in itself, although I think it is. I mean the fact that we can talk about the mammalian skeleton at all. The fact that such a complicatedly interlocking thing is so gloriously different across the mammals in all its parts, while simultaneously being so obviously the same thing throughout the mammals. Our own skeleton is familiar enough to need no picture. But if we examine the skeleton of a bat, we see how every bone has its own identifiable counterpart in the human skeleton.
45.
Identifiable because of the order in which they join up to each other. Only the proportions are different. The bat's hands are hugely enlarged, relative to its total size, of course, but nobody could possibly miss the correspondence between our fingers and the long bones in the wings. The human hand and the bat hand are obviously, no sane person could deny it, two versions of the same thing. The technical term for this kind of sameness is homology. The bat's flying wing and our grasping hand are homologous. The hands of the shared ancestor and the rest of the skeleton were taken and pulled or compressed, part by part, in different directions and by different amounts, along different descendant lineages. The same applies, although with different proportions again, in the wing of a pterodactyl, not a mammal, but the principle still holds, which makes it all the more impressive.
46.
The pterodactyl's wing membrane is largely borne by a single finger, what we would call the little finger or pinky. I confess to a homology-inspired neurosis about so much weight being borne by the fifth finger, because in humans it seems so fragile. Silly, of course, because to a pterodactyl the fifth finger, far from being little, stretched most of the length of the body, and it presumably would have felt stout and strong, as our arm feels to us. Yet again, it goes to illustrate the point I'm making. The fifth finger is modified to bear the wing membrane. All the details have become different, but it is still recognizably the fifth finger, because of its spatial relationship to the other bones of the skeleton. This long, stout, wing-supporting strut is homologous to our little finger. The word for little finger in pterodactylese means ruddy great strut. In addition to the true flyers, birds, bats, pterosaurs, and insects, lots of other animals glide, a habit that might tell us something about the origins of true flight. They have gliding membranes which need skeletal support, but it doesn't have to come from the finger bones as it does in the wings of bats and pterosaurs. Flying squirrels, two independent groups of rodents, and flying phalangers, Australian marsupials looking almost exactly like flying squirrels but not closely related, stretch a membrane of skin between the arms and the legs. Individual fingers are not required to bear much load, and they are not enlarged. I, with my little finger neurosis, would be much happier as a flying squirrel than as a pterodactyl, because it feels right to use whole arms and whole legs to do load-bearing work. Consider now the skeleton of a so-called flying lizard, another elegant forest glider. You can immediately see that it is the ribs rather than the fingers or the arms and legs that have become modified to bear the wings, the flight membrane.
47.
Once again, the resemblance of the skeleton as a whole to other vertebrate skeletons is completely clear. You could go through every bone one by one, identifying in each case the precise bone to which it corresponds in the human or bat or pterosaur skeleton. The colago, or so-called flying lemur, of the Southeast Asian forests resembles the flying squirrels and flying phalangers, except that the tail, as well as the arms and legs, is included in the support structure of the flight membrane.
48.
That doesn't feel right to me, because I can't imagine what it's like to have a tail at all, although we humans, along with all the other tailless apes, have a vestigial tail, the coccyx, buried beneath the skin. Almost tailless, as we apes are, it is hard for us to imagine what it must be like to be a spider monkey, whose tail dominates the entire spinal column. You can see from the picture how much longer it is than even the already long arms and legs. As in many New World monkeys, indeed many New World mammals generally, which is a curious fact hard to interpret, the spider monkey's tail is prehensile, meaning that it is modified for grasping, and it almost seems to end in an extra hand, although it is not homologous to a real hand and has no fingers. Indeed, the spider monkey's tail looks very much like an extra leg or arm. I probably don't need to spell out the message again. The underlying skeleton is the same as in the tail of any other mammal, but modified to do a different job. Well, the tail itself is not quite the same. The spider monkey tail has an extra allowance of vertebrae, but the vertebrae themselves are recognizably the same kind of thing as the vertebrae in any other tail, including our own coccyx. Can you imagine what it would be like to be a monkey with 5 grasping hands, one at the end of each leg as well as at the end of each arm, and a tail, from any of which you could happily hang? I can't, but I know that the tail of a spider monkey is homologous to my coccyx, just as the enormously long and strong wing bone of a pterodactyl is homologous to my little finger.
Here's another surprising fact. A horse's hoof is homologous to the fingernail of your middle finger, or the toenail of your middle toe. Horses walk on tiptoe, literally, unlike us when we walk on what we call tiptoe. They have almost entirely lost their other toes and fingers. In a horse, the homologs of our index finger and our ring finger, and their hind leg equivalents, survive as tiny splint bones, joined to the cannon bone, and not visible outside the skin. The cannon bone is homologous to our middle metacarpal, which is buried in our hand, or metatarsal buried in our foot. The entire weight of the horse, very substantial in the case of a Shire or a Clydesdale, is borne on the middle fingers and middle toes. The homologies, for example, to our middle fingers or those of a bat, are completely clear. Nobody could doubt them. And as if to ram the point home, freak horses are sometimes born with 3 toes on each leg, the middle one serving as a normal foot, the 2 side ones having miniature hooves.
Can you see how beautiful it is, this idea of near indefinite modification over immensities of time, each modified form retaining unmistakable traces of the original? I glory in the light-up terns, extinct South American herbivores, not closely related to any modern animals and very different from horses, except that they had almost identical legs and hooves. Horses in North America and light-up terns in South America, which was in those days a gigantic island, the Panama Isthmus being way in the future, independently evolved exactly the same reduction of all the fingers and toes except the middle one, and sprouted identical hooves on the ends of those. Presumably, there aren't all that many ways for a herbivorous mammal to become a fast runner. Horses and light-up terns hit upon the same way, reducing all digits except the middle one, and they carried it to the same conclusion. Cows and antelopes hit upon another solution, reducing all but 2 digits.
By the way, you may be surprised to hear that horses evolved in North America, because it is widely known that when the European invaders first came to the Americas, the sight of them on horseback amazed the natives. The bulk of horse evolution did indeed take place in America. Then horses spread to the rest of the world shortly, by geological standards, before going extinct in America. They are American animals that have been reintroduced to America by man.
The following statement sounds paradoxical, but you can see how it makes sense and also how important it is as an observation. The skeletons of all mammals are identical, but their individual bones are different. The resolution of the paradox lies in my calculated use of skeleton for the assemblage of bones in ordered attachment one to the other. The shapes of individual bones are not, on this view, properties of the skeleton at all. Skeleton, in this particular sense, ignores the shapes of individual bones and is concerned only with the order in which they join up, bone to his bone, in the words of Ezekiel, and more vividly in the song that is based upon the passage.
Your toe bone connected to your foot bone connected to your ankle bone connected to your leg bone connected to your knee bone connected to your thigh bone connected to your hip bone connected to your backbone connected to your shoulder bone connected to your neck bone connected to your head bone. I hear the word of the Lord.
The point is that this song could apply to literally any mammal, indeed any land vertebrate, and in far more detail than these words suggest. For example, your head bone, or skull, contains 28 bones, mostly joined together in rigid sutures, but with one major moving bone, the lower jaw. And the wonderful thing is that, give or take the odd bone here and there, the same set of 28 bones, which can clearly be labelled with the same names, is found across all the mammals.
Your neck bone connected to your occipital bone, your occiput connected to your parietal bone connected to your frontal bone connected to your nasal bone, your 27th bone connected to your 28th bone.
All this is the same regardless of the fact that the shapes of the particular bones are radically different across the mammals. What do we conclude from all this? We have here confined ourselves to modern animals, so we are not seeing evolution in action. We are the detectives come late to the scene. And the pattern of resemblances among the skeletons of modern animals is exactly the pattern we should expect if they are all descended from a common ancestor, some of them more recently than others. The ancestral skeleton has been gradually modified down the ages. Some pairs of animals, for example giraffes and okapis, share a recent ancestor. It is not strictly correct to describe a giraffe as a vertically stretched okapi, for both are modern animals. But it would be a good guess, supported by fossil evidence as it happens, but we aren't talking about fossils in this chapter, that the shared ancestor probably looked more like the okapi than the giraffe. Similarly, impalas and gnus are close cousins of each other and slightly more distant cousins of giraffes and okapis. All four of them are more distant cousins still of other cloven-hoofed animals, such as pigs and warthogs, which are cousins of each other and of peccaries. All the cloven-hoofed animals are more distant cousins of horses and zebras, which don't have cloven hooves and are close cousins of each other. We can go on as long as we like, bracketing pairs of cousins into groups and groups of cousins, and groups of cousins. Everything points to a simple branching tree of ancestry, a family tree. I've implied that the tree of resemblances is really a family tree, but are we forced to this conclusion? Are there any alternative interpretations? Well, just barely. The hierarchical pattern of resemblances was spotted by creationists in pre-Darwinian times, and they did have a non-evolutionary explanation, an embarrassingly far-fetched one. Patterns of resemblance, in their view, reflected themes in the mind of the designer. He had various ideas for how to make animals. His thoughts ran along a mammal theme, and independently they ran along an insect theme. Within the mammal theme, the designer's ideas were neatly and hierarchically bisected into sub-themes, say the cloven hoof theme, and sub-sub-themes, say the pig theme. There is a strong element of special pleading and wishful thinking about this, and nowadays creationists seldom resort to it. Indeed, as with the evidence from geographical distribution which we discussed in the last chapter, they rarely discuss comparative evidence at all, preferring to stick to fossils where they have been taught, wrongly, to think they are on promising ground. No borrowing. To emphasize how odd the idea of a creator sticking rigidly to themes is, reflect that any sensible human designer is quite happy to borrow an idea from one of his inventions if it would benefit another. Maybe there is a theme of aircraft design which is separate from the theme of train design. But a component of a plane, say an improved design for the reading lights above the seats, might as well be borrowed for use in trains. Why should it not, if it serves the same purpose in both? When motor cars were first invented, the name horseless carriage tells us where some of the inspiration came from. But horse-drawn vehicles don't need steering wheels. You use reins to steer horses, so the steering wheel had to have another source. I don't know where it came from, but I suspect that it was borrowed from a completely different technology, that of the boat. Before being superseded by the steering wheel, which was introduced around the end of the 19th century, the original steering device of the car was the tiller, also borrowed from boats, but moved from the rear to the front of the vehicle.
If feathers are a good idea within the bird theme, such that every single bird without exception has them, whether it flies or not, why do literally no mammals have them? Why would the designer not borrow that ingenious invention, the feather, for at least one bat? The evolutionist's answer is clear. All birds have inherited their feathers from their shared ancestor, which had feathers. No mammal is descended from that ancestor. It's as simple as that. The tree of resemblances is a family tree. It is the same kind of story for every branch and every sub-branch and every sub-sub-branch of the tree of life.
Now we come to an interesting point. There are plenty of beautiful examples where it looks superficially as though ideas might have been borrowed from one part of the tree and grafted onto another, like an apple variety grafted onto a stock. A dolphin, which is a small whale, looks superficially like various kinds of large fish. One of these fish, the dorado, Coryphena hippurus, is even sometimes called a dolphin. Dorados and true dolphins have the same streamlined shape, suited to their similar ways of life as fast hunters near the surface of the sea. But their swimming technique, though superficially similar, was not borrowed from one by the other, as you can quickly see if you look at the details. Although both derive their speed mostly from the tail, the dorado, like all fish, moves its tail from side to side, but the true dolphin betrays its mammal history by beating its tail up and down. The side-to-side wave travelling down the ancestral fish backbone has been inherited by lizards and snakes, which could almost be said to swim on land.
Contrast that with a galloping horse or cheetah. The speed comes from bending of the spine as it does with fish and snakes, but in mammals the spine bends up and down, not side to side. It is an interesting question how the transition was made in the ancestry of mammals. Maybe there was an intermediate stage, which hardly bent its spine at all, in either direction, like a frog. On the other hand, crocodiles are capable of galloping, frighteningly fast, as well as using the lizard-like gait more conventional among reptiles. The ancestors of mammals were nothing like crocodiles, but maybe crocodiles show us how an intermediate ancestor might have combined the two gaits.
Anyway, the ancestors of whales and dolphins were fully paid-up land mammals who surely galloped across the prairies, deserts, or tundras with an up-and-down flexion of the spine. And when they returned to the sea, they retained their ancestral up-and-down spinal motion. If snakes swim on land, dolphins gallop through the sea. Accordingly, the fluke of a dolphin may look superficially like the forked tail of a dorado, but it is set horizontally, whereas the dorado's tail fins are aligned in the vertical plane. There are numerous other respects in which the dolphin's history is written all over it, and I shall come to them in the chapter of that title.
There are other examples where the superficial resemblance is so great that it seems quite hard to reject the borrowing hypothesis, but a closer inspection shows that we must. Animals can look so alike that you feel they must be related, but it then turns out that the similarities, though impressive, are outnumbered by the differences when you look at the whole body. Pillbugs are familiar little creatures with lots of legs who habitually roll up into a protective ball like armadillos.
49.
Indeed, this may be the origin of the Latin name armadillidium. That is the name of one kind of pillbug, which is a crustacean, a woodlouse, related to the shrimps but living on land, where it betrays its recent aquatic ancestry by breathing with gills, which have to be kept moist. But the point of the story is that there is a completely different kind of pillbug, which is not a crustacean at all, but a millipede. When you see them rolled up, you'd think they were almost identical. Yet one is a modified woodlouse, while the other is a modified in the same direction, millipede. If you unroll them and look carefully, you will immediately see at least one important difference. The pill millipede has 2 pairs of legs on most segments, the pill woodlouse only 1. Isn't it beautiful, all this endless modification? A more detailed examination will show that, in hundreds of respects, the pill millipede really does resemble a more conventional millipede. The resemblance to a woodlouse is superficial, convergent.
Zoology students are often presented with a dog-like skull which they confidently identify as a dog. But when they turn it over, it displays 2 prominent holes in the palate. These are telltale signs of marsupials, the large group of mammals nowadays found mostly in Australia. It is in fact the skull of Thylacinus, the Tasmanian wolf.
50.
Thylacines and true dogs, for example dingoes, with which they competed in Australia and Tasmania, have converged on a very similar skull because they had, alas, in the case of the unfortunate thylacine, a similar lifestyle. I've already mentioned the magnificent marsupial mammal fauna of Australia in the chapter on the geographical distribution of animals. The relevant point for this chapter is the repeated convergences between these marsupials and a great variety of opposite numbers among the placental, i.e. non-marsupial mammals, which dominate the rest of the world. Though far from identical even in superficial characteristics, each marsupial is typically sufficiently similar to its placental equivalent, that is, the placental that most closely practices the same trade, to impress us, but certainly not sufficiently similar to suggest borrowing by a creator.
51.
The sexual shuffling of the genes in a gene pool could be regarded as a kind of borrowing or sharing of genetic ideas. But sexual recombination is confined within one species and is therefore irrelevant to this chapter, which is about comparisons between species, for example, comparisons between marsupial and placental mammals.
Interestingly, high-level borrowing of DNA is rife among bacteria. In a process that is sometimes regarded as a kind of precursor to sexual reproduction, bacteria, even quite distantly related strains of bacteria, swap DNA ideas with promiscuous abandon. Borrowing ideas is indeed one of the main ways by which bacteria pick up useful tricks, such as resistance to particular antibiotics. The phenomenon is often called by the rather unhelpful name of transformation. That's because when it was discovered in 1928 by Frederick Griffith, nobody understood about DNA. What Griffith found was that a non-virulent strain of Streptococcus could pick up virulence from a completely different strain, even though that virulent strain was dead. Nowadays we would say that the non-virulent strain incorporated into its genome some DNA from the dead virulent strain. DNA doesn't care about being dead, it is just coded information. In the language of this chapter, the non-virulent strain borrowed a genetic idea from the virulent strain. Of course, bacteria borrowing genes from other bacteria is a very different matter from a designer borrowing his own ideas from one theme and reusing them in another theme. Nevertheless, it is interesting, because if it were as common in animals as it is in bacteria, it would make it harder to disprove the designer borrowing hypothesis. What if bats and birds behaved like bacteria in this respect? What if chunks of bird genome could be ferried across, perhaps by bacterial or viral infection, and implanted in a bat's genome? Maybe a single species of bats might suddenly sprout feathers, the feather-coding DNA information having been borrowed in a genetic version of a computer's copy and paste.
In animals, unlike bacteria, gene transfer seems almost entirely confined to sexual congress within species. Indeed, a species can pretty well be defined as a set of animals that engage in gene transfer among themselves. Once two populations of a species have been separated for long enough that they can no longer exchange genes sexually, usually after an initial period of enforced geographical separation, as we saw in Chapter 9, we now define them as separate species, and they will never again exchange genes other than by the intervention of human genetic engineers. My colleague Jonathan Hodgkin, Oxford's Professor of Genetics, knows of only 3 tentative exceptions to the rule that gene transfer is confined within species: in nematode worms, in fruit flies, and, in a bigger way, in bdelloid rotifers.
52.
This last group is especially interesting because, uniquely among major groupings of animals, they have no sex. Could it be that they have been able to dispense with sex because they have reverted to the ancient bacterial way of exchanging genes? Cross-species gene transfer seems to be commoner in plants. The parasitic plant dodder, Cuscuta, donates genes to the host plants around which it is entwined. I am undecided about the politics of GM foods, torn between the potential benefits to agriculture on the one hand and precautionary instincts on the other. But one argument I haven't heard before is worth a brief mention. Today we curse the way our predecessors introduced species of animals into alien lands just for the fun of it. the American grey squirrel was introduced to Britain by a former Duke of Bedford, a frivolous whim that we now see as disastrously irresponsible. It is interesting to wonder whether taxonomists of the future may regret the way our generation messed around with genomes, transporting, for example, antifreeze genes from Arctic fish into tomatoes to protect them from frost. A gene that gives jellyfish a fluorescent glow has been borrowed from them by scientists and inserted into the genome of potatoes in the hope of making them light up when they need watering. I have even read of an artist who plans an installation consisting of luminous dogs glowing with the aid of jellyfish genes. Such debauchery of science in the name of pretentious art offends all my sensibilities. But could the damage go further? Could these frivolous caprices undermine the validity of future studies of evolutionary relationships? Actually, I doubt it, but perhaps the point is at least worth raising in a precautionary spirit. The whole point of the precautionary principle, after all, is to avoid future repercussions of choices and actions that may not be obviously dangerous now. Crustaceans. I began this section with the vertebrate skeleton, which is a lovely example of an invariant pattern linking variable detail. Almost any other major group of animals would show the same kind of thing. I'll take just one other favourite example, the decapod crustaceans, the group that includes lobsters, prawns, crabs, and hermit crabs, which are not crabs, by the way. The body plan of all crustaceans is the same. Whereas our vertebrate skeleton consists of hard bones inside an otherwise soft body, crustaceans have an exoskeleton consisting of hard tubes inside which the animal keeps and protects its soft bits. The hard tubes are jointed and hinged in something like the same way our bones are. Think, for example, of the delicate hinges in the legs of a crab or lobster and the more robust hinge of the claw. The muscles that power the pinch of a large lobster are inside the tubes that make up the claw. The equivalent muscles when a human hand pinches something attach to the bones that run through the middle of the finger and thumb. Like vertebrates, but unlike sea urchins or jellyfish, crustaceans are left-right symmetrical, with a train of segments running the length of the body from head to tail. The segments are the same as each other in their underlying plan, but often differ in detail. Each segment consists of a short tube, joined, either rigidly or by a hinge, to the two neighbouring segments. As with vertebrates, the organs and organ systems of a crustacean show a repeat pattern as you move from front to rear. For example, the main nerve trunk, which runs the length of the body on the ventral side, not the dorsal side as the vertebrate spinal cord does, has a pair of ganglia, sort of mini brains, in each segment from which sprout nerves supplying the segment.
It is a little-known fact that some dinosaurs had a ganglion in the pelvis, which was so large, at least relative to the brain in the head, as almost to deserve the title of second brain. This prompted the following delightfully witty verse by the American comic writer Burt Leston Taylor, 1866 to 1921. Behold the mighty dinosaur, famous in prehistoric lore, not only for his power and strength, but for his intellectual length. You will observe by these remains the creature had two sets of brains. One in his head, the usual place, the other at his spinal base. Thus he could reason a priori as well as a posteriori. No problem bothered him a bit. He made both head and tail of it. So wise was he, so wise and solemn, each thought filled just a spinal column. If one brain found the pressure strong, it passed a few ideas along. If something slipped his forward mind, 'twas rescued by the one behind. And if in error he was caught, he had a saving afterthought. As he thought twice before he spoke, he had no judgment to revoke. Thus he could think without congestion upon both sides of every question. Oh, gaze upon this model beast, defunct 10 million years at least.
Most of the segments in a crustacean have a limb on each side, each limb again consisting of a series of tubes joined by hinges. Crustacean limbs usually terminate in a two-way branch, which in many cases you could call a claw. The head is segmented too, although, as with the vertebrate head, the segmental pattern is more disguised here than in the rest of the body.
There are 5 pairs of limbs lurking in the head, although it might sound a bit strange to call them limbs, since they are modified to become antennae, or components of the jaw apparatus. They are therefore usually called appendages rather than limbs. More or less invariably, the 5 segmental appendages of the head, reading from the front, consist of first antennae, or antennules, second antennae, often just called antennae, mandibles, first maxillae, or maxillules, and second maxillae. The antennules and antennae are mostly engaged in sensing things. The mandibles and maxillae are concerned with chewing, milling, or otherwise processing food. As we proceed back along the body, the segmental appendages, or limbs, are pretty variable, the middle ones often consisting of walking legs, while those sprouting from the rearmost segments are often pressed into service doing other things, such as swimming. In a lobster or a prawn, after the usual 5 head segment appendages, the first body segment appendages are the claws. The next 4 pairs are walking legs. The segments bearing claws and walking legs are bunched together as the thorax. The rest of the body is called the abdomen. Its segments, at least until you reach the tip of the tail, are the swimmerets, feathery appendages that help with swimming, quite importantly so in some delicately graceful prawns. In crabs, the head and thorax have merged into a single large unit to which all the first 10 pairs of limbs are attached. The abdomen is doubled back under the head, thorax, so that you can't see it at all from above. But if you turn a crab over, you can clearly see the abdomen's segmental pattern.
53.
Typically, the male crab has a narrow abdomen. The female abdomen is wider and resembles an apron, which it is indeed called. Hermit crabs are unusual in that the abdomen is asymmetrical to fit into the empty mollusk shell which is its house, and soft and unarmoured, because the mollusk shell provides protection.
Just as we did with the vertebrate skeleton, look at each body part of any crustacean, crab, prawn, crayfish, and see how without fail you can find its exact opposite number in all the rest. Every bit of the exoskeleton is joined to the same bits, but the shapes of the bits themselves are very different. Once again, the skeleton is invariant, while its parts are anything but. And once again the obvious, I would say the only sensible, interpretation is that all crustaceans have inherited the plan of their skeleton from a common ancestor. They have moulded the individual components into a rich variety of shapes, but the plan itself remains exactly as inherited from the ancestor.
What would Darcy Thompson have done with a computer? The great Scottish zoologist Darcy Thompson was surely one of the most erudite scientists ever. Not only did he write famously beautiful English of a patrician character, not only was he a published mathematician and classical scholar, as well as Professor of Natural History at Scotland's oldest university, but his book is laced with quotations which he assumed he had no need to translate. How times have changed. In Latin, Greek, Italian, German, French, and even Provençal. The last he did deign to translate into French. In 1917, he wrote a book called On Growth and Form, in the last chapter of which he introduced his famous method of transformations. He would draw an animal on graph paper, and then he would distort the graph paper in a mathematically specifiable way and show that the form of the original animal had turned into another, related animal. You could think of the original graph paper as a piece of rubber on which you draw your first animal. Then the transformed graph paper would be equivalent to the same piece of rubber stretched or pulled out of shape in some mathematically defined way. For example, he took 6 species of crab and drew one of them, Geryon, on ordinary graph paper, the undistorted sheet of rubber. He then distorted his mathematical rubber sheet in 5 separate ways to achieve an approximate representation of the other 5 species of crab.
54.
The details of the mathematics don't matter, although they are fascinating. What you can clearly see is that it doesn't take much to transform one crab into another. Darcy Thompson himself wasn't very interested in evolution, but it is easy for us to imagine what the genetic mutations would have to do in order to bring about changes like this. That doesn't mean we should think of Geryon or any other of these 6 crabs as being ancestral to the others. None of them was, and in any case that is not the point. The point is that whatever the ancestral crab looked like, transformations of this kind could change any one of these 6 species, or a putative ancestor, into any other. Evolution never happened by taking one adult form and coaxing it into the shape of another. Remember that every adult grows as an embryo. The mutations selected would have worked in the developing embryo by changing the rate of growth of parts of the body relative to other parts. Earlier, we interpreted the evolution of the human skull as a series of changes in the rates of growth of some parts relative to other parts, controlled by genes in the developing embryo. We should expect, therefore, that if we draw a human skull on a sheet of mathematical rubber, it should be possible to distort the rubber in some mathematically tidy way and achieve an approximate likeness to the skull of a close cousin, such as a chimpanzee, or, perhaps with a bigger distortion, a more distant cousin such as a baboon. And this is just what Darcy Thompson showed.
55.
Note once again that it was an arbitrary decision to draw the human skull first and then transform it into the chimpanzee and the baboon. He could equally well have drawn, say, the chimpanzee first and then worked out the necessary distortions to make the human and the baboon. Or, more interestingly for a book on evolution, which his was not, he might have drawn, say, an Australopithecus skull first on the undistorted rubber and worked out how to transform it to make a modern human skull. This would surely have worked just as well, and it would have been evolutionarily meaningful in a more direct way.
At the beginning of this chapter, I introduced the idea of homology, using the arms of bats and humans as an example. Indulging an idiosyncratic use of language, I said that the skeletons were identical while the bones were different. Darcy Thompson's transformations furnish us with a way to make this idea more precise. In this formulation, 2 organs, for example, bat hand and human hand, are homologous if it is possible to draw one on a sheet of rubber and then distort the rubber to make the other one. Mathematicians have a word for this: homeomorphic. Zoologists recognized homology in pre-Darwinian times, and pre-evolutionists would describe, say, bat wings and human hands as homologous. If they'd known enough mathematics, they would have been happy to use the word homeomorphic. In post-Darwinian times, when it became generally accepted that bats and humans share a common ancestor, zoologists started to define homology in evolutionary terms. Homologous resemblances are those inherited from the shared ancestor. The word analogous came to be used for resemblances due to shared function, not ancestry. For example, a bat wing and an insect wing would be described as analogous, as opposed to the homologous bat wing and human arm. If we want to use homology as evidence for the fact of evolution, we can't use evolution to define it. For this purpose, therefore, it's convenient to revert to the pre-evolutionary definition of homology. The bat wing and human arm are homeomorphic. You can transform one into the other by distorting the rubber on which it is drawn. You cannot transform a bat wing into an insect wing in this way because there are no corresponding parts. The widespread existence of homeomorphisms, which are not defined in terms of evolution, can be used as evidence for evolution. It is easy to see how evolution could go to work on any vertebrate arm and transform it into any other vertebrate arm simply by changing relative rates of growth in the embryo. Ever since becoming acquainted with computers as a graduate student in the 1960s, I have wondered what Darcy Thompson might have done with a computer. The question became pressing in the 1980s when affordable computers with screens, as opposed to just paper printers, became common. Drawing on stretched rubber, then distorting the drawing surface in a mathematical way, it was just begging for the computer treatment. I suggested that Oxford University should bid for a grant to employ a programmer to put Darcy Thompson's transformations on a computer screen and make them available in a user-friendly manner. We got the money and employed Will Atkinson, a first-class programmer and biologist, who became a friend and an advisor to me on my own programming projects. Once he had solved the difficult problem of programming a rich repertoire of mathematical distortions of the rubber, it was then a relatively simple task for him to incorporate this mathematical wizardry into a biomorph-style artificial selection program, similar to my own biomorph programs here described in Chapter 2. As with my programs, the player was confronted with a screen full of animal forms and invited to choose one of them for breeding, generation after generation. Once again there were genes that persisted through the generations, and once again the genes influenced the form of the animals. But in this case, the way the genes influenced animal form was by controlling the distortion of the rubber on which an animal's form had been drawn. Theoretically, therefore, it should have been possible to start with, say, an Australopithecus skull drawn on the undistorted rubber, and breed your way through creatures with progressively larger brain cases and progressively shorter muzzles, progressively more human-like, in other words. In practice, it proved very difficult to do anything like that, and I think the fact is, in itself, interesting. I think one reason it was difficult is, yet again, that Darcy Thompson's transformations change one adult form into another adult form. As I emphasized in Chapter 8, that is not how genes in evolution work. Every individual animal has a developmental history. It starts as an embryo and grows by disproportionate growth of different parts of the body into an adult. Evolution is not a genetically controlled distortion of one adult form into another. It is a genetically controlled alteration in a developmental program. Julian Huxley, grandson of T.H. and brother of Aldous, recognized this when, soon after publication of the first edition of Darcy Thompson's book, he modified the method of transformations to study the way early embryos turn into later embryos or adults. That's all I want to say about Darcy Thompson's method of transformations here. I'll return to the topic in the final chapter to make a related point. Comparative evidence has always, as I suggested at the beginning of this chapter, told even more compellingly than fossil evidence in favour of the fact of evolution. Darwin himself took a similar view in On the Origin of Species at the end of his chapter on the mutual affinities of organic beings.
Finally, the several classes of facts which have been considered in this chapter seem to me to proclaim so plainly that the innumerable species, genera and families of organic beings with which this world is peopled have all descended, each within its own class or group, from common parents, and have all been modified in the course of descent, that I should without hesitation adopt this view, even if it were unsupported by other facts or arguments.
Molecular comparisons. What Darwin couldn't know is that the comparative evidence becomes even more convincing when we include molecular genetics, in addition to the anatomical comparisons that were available to him.
Just as the vertebrate skeleton is invariant across all vertebrates, while the individual bones differ, and just as the crustacean exoskeleton is invariant across all crustaceans, while the individual tubes vary, so the DNA code is invariant across all living creatures, while the individual genes themselves vary. This is a truly astounding fact, which shows more clearly than anything else that all living creatures are descended from a single ancestor. Not just the genetic code itself, but the whole gene-protein system for running life is the same in all animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, archaea, and viruses. What varies is what is written in the code, not the code itself. And when we look comparatively at what is written in the code, the actual genetic sequences in all these different creatures, we find the same kind of hierarchical tree of resemblance. We find the same family tree, albeit much more thoroughly and convincingly laid out, as we did with the vertebrate skeleton, the crustacean skeleton, and indeed the whole pattern of anatomical resemblances throughout all the living kingdoms.
If we want to work out how closely related any pair of species is, say how close a hedgehog is to a monkey, the ideal would be to look at the complete molecular texts of every gene of both species and compare every jot and tittle, as a biblical scholar might compare two scrolls or fragments of Isaiah. But it is time-consuming and expensive. The Human Genome Project took about 10 years, representing many person-centuries. Although it would now be possible to achieve the same result in a fraction of the time, it would still be a large and expensive undertaking, as would the Hedgehog Genome Project. Like the Apollo moon landings, and like the Large Hadron Collider, which has just been switched on in Geneva as I write, the gigantic scale of this international endeavour moved me to tears when I visited. The complete deciphering of the human genome is one of those achievements that makes me proud to be human. I am delighted that the Chimpanzee Genome Project has now been successfully accomplished, and the equivalent for various other species. If the present rate of progress continues, see what I will call Hodgkin's law, it will soon be economically feasible to sequence the genome of every pair of species whose closeness of cousinship we might want to measure. Meanwhile, for the most part we have to resort to sampling particular parts of their genomes, and it works pretty well. We can sample by picking out a few choice genes or proteins whose sequences are directly translated from genes and comparing them across species. I'll come to that in a moment. But there are other ways of doing a kind of crude automatic sampling, and the technologies to do that have been around for longer. An early method, which works surprisingly well, exploits the immune system of rabbits. You could actually use any animal you like, but rabbits do the job nicely. As part of the body's natural defense against pathogens, the rabbit's immune system manufactures antibodies against any foreign protein that enters the bloodstream. Just as you could tell that I have had whooping cough by looking at the antibodies in my blood, so you can tell what a rabbit has been exposed to in the past by looking at its immune response in the present. The antibodies present in the rabbit constitute a history of the natural shocks to which its flesh has been heir, including artificially injected proteins. If you inject, say, a chimpanzee protein into a rabbit, the antibodies that it makes will subsequently attack the same protein if it is injected again. But suppose your second injection is of the equivalent protein not from a chimpanzee, but from a gorilla. The rabbit's prior exposure to the chimpanzee protein will have partially forearmed it against the gorilla version, but the reaction will be weaker. And it will also have forearmed it against the kangaroo version of the protein, but the reaction will be weaker still, given that the kangaroo is much less closely related to the chimpanzee that did the priming than the gorilla is.
The strength of the rabbit's immune response to a subsequent injection of a protein is a measure of the resemblance of that protein to the original to which the rabbit was first exposed. It was by this method, using rabbits, that Vincent Sarich and Alan Wilson at the University of California at Berkeley demonstrated in the 1960s that humans and chimpanzees are much more closely related to each other than anybody had previously realized. There are also methods that use the genes themselves, comparing them across species directly rather than comparing the proteins they encode. One of the oldest and most effective of these methods is called DNA hybridization. DNA hybridization is usually what lies behind those statements one often sees along the lines of humans and chimpanzees share 98% of their genes. There is some confusion, by the way, about exactly what is meant by percentage figures such as these. 98% of what is identical? The exact figure depends on how large the units are that we are counting. A simple analogy makes this clear, and it does so in an interesting way, because the differences between the analogy and the real thing are as revealing as the similarities. Suppose we have two versions of the same book and we want to compare them. Perhaps it is the book of Daniel and we want to compare the canonical version with an ancient scroll that has just been discovered in a cave overlooking the Dead Sea. What percentage of the chapters of the two books are identical? Probably 0, for it takes only one discrepancy anywhere in the whole chapter for us to say the two are not identical. What percentage of their sentences are identical? The percentage will now be much higher. Even higher will be the percentage of words that are identical, because words have fewer letters than sentences, fewer opportunities to bust the identity. But a word resemblance is still broken if any one letter in the word differs. Therefore, if you line the two texts up side by side and compare them letter by letter, the percentage of identical letters will be even higher than the percentage of identical words. So an estimate like 98% in common doesn't mean anything unless we specify the size of the unit we are comparing. Are we counting chapters, words, letters, or what? And the same is true when we compare DNA from two species. If you are comparing whole chromosomes, the percentage shared is 0 because it only takes one tiny difference somewhere along the chromosomes to define the chromosomes as different. The often quoted figure of about 98% for the shared genetic material of humans and chimps actually refers neither to numbers of chromosomes nor to numbers of whole genes, but to numbers of DNA letters, technically base pairs, that match each other within the respective human and chimp genes. But there is a pitfall. If you do the lining up naively, a missing letter, or an added letter, as opposed to a mistaken letter, will cause all subsequent letters to mismatch, because they will then all be staggered, one step out, until there is a mistake in the other direction to bring them back into step again. It is clearly unfair to let the estimate of discrepancies be inflated in this way. A scholar's eye, scanning two scrolls of Daniel, automatically copes with this in a way that is hard to quantify. How can we do it with DNA? This is where we leave our analogy with books and scrolls and go straight to the real thing, because, as it happens, the real thing, DNA, is easier to understand than the analogy.
If you gradually heat DNA, there comes a point, somewhere around 85 degrees centigrade, when the bonding between the two strands of the double helix breaks and the two helices separate. You can think of 85 degrees centigrade, or whatever the temperature turns out to be, as a melting point. If you let it cool again, each single helix spontaneously joins up again with another single helix, or fragment of single helix, wherever it finds one with which it can pair, using the ordinary base pairing rules of the double helix. You might think that this would always be the partner from which it lately separated, and with which, of course, it is perfectly matched. Indeed, it could be, but it usually isn't as tidy as that. Fragments of DNA will find other fragments with which they can pair, and they will usually not be exactly their original partners. And indeed, if you add separated fragments of DNA from another species, fragments of the single strands are quite capable of joining up with fragments of single strands from the wrong species, in just the same way as they will join up with single strands from the right species. Why should they not? It is the remarkable conclusion of the Watson-Crick molecular biology revolution that DNA is just DNA. It doesn't care whether it is human DNA, chimp DNA, or apple DNA. Fragments will happily pair off with complementary fragments wherever they find them. Nevertheless, the strength of bonding is not always equal. Single-stranded lengths of DNA bond more tightly with matching single strands than they do with less similar single strands. This is because more of the letters of the DNA find themselves opposite partners with which they cannot pair. The bonding of the strands is therefore weakened, like a zip fastener with some teeth missing. How shall we measure this strength of bonding after fragments from different species have found each other and united? By an almost ludicrously simple method. We measure the melting point of the bonds. You remember I said that the melting point of double-stranded DNA is about 85 degrees centigrade. This is true of normal, properly matched double-stranded DNA as when a strand of human DNA is melted away from a complementary strand of human DNA. But when the bonding is weaker, as when a human strand has bonded with a chimpanzee strand, a slightly lower temperature is sufficient to break the bond. And when human DNA has bonded with DNA from a more distant cousin, like a fish or a toad, an even lower temperature suffices to separate them. The difference between the melting point when a strand is bonded to one of its own kind and the melting point when it is bonded to a strand from another species is our measure of the genetic distance between the two species. As a rule of thumb, each decrease by 1 degree centigrade in the melting point is approximately equivalent to a drop of 1% in the number of DNA letters matched, or an increase of 1% in the number of missing teeth in the zip fastener. There are complications in the method which I haven't gone into, and tricky problems which have ingenious solutions. For instance, if you mix human with chimp DNA, much of the fragmented human DNA will bond with other human DNA fragments, and much of the chimp DNA will bond with its own kind. How do you separate off the hybrid DNA, whose melting point is what you really want to measure, from the same kind DNA? The answer is by a clever trick involving previous radioactive labeling, but the details would take us too far off our path. The main point here is that DNA hybridization is the technique that leads scientists to figures like 98% for the genetic similarity between humans and chimpanzees, and it yields predictably lower percentages as you move to more distantly related pairs of animals. The newest method for measuring the similarity between a pair of matching genes from different species is the most direct and the most expensive. Actually read the sequence of letters in the genes themselves, using the same methods as were used for the Human Genome Project. Although it is still expensive to compare the entire genome, you can get a good approximation by comparing a sample of genes, and this is now increasingly done. Whichever technique we use for measuring similarity between two species, whether it is rabbit antibodies or melting points or direct sequencing, the next step is pretty much the same. Having obtained a single number representing the similarity between each pair of species, we then place the figures in a table. Take a set of species and write their names in the same order as both the column headings and the row headings. Then place the percentage similarities in the appropriate boxes within the table. The table will be triangular, half of a square, because, for example, the percentage similarity between human and dog will be the same as the similarity between dog and human. So if you filled in all of a square table, each of the two halves either side of the diagonal would mirror the other. Now, what sort of results should we expect? On the evolution model, we should predict that you'll find yourself putting a high score in the box connecting human and chimpanzee, a lower score in the box connecting human and dog. The human and dog box should theoretically have an identical resemblance score to the chimpanzee and dog box, because humans and chimpanzees have exactly the same degree of relationship to dogs. It should be identical to the monkey and dog box and the lemur and dog box. This is because humans, chimpanzees, monkeys and lemurs are all connected to the dog via their common ancestor, an early primate, which probably looked a bit like a lemur. The same score should show up in the human and cat, chimpanzee and cat, monkey and cat, and lemur and cat boxes, because cats and dogs are related to all primates via the shared ancestor of all carnivores. There should be a much lower score, ideally equally low, in all the boxes uniting, say, a squid with any mammal, and it shouldn't matter which mammal you choose, since all are equally distant from a squid.
These are strong theoretical expectations, but there is no reason why in practice they should not be violated. If they were violated, it would be evidence against evolution. What actually happens turns out to be, within statistical margins of error, just what we should expect on the assumption that evolution has happened. This is another way of saying that if you put the genetic distances between pairs of species on the limbs of a tree, everything adds up in a satisfying way. Of course, the adding up is not quite perfect. Numerical expectations in biology are seldom realized with better than approximate accuracy. Comparative DNA, or protein evidence, can be used to decide, on the evolutionary assumption, which pairs of animals are closer cousins than which others. What turns this into extremely powerful evidence for evolution is that you can construct a tree of genetic resemblances separately for each gene in turn. And the important result is that every gene delivers approximately the same tree of life. Once again, this is exactly what you would expect if you were dealing with a true family tree. It is not what you would expect if a designer had surveyed the whole animal kingdom and picked and chosen, or borrowed, the best proteins for the job wherever in the animal kingdom they might be found. The earliest large-scale study along these lines was done by a group of geneticists in New Zealand led by Professor David Penny. Penny's group took 5 genes which, although not identical across all mammals, were similar enough to have earned the same name in all. The details don't matter, but for the record the 5 genes were those for hemoglobin A, hemoglobin B, hemoglobins give blood its red colour, fibrinopeptide A, fibrinopeptide B, fibrinopeptides are used in clotting blood, and cytochrome C, which plays an important role in cellular biochemistry. They chose 11 mammals to compare: rhesus monkey, sheep, horse, kangaroo, rat, rabbit, dog, pig, human, cow, and chimpanzee. Penny and his colleagues thought statistically. They wanted to calculate the probability that, purely by chance, 2 molecules would yield the same family tree if evolution wasn't true. So they tried to imagine all possible trees that could terminate in 11 descendants. It's a surprisingly large number. Even if you limit yourself to binary trees, that is, trees with branches that only bifurcate, no trifurcating or hyerficating, the total number of possible trees is more than 34 million. The scientists patiently looked at every one of the 34 million trees and compared each one with the other 33,999,999 trees. No, of course they didn't. It would take too much computer time. They did, however, devise a clever statistical approximation, a shortcut equivalent to that mammoth calculation.
This is how the method of approximation worked. They took the first of the 5 genes, say hemoglobin A. In all cases, I use the name of the protein to stand for the gene that codes for that protein. Of all those millions of trees, they wanted to find which was the most parsimonious, where hemoglobin A was concerned. Parsimonious here means needing to postulate the minimum amount of evolutionary change. For example, all those thousands of trees that assumed that the closest cousin to a human was a kangaroo, while humans and chimpanzees are more distantly related, proved to be very unparsimonious trees. They needed to assume a lot of evolutionary change in order to yield the result that kangaroos and humans had a recent common ancestor. Hemoglobin A's verdict would be,
This is a terribly unparsimonious tree. Not only do I have to put in lots of mutational work in order to end up so different in humans and kangaroos, despite our close cousinship, according to this tree, I also have to put in lots of mutational work in the other direction, in order to ensure that, despite their great separation on this particular tree, humans and chimps somehow ended up with such similar hemoglobin A. I vote against this tree.
Hemoglobin A delivers a verdict of this kind, some verdicts more favourable than others, on each of the 34 million trees, and finally ends up choosing a few dozen top-ranking trees. Of each of these top-ranking trees, hemoglobin A would say something like this.
This tree puts humans and chimpanzees as close cousins, and it puts sheep and cows as close cousins, and it puts kangaroos out on a limb. This turns out to be a very good tree, because it makes me do hardly any mutational work at all to explain the evolutionary changes. This is an excellently parsimonious tree. It gets the hemoglobin A vote.
Of course, it would have been nice if hemoglobin A and every other gene could have come up with a single most parsimonious tree, but that is too much to ask. Among the 34 million trees, It is only to be expected that several slightly different trees should tie for hemoglobin A's top-ranking slot.
Now, how about hemoglobin B? How about cytochrome C? Each one of the 5 proteins is entitled to its own separate vote, to find its own preferred, that is, most parsimonious, trees from among the 34 million trees. It would be perfectly possible for cytochrome C to come up with a completely different vote on which is the most parsimonious tree. It could turn out that the cytochrome C of humans really is very similar to that of kangaroos and very different from that of chimpanzees. Far from saluting the close pairing of sheep and cow discerned by hemoglobin A, cytochrome C might find that it hardly needs to mutate at all in order to place sheep very close to, say, monkeys, and in order to place cows very close to rabbits. On the creation hypothesis, there is no reason why that shouldn't happen. But what Penny and his colleagues actually found was that there was astonishingly high agreement among all 5 proteins, and they used yet more clever statistics to show how unlikely such concordance would be by chance. All 5 proteins voted for pretty much the same subset of trees from among the 34 million possible trees. This is, of course, exactly what we would expect on the assumption that there really is only one true tree relating all 11 animals, and it is the family tree, the tree of evolutionary relationships.
56.
What is more, the consensus tree that the 5 molecules all voted for turned out to be the same as zoologists had already worked out on anatomical and paleontological, not molecular grounds.
The Penny study was published in 1982, quite a while ago. The intervening years have seen a prolific multiplication of detailed evidence of the exact sequences of genes of lots and lots of species of animals and plants. Agreement on the most parsimonious trees now extends far beyond the 11 species and 5 molecules that Penny and his colleagues studied. Theirs was just a nice example, overwhelming as their statistical evidence proved. The sum total of genetic sequence data now available puts the matter beyond all conceivable doubt. Far more convincingly even than the also highly convincing fossil evidence, the evidence from comparisons among genes is converging rapidly and decisively on a single great tree of life. It is the consistency of agreement among all the different genes in the genome that gives us confidence, not only in the historical accuracy of the consensus tree itself, but also in the fact that evolution has occurred. If molecular genetic technology continues to expand at its present exponential rate, by the year 2050, deriving the complete sequence of an animal's genome will be cheap and quick, scarcely any more trouble than taking its temperature or its blood pressure. Why do I say that genetic technology is expanding exponentially? Could we even measure it? There is a parallel in computer technology called Moore's law. Named after Gordon Moore, one of the founders of the Intel computer chip company, it can be expressed in various ways because several measures of computer power are linked to each other. One version of the law states that the number of units that can be packed into an integrated circuit of a given size doubles every 18 months to 2 years or so. It is an empirical law, meaning that, rather than deriving from some piece of theory, it just turns out to be true when you measure the data. It has held good over a period of about 50 years so far, and many experts think it will do so for at least a few more decades. Other exponential trends with a similar doubling time, which can be regarded as versions of Moore's law, include the increase in speed of computation and size of memory per unit cost. Exponential trends always lead to startling results, as Darwin demonstrated when, with the aid of his mathematician son George, he took the elephant as an example of a slow-breeding animal and showed that in just a few centuries of unrestricted exponential growth, the descendants of just one pair of elephants would carpet the earth. Needless to say, population growth of elephants is not, in practice, exponential. It is limited by competition for food and space, by disease, and by many other things. That indeed was Darwin's whole point, for that is where natural selection steps in. but Moore's law really has remained in force, at least approximately, for 50 years. Although nobody has a very clear idea why, various measures of computer power actually have increased exponentially in practice, where Darwin's elephant trend is exponential only in theory. It occurred to me that there might be a similar law in force for genetic technology and the sequencing of DNA. I suggested it to Jonathan Hodgkin, Oxford's professor of genetics, who had once been an undergraduate pupil of mine. To my delight, it turned out that he had already thought of it and measured it in preparation for a lecture at his old school. He estimated the cost of sequencing a standard length of DNA at 4 dates in history: 1965, 1975, 1995, and 2000. I inverted his figures to bangs for the buck, or how much DNA could you sequence for £1,000. I plotted the figures on a logarithmic scale, chosen because an exponential trend will always show up as a straight line when plotted logarithmically. Sure enough, Hodgkin's 4 points fall pretty well on a straight line. I fitted a line to the points and then took the liberty of projecting it on into the future. More recently, just as this book was going to press, I showed this section to Professor Hodgkin, and he told me the most recent data of which he was aware: the duck-billed platypus genome, which was sequenced in 2008. The platypus was a good choice because of its strategic position in the tree of life. The ancestor that it shares with us lived 180 million years ago, which is nearly 3 times as long ago as the extinction of the dinosaurs. The platypus point fits pretty well near the projected line that was calculated from the earlier data. The slope of the line for what I am now calling, without permission, Hodgkin's law, is only slightly shallower than that for Moore's law. The doubling time is a bit more than 2 years, where the Moore's law doubling time is a bit less than 2 years. DNA technology is intensely dependent on computers, so it's a good guess that Hodgkin's law is at least partly dependent on Moore's law. The line of Hodgkin's law allows us to read off an estimate of when it will be possible to sequence a genome the same size as a given creature for only £1,000 of today's money. For a genome the size of yeasts, we need wait only till about 2020. For a new mammal genome, as far as this kind of back-of-envelope calculation is concerned, all mammals are equally expensive, the estimated date is just this side of 2040. It's an exhilarating prospect, a massive database of DNA sequences cheaply and easily obtained from all corners of the animal and plant kingdoms. Detailed DNA comparisons will fill in all the gaps in our knowledge about the actual evolutionary relatedness of every species to every other. We shall know with complete certainty the entire family tree of all living creatures. Goodness knows how we'll plot it. It won't fit on any practical-sized sheet of paper. I must sound one note of caution. In an earlier section we saw that while the principle of no borrowing is almost completely appropriate for animals and plants, bacteria are different. Among bacteria, and archaea, which are superficially like bacteria but rather distantly related, there is plenty of sharing of genes. Whereas animals use sexual coupling to exchange DNA within species, bacteria use their own form of copy and paste to pass DNA around even between distantly related species. Although I was right to extol the one true tree of life for animals and plants, the whole business gets messier when we turn to microorganisms. As my colleague, the philosopher Dan Dennett, has put it, where the tree of life for animals is a majestically spreading oak, that for bacteria is more like a banyan. Where bacteria are concerned, there is something to be said for compiling a one true tree for each gene separately, regardless of which particular kinds of bacteria it happens to be travelling around in. What a fascinating prospect. How Darwin would have loved it. The largest scale attempt in that direction so far has been made by a group associated with David Hillis, brother of Danny Hillis, who pioneered one of the first supercomputers. The Hillis plot makes the tree diagram more compact by wrapping it around in a circle. You can't see the gap where the two ends almost meet, but it lies between the bacteria and the archaea. To see how the circular plot works, look at the greatly stripped-down version tattooed on the back of Claire D'Alberto of the University of Melbourne, whose enthusiasm for zoology is more than skin-deep, and who has graciously allowed me to include the photograph.
57.
Her tattoo includes a small sample of 86 species, the number of terminal twigs. You can see the gap in the circular plot and imagine the circle opened out. The smaller number of illustrations around the edge are strategically chosen from bacteria, protozoa, plants, fungi, and 4 animal phyla. The vertebrates are represented by the weedy sea dragon on the right, a surprising fish protected by its resemblance to seaweed. The Hillis circular plot is the same, except that it has 3,000 species. Their names appear around the outside edge of the circle, far too small to read, though Homo sapiens is helpfully marked, "You are here."
58.
You can get an idea of how sparse a sampling of the tree even this huge plot is when I tell you that the closest relatives of humans that it can fit in the circle are rats and mice. The mammals had to be stripped down drastically in order to fit in all the other branches of the tree to the same depth. Just imagine trying to plot a similar tree with 10 million species instead of the 3,000 included here. And 10 million is not the most extravagant estimate of the number of surviving species. It's well worth downloading the Hillis tree from his website at the University of Texas and then printing it as a wall hanging on a piece of paper which, they recommend, should be at least 54 inches wide. Even bigger would be an advantage.
The molecular clock. Now, while we are talking molecules, we have some unfinished business left over from our discussion on evolutionary clocks. There we looked at tree rings and at various kinds of radioactive clocks, but we deferred consideration of the so-called molecular clock until we had learned about some other aspects of molecular genetics. The time has now come. Think of this section as an appendix to the one on clocks. The molecular clock assumes that evolution is true and that it proceeds at a sufficiently constant rate through geological time to be used as a clock in its own right, provided that it can be calibrated using fossils, which are in turn calibrated with radioactive clocks. Just as a candle clock assumes that candles burn at a fixed and known rate, and a water clock assumes that water drains from a bucket at a rate that can be calibrated, and a grandfather clock assumes that a pendulum swings at a fixed rate, so the molecular clock assumes that there are certain aspects of evolution itself that proceed at a fixed rate. That fixed rate can be calibrated against those parts of the evolutionary record that are well documented with radioactively datable fossils. Once calibrated, the molecular clock can then be used for other parts of evolution that are not well documented by fossils. For example, it can be used for animals that don't have hard skeletons and seldom fossilize.
Nice idea, but what gives us the right to hope that we can find evolutionary processes that go at a fixed rate? Indeed, much evidence suggests that evolutionary rates are highly variable. Long before the modern era of molecular biology, J.B.S. Haldane proposed the Darwin as a measure of evolutionary rates. Suppose that, over evolutionary time, some measured characteristic of an animal is changing in a consistent direction. For example, suppose the mean leg length is increasing. If, over a period of 1 million years, leg length increases by a factor of e, 2.718, a number chosen for reasons of mathematical convenience which we needn't go into, the rate of evolutionary change is said to be 1 Darwin. Haldane himself assessed the rate of evolution of the horse as approximately 40 millidarwins, while it has been suggested that the evolution of domestic animals under artificial selection should be measured in kilodarwins. The rate of evolution of the guppies in the experiment I described earlier has been estimated as 45 kilodarwins. The evolution of living fossils such as Lingula is probably to be measured in microdarwins. You get the point. Rates of evolution of things that you can see and measure, like beaks and legs, are hugely variable.
If rates of evolution are so variable, how can we hope to use them as a clock? This is where molecular genetics comes to the rescue. At first sight, it will not be clear how this can be so. When measurable characteristics like leg length evolve, what we are seeing is the outward and visible manifestation of an underlying genetic change. How, then, can it be the case that rates of change at the molecular level provide a good clock, while rates of leg or wing evolution don't? If legs and beaks undergo change at rates ranging from micro-Darwins to kilo-Darwins, why should molecules be any more reliable as clocks? The answer is that the genetic changes that manifest themselves in outward and visible evolution of things like legs and arms are a very small tip of the iceberg, and they are the tip that is heavily influenced by varying natural selection. The majority of genetic change at the molecular level is neutral and can therefore be expected to proceed at a rate that is independent of usefulness and might even be approximately constant within any one gene. A neutral genetic change has no effect on the survival of the animal, and this is a helpful credential for a clock. This is because genes that affect survival, positively or negatively, would be expected to evolve at a changed rate, reflecting this.
When the neutral theory of molecular evolution was first proposed by, among others, the great Japanese geneticist Motu Kimura, it was controversial. Some version of it is now widely accepted, and without going into the detailed evidence here, I'm going to accept it in this book. Since I have a reputation as an arch adaptationist, allegedly obsessed with natural selection as the major or even only driving force of evolution, you can have some confidence that if even I support the neutral theory, it is unlikely that many other biologists will oppose it. A neutral mutation is one that, although easily measurable by molecular genetic techniques, is not subject to natural selection, either positive or negative. Pseudogenes are neutral for one kind of reason. They are genes that once did something useful, but have now been sidelined and are never transcribed or translated. They might as well not exist as far as the animal's welfare is concerned. But as far as the scientist is concerned, they very much exist, and they are exactly what we need for an evolutionary clock. Pseudogenes are only one class of those genes that are never translated in embryology. There are other classes which are preferred by scientists for molecular clocks, but I won't go into detail. What pseudogenes are useful for is embarrassing creationists. It stretches even their creative ingenuity to make up a convincing reason why an intelligent designer should have created a pseudogene, a gene that does absolutely nothing and gives every appearance of being a superannuated version of a gene that used to do something, unless he was deliberately setting out to fool us. Leaving pseudogenes aside, it is a remarkable fact that the greater part, 95% in the case of humans, of the genome might as well not be there for all the difference it makes. The neutral theory applies even to many of the genes in the remaining 5%, the genes that are read and used. It applies even to genes that are totally vital for survival. I must be clear here. We are not saying that a gene to which the neutral theory applies has no effect on the body. What we are saying is that a mutant version of the gene has exactly the same effect as the unmutated version. However important or unimportant the gene itself may be, the mutated version has the same effect as the unmutated version. Unlike pseudogenes, where the gene itself can properly be described as neutral, we are now talking about cases where it is only mutations, i.e. changes in genes, that can strictly be described as neutral, not genes themselves. Mutations can be neutral for various reasons. The DNA code is a degenerate code. This is a technical term meaning that some code words are exact synonyms of each other.
By the way, degenerate is not the same, though the two terms are often confused, as redundant, another technical term of information theory. A redundant code is one in which the same message is conveyed more than once. For example, she is a female woman conveys the message of her sex 3 times. Redundancy is used by engineers to guard against transmission errors. A degenerate code is one in which more than one word is used to mean the same thing. In the genetic code, for example, CUC and CUG Both code for the amino acid leucine. A mutation from CUC to CUG therefore makes no difference. That's degenerate.
When a gene mutates into one of its synonyms, you might as well not bother to call it a mutation at all. Indeed, it isn't a mutation as far as consequences on the body are concerned. And for the same reason, it isn't a mutation at all as far as natural selection is concerned. But it is a mutation as far as molecular geneticists are concerned, for they can see it using their methods. It is as though I were to write a word, say kangaroo, in lowercase and then uppercase. You can still read the word, and it still means the same Australian hopping animal. The change from lowercase to uppercase is detectable, but irrelevant to the meaning.
Not all neutral mutations are quite so neutral as that. Sometimes the new gene does translate into a different protein, but the active site, remember the carefully shaped dents that we met in Chapter 8, of the new protein remains the same as the old one. Consequently, there is literally no effect on the embryonic development of the body. The unmutated and the mutated form of the gene are still synonyms as far as their effects on bodies are concerned. It is also possible that some mutations really do change the body, but in such a way as to have no effect on survival, one way or the other. So, to sum up on the neutral theory, to say that a gene or a mutation is neutral doesn't necessarily mean that the gene itself is useless. It could be vitally important to the animal's survival. What it means is that the mutated form of a gene, which might or might not be important for survival, is no different from the unmutated form with respect to its effects, which might be very important, on survival. As it happens, it's probably true to say that most mutations are neutral. They are undetectable by natural selection, but detectable by molecular geneticists. And that is an ideal combination for an evolutionary clock. None of this is to downgrade the all-important tip of the iceberg, the minority of mutations that are not neutral. It is they that are selected positively or negatively in the evolution of improvements. They are the ones whose effects we actually see, and natural selection sees too. They are the ones whose selection gives living things their breathtaking illusion of design. But it is the rest of the iceberg, the neutral mutations, which are in the majority, that concern us when we are talking about the molecular clock.
As geological time goes by, the genome is subjected to a reign of attrition in the form of mutations. In that small portion of the genome where the mutations really matter for survival, natural selection soon gets rid of the bad ones and favours the good ones. The neutral mutations, on the other hand, simply pile up unpunished and unnoticed, except by molecular geneticists. And now we need a new technical term, fixation. A new mutation, if it is genuinely new, will have a low frequency in the gene pool. If you revisit the gene pool 1,000,000 years later, it is possible that the mutation will have increased in frequency to 100% or something close to it. If that happens, the mutation is said to have gone to fixation. We shall no longer think of it as a mutation. It has become the norm. The obvious way for a mutation to go to fixation is for natural selection to favour it. But there is another way. It can go to fixation by chance. Just as a once proud surname can die out for lack of male heirs, so the alternatives to the mutation we are talking about can just happen to disappear from the gene pool. The mutation itself can become frequent in the gene pool by the same luck as has led Smith to emerge as the commonest surname in England. Of course, it is much more interesting if the gene goes to fixation for a good reason, that's natural selection, but it can also happen by chance, given a large enough number of generations. And geological time is vast enough for neutral mutations to go to fixation at a predictable rate. The rate at which they do so varies, but it is characteristic of particular genes. And given that most mutations are neutral, this is precisely what makes the molecular clock possible. It's fixation that matters for the molecular clock, because fixed genes are the ones we look at when we compare two modern animals to try to estimate how long ago their ancestors split apart. Fixed genes are the genes that characterize a species. They are the ones that are all but universal in the gene pool. And we can compare the genes that have become fixed in one species with the genes that have become fixed in another, in order to estimate how recently the two species split apart. There are complications which I won't go into because Yan Wang and I discussed them fully in the epilogue to The Velvet Worm's Tale in my book The Ancestor's Tale. With reservations and with various important correction factors, the molecular clock works.
Just as radioactive clocks tick at hugely variable speeds, with half-lives ranging from fractions of a second through to tens of billions of years, so different genes provide a marvellous spread of molecular clocks, suitable for timing evolutionary change on scales ranging from 1 million to 1 billion years and all stages in between. Just as each radioactive isotope has its characteristic half-life, so each gene has a characteristic turnover rate, the rate at which new mutations typically go to fixation by random chance. Histone genes characteristically turn over at a rate of 1 mutation per billion years. Fibrinopeptide genes are 1,000 times faster, with a turnover of 1 new mutation fixed per million years. Cytochrome C and the suite of hemoglobin genes have intermediate turnovers, with times to fixation measured in millions to tens of millions of years. Neither radioactive clocks nor molecular clocks tick in a regular fashion like a pendulum clock or a watch. If you could hear them ticking, they'd sound like a Geiger counter, the radioactive clocks literally so, since a Geiger counter is precisely what you would use to listen to them. A Geiger counter doesn't tick regularly, like a watch. It ticks at random, the ticks coming in strange, stuttering bursts. That's how mutations and fixations would sound if we could hear them on the immensely long timescale of geology. But whether stuttering like a Geiger counter or ticking metronomically like a watch, the important thing about a timekeeper is that it should tick at a known average rate. That's what radioactive clocks do, and that's what molecular clocks do.
I introduced the molecular clock by saying that it assumes the fact of evolution and therefore can't be used in evidence of it. But now, having understood how the clock works, we can see that I was too pessimistic. The very existence of pseudogenes, useless, untranscribed genes that bear a marked resemblance to useful genes, is a perfect example of the way animals and plants have their history written all over them. But that is a topic that must wait for the next chapter. Chapter 11. History Written All Over Us. I began this book by imagining a teacher of Latin forced to waste time and energy defending the proposition that the Romans and their language ever existed. Let's return to that thought and ask what actually is the evidence for the Roman Empire and the Latin language. I live in Britain where, as in the rest of Europe, Rome wrote her signature all over the map, carved her ways into the landscape, wove her language through ours and her history through our literature. Walk the length of Hadrian's Wall, whose preferred local name is still the Roman Wall. Walk, as I walked Sunday after Sunday in crocodile formation from my boarding school in relatively new Salisbury to the Roman flint fort of Old Sarum, and commune with the imagined ghosts of dead legions. Unfold an Ordnance Survey map of England. Wherever you see a long, dead-straight country road, especially where there are green field gaps between stretches of road or cart track that you can exactly line up with a ruler, you'll almost always find a Roman label beside it. Vestiges of the Roman Empire are all around us. Living bodies, too, have their history written all over them. They bristle with the biological equivalent of Roman roads, walls, monuments, potsherds, even ancient inscriptions carved into the living DNA, ready to be deciphered by scholars. Bristle? Yes, literally. When you are cold or badly frightened, or haunted by the peerless craftsmanship of a Shakespeare sonnet, you get goosebumps. Why? Because your ancestors were normal mammals with hairs all over, and these were raised or lowered at the behest of sensitive bodily thermostats. Too cold, and the hairs were erected to plump up the layer of insulating trapped air. Too warm, and the coat was flattened to allow body heat to escape more easily. In later evolution, the hair erection system was hijacked for social communication purposes and became involved in the expression of the emotions, as Darwin was one of the first to appreciate in his book of that name. I can't resist sharing with you some lines, vintage Darwin, from that book.
Mr. Sutton, the intelligent keeper in the zoological gardens, carefully observed for me the chimpanzee and orang, and he states that when they are suddenly frightened, as by a thunderstorm, or when they are made angry, as by being teased, their hair becomes erect. I saw a chimpanzee who was alarmed at the sight of a black coal heaver, and the hair rose all over his body. I took a stuffed snake into the monkey house, and the hair on several of the species instantly became erect. When I showed a stuffed snake to a peccary, the hair rose in a wonderful manner along its back, and so it does with a wild boar when enraged.
The hackles are raised in anger. In fear also, hairs stand on end to increase the body's apparent size and scare off dangerous rivals or predators. Even we naked apes still have the machinery to raise non-existent or barely existent hairs, and we call it goosebumps. The hair erection machinery is a vestige, a non-functional relic of something that did a useful job in our long-dead ancestors. Vestigial hairs are among the many instances of history written all over us. They constitute persuasive evidence that evolution has occurred, and again it comes not from fossils, but from modern animals. As we saw previously, where I compared it to a comparably sized fish such as a dorado, you don't have to dig very deep inside a dolphin to uncover its history of life on dry land. Despite its streamlined, fish-like exterior, and despite the fact that it now makes its entire living in the sea and would soon die if beached, a dolphin, but not a dorado, has land mammal woven through its very warp and woof. It has lungs, not gills, and will drown like any land animal if prevented from coming up for air, although it can hold its breath for much longer than a land mammal. In all sorts of ways, its air-breathing apparatus is changed to fit its watery world. Instead of breathing through two little nostrils at the end of its nose like any normal land mammal, it has a single nostril in the top of its head, which enables it to breathe while only just breaking the surface. This blowhole has a tight sealing valve to keep water out and a wide bore to minimize the time needed for breathing. In an 1845 communication to the Royal Society, which Darwin, as a fellow, would quite likely have read, Francis Simpson, Esquire, wrote,
The muscles that open and close the blowhole and that act upon the various sacs form one of the most complicated yet most exquisitely adjusted pieces of machinery that either nature or art presents.
The dolphin's blowhole goes to great lengths to correct a problem that would never have arisen at all if only it breathed with gills like a fish. And many of the details of the blowhole can be seen as corrections to secondary problems that arose when the air intake migrated from the nostrils to the top of the head. A real designer would have planned it at the top of the head in the first place. That's if he hadn't decided to abolish lungs and go for gills anyway. Throughout this section, we shall continually find examples of evolution correcting an initial mistake or historical relic by post hoc compensation or tweaking, rather than by going back to the drawing board as a real designer would. In any case, the elaborate and complex gateway to the blowhole is eloquent testimony to the dolphin's remote ancestry on dry land. In countless other ways, dolphins and whales could be said to have their ancient history written all over and through them, like vestiges of Roman roads drawn out in dead-straight cart tracks and bridleways across the map of England. Whales have no hind legs, but there are tiny bones buried deep inside them, which are the remnants of the pelvic girdle and hind legs of their long-gone walking ancestors. The same is true of the Sirenians, or sea cows. I've already mentioned them several times, the manatees, dugongs, and the 8-yard-long Steller's sea cow, hunted to extinction by humans.
The connection with the legendary sirens may be the habit which they share with their land relatives, the elephants, of suckling their young from pectoral breasts. Perhaps sexually frustrated sailors who had been at sea for a very long time witnessed this from a distance and mistook them for women. Sirenians have sometimes been blamed for the mermaid legend.
Sirenians are very different from whales and dolphins, but they are the only other group of wholly marine mammals that have never come ashore. Where dolphins are fast, actively intelligent carnivores, manatees and dugongs are slow, dreamy herbivores. At the Manatee Aquarium that I visited in western Florida, for once I didn't rage against the loudspeakers playing music. It was sleepy lagoon music, and it seemed so languidly appropriate that all was forgiven. Manatees and dugongs float effortlessly in hydrostatic equilibrium, not by means of a swim bladder as fish do, but through being equipped with heavy bones as a counterweight to the natural buoyancy of their blubber. Their specific gravity is therefore very close to that of water, and they can make fine adjustments to it by pulling in or expanding the rib cage. The precision of their buoyancy control is enhanced by the possession of a separate cavity for each lung. They have 2 independently controlled diaphragms.
Dolphins and whales, dugongs and manatees give birth to live babies, like all mammals. That habit is not actually peculiar to mammals. Many fish are live bearers, but they do it in a very different way. Actually, a fascinating variety of very different ways, doubtless independently evolved. The dolphin's placenta is unmistakably mammalian, and so is its habit of suckling the young with milk. Its brain is also beyond question the brain of a mammal, and a very advanced mammal at that. The cerebral cortex of a mammal is a sheet of grey matter wrapped around the outside of the brain. Getting brainier partly consists in increasing the area of the sheet. This could be done by increasing the total size of the brain and of the skull that houses it. But there are downsides to having a big skull. It makes it harder to be born, for one thing. As a result, brainy mammals contrive to increase the area of the sheet while staying within limits set by the skull, and they do it by throwing the whole sheet into deep folds and fissures. This is why the human brain looks like a wrinkled walnut, and the brains of dolphins and whales are the only ones to rival those of us apes for wrinkliness.
59.
Fish brains don't have wrinkles at all. Indeed, they don't have a cerebral cortex, and the whole brain is tiny compared to a dolphin's or human's. The dolphin's mammalian history is deeply etched into the wrinkled surface of its brain. It's a part of its mammalness, along with the placenta, milk, a 4-chambered heart, a lower jaw having only a single bone, warm-bloodedness, and many other specifically mammalian features. Warm-blooded is what we call mammals and birds, but really what they have is the ability to keep their temperature constant regardless of the outside temperature. This is a good idea because the chemical reactions in a cell can then all be optimized to work best at a particular temperature. Cold-blooded animals are not necessarily cold. A lizard has warmer blood than a mammal if both happen to be out in the midday sun in the Sahara Desert. A lizard has colder blood than a mammal if they're out in the snow. The mammal has the same temperature all the time, and it has to work hard to keep it constant, using internal mechanisms. Lizards use external means to regulate their temperature, moving into the sun when they need to warm themselves up, and into the shade when they need to cool down. Mammals regulate their body temperature more accurately, and dolphins are no exception. Once again, their mammal history is written all over them, even though they have reverted to life in the sea, where most creatures don't maintain a constant temperature.
Once proud wings. The bodies of whales and sirenians abound in historical relics that we notice because they live in a very different environment from their land-dwelling ancestors. A similar principle applies to birds that have lost the habit and equipment of flight. Not all birds fly, but all birds carry at least relics of the apparatus of flight. Ostriches and emus are fast runners that never fly, but they have stubs of wings as a legacy from remote flying ancestors. Ostrich wing stubs, moreover, have not completely lost their usefulness. Although much too small to fly with, they seem to have some sort of balancing and steering role in running, and they enter into social and sexual displays. Kiwi wings are too small to be seen outside the bird's fine coat of feathers, but vestiges of wing bones are there. Moas lost their wings entirely. Their home country of New Zealand, by the way, has more than its fair share of flightless birds, probably because the absence of mammals left wide-open niches to be filled by any creature that could get there by flying. But those flying pioneers, having arrived on wings, later lost them as they filled the vacant mammal roles on the ground. This probably doesn't apply to the moas themselves, whose ancestors, as it happened, were already flightless before the great southern continent of Gondwana broke up into fragments, New Zealand among them, each bearing its own cargo of Gondwanan animals. It surely does apply to kakapos, New Zealand's flightless parrots, whose flying ancestors apparently lived so recently that kakapos still try to fly, although they lack the equipment to succeed. In the words of the immortal Douglas Adams in Last Chance to See,
"It is an extremely fat bird. A good-sized adult will weigh about 6 or 7 pounds, and its wings are just about good for wiggling about a bit if it thinks it's about to trip over something, but flying is completely out of the question." Sadly, however, it seems that not only has the kakapo forgotten how to fly, but it's also forgotten that it's forgotten how to fly. Apparently, a seriously worried kakapo will sometimes run up a tree and jump out of it, whereupon it flies like a brick and lands in a graceless heap on the ground.
60. While ostriches, emus and rheas are great runners, penguins and Galapagos flightless cormorants are great swimmers. I was privileged to swim with a flightless cormorant in a large rock pool on the island of Isabella, and I was enchanted to witness the speed and agility with which it sought out one undersea crevice after another, staying under for a breathtakingly long time. I had the advantage of a snorkel. Unlike penguins, who use their short wings to fly underwater, Galapagos cormorants propel themselves with their powerful legs and huge webbed feet, using their wings only as stabilizers. But all flightless birds, including ostriches and their kind, which lost their wings a very long time ago, are clearly descended from ancestors that used them to fly. No reasonable observer could seriously doubt the truth of that, which means that anybody who thinks about it should find it very hard, why not impossible, to doubt the fact of evolution.
Numerous different groups of insects, too, have lost their wings, or greatly reduced them. Unlike primitively wingless insects such as silverfish, fleas and lice have lost the wings their ancestors once had. Female gypsy moths have underdeveloped wing muscles and don't fly. They don't need to, for the males fly to them, attracted by a chemical lure which they can detect at astounding dilutions. If the females were to move as well as the males, the system probably wouldn't work, for by the time the males had flown up the slowly drifting chemical gradient, its source would have moved on. Unlike most insects, which have 4 wings, the flies, as their Latin name Diptera suggests, have only 2. The second pair of wings has become reduced to a pair of halteres. These swing about like very high-speed Indian clubs, which they resemble, functioning as tiny gyroscopes. How do we know that halteres are descended from ancestral wings? Several reasons. They occupy exactly the same place in the 3rd segment of the thorax as the flying wing occupies in the 2nd thoracic segment, and the 3rd too in other insects. They move in the same figure-of-8 pattern as the wings of flies. They have the same embryology as wings, and although they are tiny, if you look at them carefully, especially during development, you can see that they are stunted wings, clearly modified, unless you are an evolution denier, from ancestral wings. Testifying to the same story, there are mutant fruit flies, so-called homeotic mutants, whose embryology is abnormal and who grow not halt ears, but a second pair of wings, like a bee or any other kind of insect. What would the intermediate stages between wings and halt ears have looked like, and why would natural selection have favoured the intermediates? What is the use of half a halt ear? J.W.S. Pringle, the Oxford professor whose forbidding mien and stiff bearing earned him the nickname Laughing John, was mainly responsible for working out how halt ears work. He pointed out that all insect wings have tiny sense organs in the base which detect twisting and other forces. The sense organs at the base of halt ears are very similar, another piece of evidence that halt ears are modified wings. Long before halt ears evolved, the information streaming into the nervous system from the sense organs at their base would enable fast buzzing wings, while flying, to act as rudimentary gyroscopes. To the extent that any flying machine is naturally unstable, it needs to compensate with sophisticated instrumentation, for example, gyroscopes. The whole question of the evolution of stable and unstable flyers is very interesting. Compare two pterosaurs, Rhamphorhynchus and Anhanguera, extinct flying reptiles, contemporaries of the dinosaurs.
61.
Any aero-engineer could tell you that Rhamphorhynchus, an early pterosaur, must have been a stable flyer because of its long tail with the ping-pong bat on the end. Rhamphorhynchus would not have needed sophisticated gyro control, such as flies have with their halt ears, because its tail made it inherently stable. On the other hand, as the same engineer could tell you, it would not have been very manoeuvrable. In any flying machine, there is a trade-off between stability and manoeuvrability. The great John Maynard Smith, who worked as an aircraft designer before returning to university to read zoology, on the grounds that aeroplanes were noisy and old-fashioned, pointed out that flying animals can move in evolutionary time back and forth along the spectrum of this trade-off, sometimes losing inherent stability in the interests of increased manoeuvrability, but paying for it in the form of increased instrumentation and computation capability, brain power. Anhanguera was a late pterodactyl from the Cretaceous era, some 60 million years after the Jurassic Rhamphorhynchus. Anhanguera had almost no tail at all, like a modern bat. Like a bat, it would surely have been an unstable aircraft, reliant on instrumentation and computation to exercise subtle, moment-to-moment control over its flight surfaces.
Anhanguera didn't have halt ears, of course. It would have used other sense organs to provide the equivalent information, probably the semicircular canals of the inner ear. These were indeed very large in those pterosaurs that had been looked at, although, a touch disappointingly for the Maynard-Smith hypothesis, they were large in Rhamphorhynchus as well as Anhanguera. But to return to the flies, Pringle suggests that the four-winged ancestors of flies probably had long abdomens, which would have made them stable. All four wings would have acted as rudimentary gyroscopes. Then, he suggests, the ancestors of flies started to move along the stability continuum, becoming more manoeuvrable and less stable as the abdomen got shorter. The hind wings started to shift more towards the gyroscopic function, which they had always performed in a small way as wings, becoming smaller and heavier for their size, while the forewings enlarged to take over more of the flying. There would have been a gradual continuum of change as the forewings assumed ever more of the burden of aviation, while the hind wings shrank to take over the avionics.
Worker ants have lost their wings, but not the capacity to grow wings. Their winged history still lurks within them. We know this because queen ants, and males, have wings, and workers are females who could have been queens but who, for environmental, not genetic reasons, failed to become queens. Presumably worker ants lost their wings in evolution because they are a nuisance and get in the way underground. Poignant testimony to this is provided by queen ants, who use their wings once only to fly out of the natal nest, find a mate, and then settle down to dig a hole for a new nest. As they begin their new life underground, the first thing they do is lose their wings, in some cases by literally biting them off. Painful, perhaps, who knows, evidence that wings are a nuisance underground. No wonder worker ants never grow wings in the first place. Probably for similar reasons, ants' nests and termites' nests are home to a horde of wingless hangers-on of many different types, feeding on the rich pickings swept in by the ever-rustling streams of returning foragers. And wings are just as much of a hindrance to them as they are to the ants themselves. There is an additional reason for winglessness in this riff-raff of lurkers and squatters in ants' and termites' nests. Many of them have, over evolutionary time, assumed a protective resemblance to ants, either or both to fool the ants or to fool would-be predators who might otherwise pick them out from among the less palatable and better protected ants. For example, Labidus praedator looks for all the world like the ants among which it lives.
62.
Only an expert entomologist would discern that it is, in fact, a beetle. Once again, how do we know? From deep and detailed resemblances to beetles, which hugely outnumber the superficial features in which this insect resembles an ant. Exactly the same way as we know that a dolphin is a mammal and not a fish. Lapidus has its beetle ancestry written all through it except, again as with dolphins, in those features that define its superficial appearance, such as its winglessness and its ant-like profile.
Lost eyes. Just as ants and their subterranean fellow-travellers lose their wings underground, so numerous different kinds of animals that live in the depths of dark caves where there is no light have reduced or lost their eyes, and are, as Darwin himself noted, more or less completely blind. The word troglobite, yes, troglobite, not troglodyte, which means something less extreme, has been coined for an animal that lives only in the darkest part of caves and is so specialized that it can live nowhere else. You can find troglobites among salamanders, fish, shrimps, crayfish, millipedes, spiders, crickets, and many other animals. They're very often white, having lost all pigment, and blind. They usually, however, retain vestiges of eyes, and that is the point of mentioning them here. Vestigial eyes are evidence of evolution. Given that a cave salamander lives in perpetual darkness, so has no use for eyes, why would a divine creator nevertheless furnish it with dummy eyes, clearly related to eyes, but non-functional? Evolutionists on their side need to come up with an explanation for the loss of eyes where they are no longer needed. Why not, it might be said, simply hang on to your eyes, even if you never use them? Might they not come in handy at some point in the future? Why bother to get rid of them? Notice, by the way, how hard it is to resist the language of intention, purpose, and personification. Strictly speaking, I should not have used the word bother, should I? I should have said something like, how does losing its eyes benefit an individual cave salamander so that it is more likely to survive and reproduce than a rival salamander that keeps a perfect pair of eyes even though it never uses them? Well, eyes are almost certainly not cost-free. Setting aside the arguably modest economic costs of making an eye, a moist eye socket, which has to be kept open to the world to accommodate the swivelling eyeball with its transparent surface, might be vulnerable to infection. So, a cave salamander that sealed up its eyes behind tough body skin might survive better than a rival individual that kept its eyes. But there is another way to answer the question, and, instructively, it doesn't invoke the language of advantage at all, let alone purpose or personification. When we're talking about natural selection, we think in terms of rare beneficial mutations turning up and being positively favored by selection. But most mutations are disadvantageous, if only because they are random, and there are many more ways of getting worse than there are ways of getting better. This is especially true of mutations of large effect. Think of a delicate machine like a radio or a computer. A large mutation is equivalent to kicking it with a hobnail boot or cutting a wire at random and reconnecting it in a different place. It just might improve its performance, but it is not very likely. A small mutation, on the other hand, is equivalent to making a tiny adjustment to, say, one resistor or to the tuning knob of a radio. The smaller the mutation, the more closely the probability of improvement approaches 50%.
Natural selection promptly penalizes the bad mutations. Individuals possessing them are more likely to die and less likely to reproduce, and this automatically removes the mutations from the gene pool. Every animal and plant genome is subject to a constant bombardment of deleterious mutations, a hailstorm of attrition. It is a bit like the moon's surface, which becomes increasingly pitted with craters due to the steady bombardment of meteorites. With rare exceptions, every time a gene concerned with an eye, for example, is hit by a marauding mutation, the eye becomes a little less functional, a little less capable of seeing, a little less worthy of the name of eye. In an animal that lives in the light and uses the sense of sight, such deleterious mutations, the majority, are swiftly removed from the gene pool by natural selection. But in total darkness, the deleterious mutations that bombard the genes for making eyes are not penalized. Vision is impossible anyway. The eye of a cave salamander is like the moon, pitted with mutational craters that are never removed. The eye of a daylight-dwelling salamander is like the earth, hit by mutations at the same rate as the cave-dweller's eyes, but with each deleterious mutation, crater, being cleaned off by natural selection, erosion. Of course, the story of the cave-dweller's eye isn't only a negative one. Positive selection comes in, too, to favour the growth of protective skin over the vulnerable sockets of the optically deteriorating eyes. Among the most interesting of historical relics are those features that are used for something, and so are not vestiges in the sense of having outlived their purpose, but seem badly designed for that purpose. The vertebrate eye at its best, say the eye of a hawk or a human, is a superb precision instrument capable of feats of fine resolution to rival the best that Zeiss or Nikon can deliver. If it were not so, Zeiss and Nikon would be wasting their time producing high-resolution images for our eyes to look at.
On the other hand, Hermann von Helmholtz, the great 19th-century German scientist, you could call him a physicist, but his contributions to biology and psychology were greater, said of the eye,
"If an optician wanted to sell me an instrument which had all these defects, I should think myself quite justified in blaming his carelessness in the strongest terms and giving him back his instrument."
One reason why the eye seems better than Helmholtz the physicist judged it to be is that the brain does an amazing job of cleaning the images up afterwards, like a sort of ultra-sophisticated automatic Photoshop. As far as optics are concerned, the human eye achieves its Zeiss-Nikon quality only in the fovea, the central part of the retina that we use for reading. When we scan a scene, we move the fovea over different parts, seeing each one in the utmost detail and precision, and the brain's Photoshop fools us into thinking we are seeing the whole scene with the same precision. A top-quality Zeiss or Nikon lens really does show the whole scene with almost equal clarity. So, what the eye lacks in optics, the brain makes up for with its sophisticated image-simulating software. But I haven't yet mentioned the most glaring example of imperfection in the optics. The retina is back to front. Imagine a latter-day Helmholtz presented by an engineer with a digital camera with its screen of tiny photocells set up to capture images projected directly onto the surface of the screen. That makes good sense, and obviously each photocell has a wire connecting it to a computing device of some kind where images are collated. Makes sense again. Helmholtz wouldn't send it back. But now, suppose I tell you that the eye's photocells are pointing backwards, away from the scene being looked at. The wires connecting the photocells to the brain run all over the surface of the retina, so the light rays have to pass through a carpet of massed wires before they hit the photocells. That doesn't make sense, and it gets even worse. One consequence of the photocells pointing backwards is that the wires that carry their data somehow have to pass through the retina and back to the brain. What they do in the vertebrate eye is all converge on a particular hole in the retina, where they dive through it. The hole filled with nerves is called the blind spot, because it is blind, but spot is too flattering, for it is quite large, more like a blind patch, which again doesn't actually inconvenience us much, because of the automatic Photoshop software in the brain. Once again, send it back. It's not just bad design, it's the design of a complete idiot. Or is it? If it were, the eye would be terrible at seeing, and it is not. It is actually rather good. It is good because natural selection, working as a sweeper-up of countless little details, came along after the big original error of installing the retina backwards and restored it to a high-quality precision instrument. It reminds me of the saga of the Hubble Space Telescope. You'll remember that when it was launched in 1990, the Hubble was discovered to possess a major flaw. Owing to an undetected fault in the calibration apparatus when it was being ground and polished, the main mirror was slightly, but seriously, out of shape. The telescope was launched into orbit and then discovered to be defective. In a daring and resourceful move, astronauts were dispatched to the telescope, and they succeeded in fitting it with what amounted to spectacles. The telescope thereafter worked very well, and further improvements were effected by 3 more servicing missions. The point I'm making is that a major design flaw, catastrophic blunder even, can be corrected by subsequent tinkering, whose ingenuity and intricacy can, under the right circumstances, perfectly compensate for the initial error. In evolution generally, major mutations, even if they cause improvements in generally the right direction, almost always require a lot of subsequent tinkering, a sweeping-up operation by lots of small mutations that come along later and are favoured by selection because they smooth out the rough edges left by the initial large mutation. This is why humans and hawks see so well, despite the blundering flaw in the initial design. Helmholtz again.
For the eye has every possible defect that can be found in an optical instrument, and even some which are peculiar to itself. But they are all so counteracted that the inexactness of the image which results from their presence very little exceeds, under ordinary conditions of illumination, the limits which are set to the delicacy of sensation by the dimensions of the retinal cones. But as soon as we make our observations under somewhat changed conditions, we become aware of the chromatic aberration, the astigmatism, the blind spots, the venous shadows, the imperfect transparency of the media, and all the other defects of which I have spoken.
Unintelligent design. This pattern of major design flaws compensated for by subsequent tinkering is exactly what we should not expect if there really were a designer at work. We might expect unfortunate mistakes, as in the spherical aberration of the Hubble mirror, but we do not expect obvious stupidity, as in the retina being installed back to front. Blunders of this kind come not from poor design, but from history. A favourite example, ever since it was pointed out to me by Professor J.D. Curry when he tutored me as an undergraduate, is the recurrent laryngeal nerve. It is a branch of one of the cranial nerves, those nerves that lead directly from the brain rather than from the spinal cord. One of the cranial nerves, the vagus, the name means wandering, and it is apt, has various branches, 2 of which go to the heart and 2 on each side to the larynx, voice box in mammals. On each side of the neck, one of the branches of the laryngeal nerve goes straight to the larynx, following a direct route such as a designer might have chosen. The other one goes to the larynx via an astonishing detour. It dives right down into the chest, loops around one of the main arteries leaving the heart, a different artery on the left and right side, but the principle is the same, and then heads back up the neck to its destination. If you think of it as the product of design, the recurrent laryngeal nerve is a disgrace. Helmholtz would have had even more cause to send it back than the eye. But, like the eye, it makes perfect sense the moment you forget design and think history instead. To understand it, we need to go back in time to when our ancestors were fish. Fish have a two-chambered heart, unlike our four-chambered one. It pumps blood forward through a big central artery called the ventral aorta. The ventral aorta gives off usually 6 pairs of branches, leading off to the 6 gills on either side. The blood then passes up through the gills, where it becomes richly laced with oxygen. Above the gills it is collected by 6 more pairs of blood vessels into another big vessel running down the middle, called the dorsal aorta, which feeds the rest of the body. The 6 pairs of gill arteries are evidence of the segmented body plan of the vertebrates, which is clearer and more obvious in fish than it is in us. Fascinatingly, it is very obvious in human embryos whose pharyngeal arches are clearly derived from ancestral gills, as one can tell by looking at their detailed anatomy.
63.
Of course, they don't function as gills, but 5-week-old human embryos can be regarded as little pink fishes with gills. I can't help wondering once again why whales and dolphins, dugongs and manatees have not re-evolved functional gills. The fact that, like all mammals, they have, in the pharyngeal arches, the embryonic scaffolding to grow gills, suggests that it should not be too difficult to do so. I don't know why they haven't, but I'm pretty sure there's a good reason, and somebody either knows it or knows how to research it.
All vertebrates have a segmented body plan, but in adult mammals, as opposed to embryos, this is readily apparent only in the spinal region, where the vertebrae and the ribs, the blood vessels, muscle blocks, myotomes, and nerves all follow a pattern of modular repetition from front to back. Every segment of the vertebral column has 2 big nerves sprouting from the spinal cord on either side, called the dorsal root and the ventral root. These nerves mostly do their business, whatever it is, in the vicinity of the vertebrae from which they spring, but some shoot off down the legs and some down the arms. The head, too, follows the same segmented plan, but it is harder to discern, even in fish, because the segments, instead of being neatly laid out in a fore and aft array as they are in the spinal column, have become all jumbled up over evolutionary time. It was one of the triumphs of 19th and early 20th century comparative anatomy and embryology to discern the ghostly footprints of segments in the head. For example, the first gill arch in jawless fishes like lampreys and in embryos of jawed vertebrates corresponds to the jaws in those vertebrates that have them, that is, all modern vertebrates except lampreys and hagfishes.
Insects, too, and other arthropods such as crustaceans, as we saw in Chapter 10, have a segmented body plan. And it was a similar triumph to show that the insect head contains, again all jumbled up, the first 6 segments of what, in their remote ancestors, would have been a train of modules, just like the rest of the body. It was a triumph of late 20th century embryology and genetics to show that insect segmentation and vertebrate segmentation, far from being independent of each other, as I was taught, are actually mediated by parallel sets of genes, the so-called Hox genes, which are recognizably similar in insects and vertebrates and many other animals, and that the genes are even laid out in the correct serial order in the chromosomes. That is something none of my teachers would have dreamed of when I was an undergraduate learning, entirely separately, about insect and vertebrate segmentation. Animals of different phyla, for example insects and vertebrates, are much more united than we ever used to think. And that, too, is because of shared ancestry. The Hox plan was already sketched out in the grand ancestor of all bilaterally symmetrical animals. All animals are much closer cousins to each other than we used to think.
To return to the vertebrate head, the cranial nerves are believed to be the much-disguised descendants of segmental nerves, which in our primitive ancestors constituted the front end of a train of dorsal roots and ventral roots, just like those we still have sprouting from our spinal column. And the major blood vessels of our chest are the messed-about relics and remnants of the once clearly segmental blood vessels serving the gills. You could say that the mammalian chest has messed up the segmental pattern of the ancestral fish gills in the same kind of way as earlier the fish head messed up the segmented pattern of even earlier ancestors. Human embryos also have blood vessels supplying their gills, which are very similar to those of fish. There are two ventral aortas, one on each side, with segmental aortic arches, one for each gill on each side, connecting to paired dorsal aortas. Most of these segmental blood vessels have disappeared by the end of embryonic development, but it is clearly apparent how the adult pattern is derived from the embryonic, and also from the ancestral plan. If you were to look at a human embryo about 26 days after conception, you would see that the blood supply to the gills strongly resembles the segmental blood supply to the gills of a fish. Over the following weeks of gestation, the pattern of blood vessels becomes simplified by stages and loses its original symmetry, and by the time the infant is born, its circulatory system has become strongly left-biased, quite unlike the neat symmetry of the fish-like early embryo.
I won't go into the messy details of which of our big chest arteries are the survivors of which of the 6 numbered gill arteries. All that we need to know to understand the history of our recurrent laryngeal nerves is that in fish, the vagus nerve has branches that supply the last 3 of the 6 gills, and it is natural for them, therefore, to pass behind the appropriate gill arteries. There is nothing recurrent about these branches. They seek out their end organs, the gills, by the most direct and logical route.
During the evolution of the mammals, however, the neck stretched. Fish don't have necks, and the gills disappeared, some of them turning into useful things such as the thyroid and parathyroid glands, and the various other bits and pieces that combine to form the larynx. Those other useful things, including the parts of the larynx, received their blood supply and their nerve connections from the evolutionary descendants of the blood vessels and nerves that once upon a time served the gills in orderly sequence. As the ancestors of mammals evolved further and further away from their earlier fish ancestors, nerves and blood vessels found themselves pulled and stretched in puzzling directions, which distorted their spatial relations one to another. The vertebrate chest and neck became a mess, unlike the tidily symmetrical serial repetitiveness of fish gills. And the recurrent laryngeal nerves became more than ordinarily exaggerated casualties of this distortion.
64.
In a person, the route taken by the recurrent laryngeal nerve represents a detour of perhaps several inches. But in a giraffe, it is beyond a joke, many feet beyond, taking a detour of perhaps 15 feet in a large adult.
The day after Darwin Day 2009, his 200th birthday, I was privileged to spend the whole day with a team of comparative anatomists and veterinary pathologists at the Royal Veterinary College near London, dissecting a young giraffe that had unfortunately died at a zoo. It was a memorable day, almost a surreal experience for me. The operating theatre was literally a theatre, with a huge plate-glass wall separating the stage from the raked seats where veterinary students were watching for hours at a time. All day, it must have been right out of the normal run of their experience as students, they sat in the darkened theatre and stared through the glass at the brilliantly lit scene, listening to the words spoken by the dissecting team, who all wore throat microphones, as did I and the television production crew filming for a future documentary on Channel 4. The giraffe was laid out on the large angled dissecting table, with one leg held high in the air by a hook and pulley, its enormous and affectingly vulnerable neck prominently exposed under bright lights. All of us on the giraffe side of the glass wall were under strict orders to wear orange overalls and white boots, which somehow enhanced the dreamlike quality of the day. It is testimony to the length of the detour taken by the recurrent laryngeal that different members of the team of anatomists worked simultaneously on different stretches of the nerve, the larynx near the head, the recurrence itself near the heart, and all stations between, without getting in each other's way, and scarcely needing to communicate with each other. Patiently, they teased out the entire course of the recurrent laryngeal nerve, a difficult task that had not, as far as we know, been achieved since Richard Owen, the great Victorian anatomist, did it in 1837. It was difficult because the nerve is very narrow, even thread-like in its recurrent portion. I suppose I should have known that, but it came as a surprise nevertheless when I actually saw it. And it is easily missed in the intricate web of membranes and muscles that surround the windpipe. On its downward journey, the nerve, at this point it is bundled in with the larger vagus nerve, passes within inches of the larynx, which is its final destination. Yet it proceeds down the whole length of the neck before turning round and going all the way back up again. I was very impressed with the skill of Professors Graham Mitchell and Joy Reidenberg and the other experts doing the dissection, and I found my respect for Richard Owen, a bitter foe of Darwin, going up. The creationist Owen, however, failed to draw the obvious conclusion. Any intelligent designer would have hived off the laryngeal nerve on its way down, replacing a journey of many meters by one of a few centimeters. Quite apart from the waste of resources involved in making such a long nerve, I can't help wondering whether giraffe vocalizations are subject to a delay, like a foreign correspondent talking over a satellite link. One authority has said, despite possession of a well-developed larynx and a gregarious nature, the giraffe is able to utter only low moans or bleats. A giraffe with a stutter is an endearing thought, but I won't pursue it. The important point is that this whole story of the detour is a splendid example of how very far living creatures are from having been well designed. And for an evolutionist, the important question is why natural selection does not do as an engineer would, go back to the drawing board and rejig things in a sensible manner. It is the same question we are meeting over and over in this chapter, and I have attempted to answer it in various ways. The recurrent laryngeal lends itself to an answer in terms of what economists call marginal cost. As the giraffe's neck slowly lengthened over evolutionary time, the cost of the detour, whether economic cost or cost in terms of stuttering, gradually increased, with the emphasis on gradually. The marginal cost of each millimetre of increase was slight. As the giraffe's neck began to approach its present impressive length, the total cost of the detour might have begun to approach the point where, hypothetically, a mutant individual would survive better if its descending laryngeal nerve fibres hived themselves off from the vagus bundle and hopped across the tiny gap to the larynx. But the mutation needed to achieve this hop across would have to have constituted a major change, upheaval even, in embryonic development. Very probably, the necessary mutation would never happen to arise anyway. Even if it did, it might well have disadvantages inevitable in any major upheaval during the course of a sensitive and delicate process. And even if these disadvantages might eventually have been outweighed by the advantages of bypassing the detour, the marginal cost of each millimetre of increased detour compared with the existing detour is slight. Even if a back-to-the-drawing-board solution would be a better idea if it could be achieved, the competing alternative was just a tiny increase over the existing detour, and the marginal cost of this tiny increase would have been small. Smaller, I'm conjecturing, than the cost of the major upheaval required to bring about the more elegant solution. All that is beside the main point, which is that the recurrent laryngeal nerve in any mammal is good evidence against a designer. And in the giraffe, it stretches from good to spectacular. That bizarrely long detour down the giraffe's neck and back up again is exactly the kind of thing we expect from evolution by natural selection, and exactly the kind of thing we do not expect from any kind of intelligent designer.
George C. Williams is one of the most respected of American evolutionary biologists. His quiet wisdom and craggy features recall one of the most respected of American presidents, who happens to have been born on the same day as Charles Darwin and was also renowned for quiet wisdom. Williams called attention to another detour, similar to that taken by the recurrent laryngeal nerve, but at the other end of the body. The vas deferens is the pipe that carries sperm from the testis to the penis. It takes a ridiculous detour around the ureter, the pipe that carries urine from the kidneys to the bladder. If this were designed, nobody could seriously deny that the designer had made a bad error. But just as with the recurrent laryngeal nerve, all becomes clear when we look at evolutionary history. When, in the evolution of mammals, the testes descended from their original position inside the body at the level of the kidneys to their present position in the scrotum, for reasons that are unclear but are often thought to be associated with temperature, the vas deferens unfortunately got hooked the wrong way over the ureter. Rather than reroute the pipe, as any sensible engineer would have done, evolution simply kept on lengthening it. Once again, the marginal cost of each slight increase in length of detour would have been small. Yet again, it is a beautiful example of an initial mistake, compensated for in a post hoc fashion, rather than being properly corrected back on the drawing board. Examples like this must surely undermine the position of those who hanker after intelligent design. The human body abounds with what in one sense we could call imperfections, but in another sense should be seen as inescapable compromises resulting from our long ancestral history of descent from other kinds of animal. Imperfections are inevitable when back to the drawing board is not an option, when improvements can be achieved only by making ad hoc modifications to what is already there. Imagine what a mess the jet engine would be if Sir Frank Whittle and Dr. Hans von Ohain, its two independent inventors, had been forced to abide by a rule that said, "You are not allowed to start with a clean sheet on your drawing board. You have to start with a propeller engine and change it one piece at a time, screw by screw, rivet by rivet, from the ancestral propeller engine into a descendant jet engine. Even worse, all the intermediates have got to fly, and each one in the chain has got to be at least a slight improvement on its predecessor." You can see that the resulting jet engine would be burdened with all kinds of historical relics and anomalies and imperfections. And each imperfection would be attended by a cumbersome accretion of compensatory bodges and fixes and kludges, each one making the best of the unfortunate prohibition against going right back to the drawing board. The point is made, but a closer look at biological innovation might draw a different analogy from the propeller engine, jet engine case. An important innovation, the jet engine in our analogy, is quite likely to evolve not from the old organ that did the same job, the propeller engine in this case, but from something completely different which performed a completely different function. As a nice example, when our fish ancestors took to breathing air, they didn't modify their gills to make a lung, as do some modern air-breathing fish, such as the climbing perch anabas. Instead, they modified a pouch of the gut. And later, by the way, the teleosts, which means just about any fish you're likely to meet except sharks and their kind, modified the lung, which had previously evolved in ancestors that occasionally breathed air, to become yet another vital organ which had nothing to do with breathing, the swim bladder. The swim bladder is perhaps the major key to the teleost's success, and it's well worth a digression to explain it. It is an internal bladder filled with gas which can be sensitively adjusted to keep the fish in hydrostatic equilibrium at any desired depth. If you ever played with a Cartesian diver as a child, you'll recognize the principle, but a teleost fish uses an interesting variant of it. A Cartesian diver is a little toy whose business part is a tiny up-ended cup containing a bubble of air floating at equilibrium in a bottle of water. The number of molecules of air in the bubble is fixed, so you can decrease the volume of air by pressing down on the cork in the bottle, or you can increase it and decrease the pressure by raising the cork. The effect is best achieved with one of those stout screw stoppers they put on cider bottles. When you lower or raise the stopper, the diver moves down or up until it reaches its new point of hydrostatic equilibrium. You can coax the diver up and down the bottle by sensitive adjustments to the stopper and hence to the pressure. A fish is a Cartesian diver with a subtle difference. The swim bladder is its bubble, and it works in the same way, except that the number of molecules of gas in the bladder is not fixed. When the fish wants to rise to a higher level in the water, it releases molecules of gas from the blood into the bladder, thereby increasing the volume. When it wants to sink deeper, it absorbs molecules of gas from the bladder into the blood, thereby decreasing the volume of the bladder. The swim bladder means that a fish doesn't have to do muscular work, as a shark does, in order to stay at a desired depth. It is at hydrostatic equilibrium at whatever depth it chooses. The swim bladder does that job, thereby freeing up the muscles for active propulsion. Sharks, by contrast, have to keep swimming all of the time, otherwise they would sink to the bottom, admittedly slowly because they have special low-density substances in their tissues that keep them moderately buoyant. The swim bladder, then, is a co-opted lung, which is itself a co-opted gut pouch, not, as you might have expected, a co-opted gill chamber. And in some fish, the swim bladder itself is yet further co-opted into a hearing organ, a kind of eardrum. History is written all over the body, not just once, but repeatedly in exuberant palimpsest.
We've been land animals for about 400 million years, and we've walked on our hind legs for only about the last 1% of that time. For 99% of our time on land, we've had a more or less horizontal backbone and walked on 4 legs. We don't know for certain what selective advantages accrued to the individuals who first rose up and walked on their hind legs, and I'm going to leave that matter aside. Jonathan Kingdon has written a whole book on the question, Lowly Origin, and I have considered it in some detail in The Ancestor's Tale. It may not have seemed like a major change when it happened, because other primates such as chimpanzees, some monkeys, and the enchanting lemur Veroshifaka do it from time to time. Habitually walking only on 2 legs as we do, however, had far-reaching ramifications all over the body, which entailed lots of compensatory adjustments. It could be argued that not a single bone or muscle anywhere in the body was spared the necessity to change in order to reconcile some detail, however obscure, however out of the way, and however indirectly or tenuously connected with the major shift in gait. A similar across-the-board rejigging must attend each and every major change in way of life, from water to land, from land to water, into the air, underground. You cannot separate out the obvious changes in the body and treat them in isolation. To say that there are ramifications of every change is an understatement. There are hundreds, thousands of ramifications and ramifications of ramifications. Natural selection is forever tweaking, adjusting the trim, tinkering, as the great French molecular biologist François Jacob put it. Here's another good way to look at it. When there's a major shift in the climate, say an ice age, you naturally expect natural selection to adjust the animals to it, grow a thicker coat of hair, for example. But the external climate is not the only sort of climate we have to consider. Without any external change at all, if a major new mutation arises and is favoured by natural selection, all the other genes in the genome will experience it as a change in the internal genetic climate. No less than a shift in the weather, it is a change to which they have to adjust. Natural selection has to come along afterwards, adjusting to compensate for a major change in genetic climate, exactly as it would if a change had occurred in the external climate. The initial shift from a 4-legged to a 2-legged gait could even have been internally generated rather than engendered by a shift in the external environment. Either way, it would have initiated a complicated cascade of consequences, each one of which necessitated compensatory adjustments of trim. Unintelligent Design would have been a good title for this chapter. It might well indeed be a worthy banner for a whole book on the imperfections of life as a cogent indicator of the lack of deliberate design, and more than one author has independently seized upon it. Of these, because I love the robust irreverence of Australian English, so where did intelligent design spring from like a boil on a bum? I homed in on the delightful book of Robin Williams, doyen of Sydney science broadcasters. After complaining of the agony his own back gives him every morning, in terms that wouldn't come amiss from a whinging pom, Don't get me wrong, I sympathise profoundly. Williams goes on,
Nearly all backs could make an instant claim on the warranty if there were one. If God were responsible for back design, you'll have to concede that it wasn't one of his best moments and must have been a deadline rush job at the end of the 6 days.
The problem, of course, is that our ancestors walked for hundreds of millions of years with the backbone held more or less horizontally, and it doesn't take kindly to the sudden readjustment imposed by the last few million. And the point, once again, is that a real designer of an upright walking primate would have gone back to the drawing board and done the job properly, instead of starting with a quadruped and tinkering. Williams next mentions the pouch of that iconic Australian animal, the koala, which, not a great idea in an animal that spends its time clinging to tree trunks, opens downwards instead of upwards, as in a kangaroo. Once again, the reason is a legacy of history. Koalas are descended from a wombat-like ancestor. Wombats are champion diggers,
Flinging great paws full of soil backwards like an excavator digging out a tunnel. Had this ancestor's pouch pointed forwards, its babies would have had eyes and teeth permanently filled with grit. So backwards it was, and when one day the creature moved up a tree, perhaps to exploit a fresh food source, the design came with it, too complicated to change.
As with the recurrent laryngeal nerve, it might theoretically be possible to change the embryology of the koala to turn its pouch the other way up. But, I'm guessing, the embryological upheaval attendant on such a major change would render the intermediates even worse off than koalas coping with the existing state of affairs. Another consequence of our own shift from quadruped to biped concerns the sinuses, which give such grief to many of us, including me at the moment of writing, because their drainage hole is in the very last place a sensible designer would have chosen. Williams quotes an Australian colleague, Professor Derek Denton.
The big maxillary sinuses, or cavities, are behind the cheeks on either side of the face. They have their drainage hole in their top, which is not much of an idea in terms of using gravity to assist drainage of fluid.
In a quadruped, the top is not the top at all, but the front, and the position of the drainage hole makes much more sense. The legacy of history, yet again, is written all over us. Williams goes on to quote another Australian colleague who shares the national gift for chucking a bonza phrase on the ichneumoniid wasps whose designer, if there were one, must have been a sadistic bastard. Darwin, although he visited Australia as a young man, expressed the same sentiment in staider, less antipodean terms.
I cannot persuade myself that a beneficent and omnipotent God would have designedly created the ichneumonidae with the express intention of their feeding within the living bodies of caterpillars.
The legendary cruelty of ichneumon wasps, also the related digger wasps and tarantula wasps, is a leitmotif which will recur in the remainder of this book. I find it hard to articulate what I'm about to say, but it is something that I've been thinking for a while, and it came to a head during that memorable day of the dissection of the giraffe. When we look at animals from the outside, we are overwhelmingly impressed by the elegant illusion of design. A browsing giraffe, a soaring albatross, a diving swift, a swooping falcon, a leafy sea dragon invisible among the seaweed, a sprinting cheetah at full stretch after a swerving, pronking gazelle. The illusion of design makes so much intuitive sense that it becomes a positive effort to put critical thinking into gear and overcome the seductions of naive intuition. That's when we look at animals from the outside. When we look inside, the impression is opposite. Admittedly, an impression of elegant design is conveyed by simplified diagrams in textbooks, neatly laid out and colour-coded like an engineer's blueprint. But the reality that hits you when you see an animal opened up on a dissecting table is very different. I think it would be an instructive exercise to ask an engineer to draw an improved version of, say, the arteries leaving the heart. I imagine the result would be something like the exhaust manifold of a car, with a neat line of pipes coming off in orderly array, instead of the haphazard mess that we actually see when we open a real chest. My purpose in spending a day with the anatomist dissecting a giraffe was to study the recurrent laryngeal nerve as an example of evolutionary imperfection. But I soon realized that, where imperfection is concerned, the recurrent laryngeal is just the tip of the iceberg. The fact that it takes such a long detour drives the point home with peculiar force. That is the aspect that would finally provoke a Helmholtz to send it back. But the overwhelming impression you get from surveying any part of the innards of a large animal is that it is a mess. Not only would a designer never have made a mistake like that nervous detour, a decent designer would never have perpetrated anything of the shambles that is the crisscrossing maze of arteries, veins, nerves, intestines, wads of fat and muscle, mesenteries and more. To quote the American biologist Colin Pittendry, the whole thing is nothing but a patchwork of makeshifts, pieced together, as it were, from what was available when opportunity knocked, and accepted in the hindsight, not the foresight, of natural selection. Chapter 12. Arms Races and Evolutionary Theodicy. Eyes and nerves, sperm tubes, sinuses and backs are poorly designed from the point of view of individual welfare, but the imperfections make perfect sense in the light of evolution. The same applies to the larger economy of nature. An intelligent creator might be expected to have designed not just the bodies of individual animals and plants, but also whole species, entire ecosystems. Nature might be expected to be a planned economy, carefully designed to eliminate extravagance and waste. It isn't, and what I'm about to say will show it. The solar economy. The natural economy is solar-powered. Photons from the sun rain down upon the entire daytime surface of the planet. Many photons do nothing more useful than heat up a rock or a sandy beach. A few find their way into an eye, yours or mine, or the compound eye of a shrimp, or the parabolic reflector eye of a scallop. Some may happen to fall on a solar panel, either a man-made one, like those that, in a fit of green zeal, I've just installed on my roof to heat the bathwater, or a green leaf, which is nature's solar panel. Plants use solar energy to drive uphill chemical syntheses, manufacturing organic fuels, primarily sugars. Uphill means that the synthesis of sugar needs energy to drive it. By the same token, the sugar can later be burned in a downhill reaction that releases a fraction of the energy again to do useful work, for example, muscular work, or the work of building a great tree trunk. The downhill and uphill analogy is with water flowing downhill from a high tank and driving water wheels to do useful work, or being energetically pumped uphill into the high tank so that it can later be used to drive water wheels when it flows downhill again. At every stage of the energy economy, whether uphill or downhill, some energy is lost. No energy transaction is ever perfectly efficient. That is why patent offices don't even need to look at designs for perpetual motion machines. They are implacably and forever impossible. You can't use the downhill energy from a water wheel to pump the same amount of water uphill again so that it can drive the water wheel. There must always be some energy fed in from outside to compensate for the wastage, and that is where the sun comes in. I'll return to this important theme in Chapter 13. Much of the land surface of the Earth is covered by green leaves, which constitute a many-layered catchment for photons. If a photon is not caught by one leaf, it has a good chance of being caught by the one below. In a dense forest, not many photons make it to the ground uncaught, which is exactly why mature forests are such dark places in which to walk. Most of the photons that constitute our planet's minute share of the sun's rays hit water, and the surface layers of the sea swarm with single-celled green plants to catch them. Whether at sea or on land, the chemical process that traps photons and uses them to drive uphill, energy-consuming chemical reactions, manufacturing convenient energy storage molecules such as sugars and starch, is called photosynthesis. It was invented more than 1 billion years ago by bacteria, and green bacteria still underlie most photosynthesis. I can say this because the chloroplasts tiny green photosynthetic engines that actually do the business of photosynthesis in all leaves, are themselves the direct descendants of green bacteria. Indeed, since they still autonomously reproduce themselves, after the manner of bacteria, within plant cells, we can justly say that they still are bacteria, albeit heavily dependent on the leaves that house them and to which they give their colour. It appears that originally free-living green bacteria were hijacked into plant cells, where they eventually evolved into what we now call chloroplasts.
And it is a neatly symmetrical fact that just as the uphill chemistry of life is mostly taken care of by green bacteria thriving inside plant cells, so too the downhill chemistry of metabolism, the slow burning of sugars and other fuels to release energy in cells of both animals and plants, is the special expertise of another class of bacteria, once free-living, but now reproducing themselves in larger cells, where they are known as mitochondria. Mitochondria and chloroplasts, descended from different kinds of bacteria, each built up their complementary chemical wizardries billions of years before the existence of any living organism visible to the naked eye. Both were later shanghaied for their chemical skills, and today they multiply inside the liquid interiors of the much larger and more complicated cells of creatures big enough for us to see and touch, plant cells in the case of chloroplasts, plant and animal cells in the case of mitochondria. The solar energy captured by chloroplasts in plants lies at the base of the complicated food chains in which the energy passes from plants through herbivores, which may be insects, through carnivores, which may be insects or insectivores as well as wolves and leopards, through scavengers such as vultures and dung beetles, and eventually to agents of decay such as fungi and bacteria. At every stage of these food chains, some of the energy is wasted as heat as it passes through, while some of it is used to drive biological processes such as muscle contraction. No new energy is added after the initial input from the sun. With a few interesting but minor exceptions, such as the denizens of deep ocean smokers, whose energy comes from volcanic sources, all the energy that drives life comes ultimately from sunlight trapped by plants.
Look at a single tall tree standing proud in the middle of an open area. Why is it so tall? Not to be closer to the sun. That long trunk could be shortened until the crown of the tree was splayed out over the ground, with no loss in photons and huge savings in cost. So why go to all that expense of pushing the crown of the tree up towards the sky? The answer eludes us until we realize that the natural habitat of such a tree is a forest. Trees are tall to overtop rival trees of the same and other species. Don't be misled when you see a tree in an open field or garden that has leafy branches all the way down to the ground. It has that well-rounded shape because it is in an open field or garden. You are seeing it out of its natural habitat, which is a dense forest. The natural shape of a forest tree is tall and bare-trunked, with most of the branches and leaves near the top, in the canopy, which bears the brunt of the photon rain. And now, here's an odd thought. If only all the trees in the forest could come to some agreement, like a trades union restrictive practice, to grow no higher than, say, 10 feet, every one would benefit. The entire community, the entire ecosystem, could gain from the savings in wood and energy which are consumed in building up those towering and costly trunks.
The difficulty of cultivating such agreements of mutual restraint is well known, even in human affairs where we can potentially deploy the gift of foresight. A familiar example is a suggested agreement to sit rather than stand when watching a spectacle such as a horse race. If everybody sat, tall people would still get a better view than short people, just as they would if everybody stood, but with the advantage that sitting is more comfortable for everybody. The problems start when one short person sitting behind a tall person stands to get a better view. Immediately, the person sitting behind him stands in order to see anything at all. A wave of standing sweeps around the field until everybody is standing. In the end, everybody is worse off than they would be if they'd all stayed sitting. In a typical mature forest, the canopy can be thought of as an aerial meadow, just like a rolling grassland prairie, but raised on stilts. The canopy is gathering solar energy at much the same rate as a grassland prairie would. But a substantial proportion of the energy is wasted by being fed straight into the stilts, which do nothing more useful than loft the meadow high in the air, where it picks up exactly the same harvest of photons as it would, at far lower cost, if it were laid flat on the ground.
And this brings us face to face with the difference between a designed economy and an evolutionary economy. In a designed economy there would be no trees, or certainly no very tall trees, no forests, no canopy. Trees are a waste, trees are extravagant, tree trunks are standing monuments to futile competition, futile if we think in terms of a planned economy. But the natural economy is not planned. Individual plants compete with other plants of the same and other species, and the result is that they grow taller and taller, far taller than any planner would recommend. Not indefinitely taller, however. There comes a point when growing another foot taller, although it confers a competitive advantage, costs so much that the individual tree doing it actually ends up worse off than its rivals that forego the extra foot. It is the balance of costs and benefits to the individual trees that finally determines the heights to which trees are pressed to grow, not the benefits that a rational planner could calculate for the trees as a group. And of course the balance ends up at a different maximum in different forests. The Pacific coast redwoods, see them before you die, have probably never been exceeded.
Imagine the fate of a hypothetical forest, let's call it the Forest of Friendship, in which, by some mysterious concordat, all the trees have somehow managed to achieve the desirable aim of lowering the entire canopy to 10 feet. The canopy looks just like any other forest canopy, except that it's only 10 feet high instead of 100 feet. From the point of view of a planned economy, the Forest of Friendship is more efficient as a forest than the tall forests with which we are familiar, because resources are not put into producing massive trunks that have no purpose apart from competing with other trees. But now, suppose one mutant tree were to spring up in the middle of the Forest of Friendship. This rogue tree grows marginally taller than the agreed norm of 10 feet. Immediately, this mutant secures a competitive advantage. Admittedly, it has to pay the cost of the extra length of trunk, but it is more than compensated, as long as all other trees obey the self-denying ordinance, because the extra photons gathered more than pay the extra cost of lengthening the trunk. Natural selection therefore favours the genetic tendency to break out of the self-denying ordinance and grow a bit taller, say to 11 feet. As the generations go by, more and more trees break the embargo on height. When finally all the trees in the forest are 11 feet tall, they are all worse off than they were before. All are paying the cost of growing the extra foot. But they're not getting any extra photons for their trouble. And now natural selection favours any mutant tendency to grow to, say, 12 feet. And so the trees go on getting taller and taller. Will this futile climb towards the sun ever come to an end? Why not trees a mile high? Why not Jack's beanstalk? The limit is set at the height where the marginal cost of growing another foot outweighs the gain in photons from growing that extra foot. We are talking individual costs and benefits throughout this argument. The forest would look very different if its economy had been designed for the benefit of the forest as a whole. In fact, what we actually see is a forest in which each tree species evolved through natural selection, favouring individual trees that outcompeted rival individual trees, whether of their own or another species. Everything about trees is compatible with the view that they were not designed, unless, of course, they were designed to supply us with timber or to delight our eyes and flatter our cameras in the New England fall. And history is not short of those who would believe just that. So let's turn to a parallel case where the benefits to humanity are harder to allege. The arms race between hunters and hunted.
Running to stay in the same place. The 5 fastest runners among mammal species are the cheetah, the pronghorn, often called antelope in America, although it is not closely related to the true antelopes of Africa, the gnu, or wildebeest, a true antelope, although it doesn't look much like the others, the lion, and the Thompson's gazelle, another true antelope, which really does look like a standard antelope, a small one. Note that these top-ranked runners are a mixture of hunted and hunters, and my point is that this is no accident.
Cheetahs are said to be capable of accelerating from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 3 seconds, which is right up there with a Ferrari, a Porsche, or a Tesla. Lions, too, have formidable acceleration, even better than gazelles, who have more stamina and the ability to jink. Cats generally are built for sprinting and springing on prey taken unawares. Dogs, such as the Cape hunting dog or the wolf, for endurance, for wearing down their prey. Gazelles and other antelopes have to cope with both types of predator, and they perhaps have to compromise. Their acceleration is not quite so good as a big cat's, but their endurance is better. By jinking, a Tommy can sometimes throw a cheetah off its stride, thereby postponing matters until the cheetah has gone beyond its maximum acceleration phase into the exhausted phase, where its poor stamina starts to count. Successful cheetah hunts usually end soon after they start, the cheetah relying on surprise and acceleration. Unsuccessful cheetah hunts also end early, with the cheetah giving up to save energy when its initial sprint fails. All cheetah hunts, in other words, are brief.
Never mind the details of top speeds and accelerations, stamina and jinking, surprise and sustained pursuit. The salient fact is that the fastest animals include both those that hunt and those that are hunted. Natural selection drives predator species to become ever better at catching prey, and it simultaneously drives prey species to become ever better at escaping them. Predators and prey are engaged in an evolutionary arms race, run in evolutionary time. The result has been a steady escalation in the quantity of economic resources that animals, on both sides, spend on the arms race at the expense of other departments of their bodily economy. Hunters and hunted alike get steadily better equipped to outrun, surprise, outwit, etc., the other side. But improved equipment to outrun doesn't obviously translate into improved success in outrunning, for the simple reason that the other side in the arms race is upgrading its equipment too. That is the hallmark of an arms race. You could say, as the Red Queen said to Alice, that they have to run as fast as they can just to stay in the same place. Darwin was well aware of evolutionary arms races, although he didn't use the phrase. My colleague John Krebs and I published a paper on the subject in 1979 in which we attributed the phrase armament race to the British biologist Hugh Cott. Perhaps significantly, Cott published his book, Adaptive Coloration in Animals, in 1940, in the depths of the Second World War.
Before asserting that the deceptive appearance of a grasshopper or butterfly is unnecessarily detailed, we must first ascertain what are the powers of perception and discrimination of the insect's natural enemies. Not to do so is like asserting that the armour of a battlecruiser is too heavy or the range of her guns too great without inquiring into the nature or effectiveness of the enemy's armament. The fact is that in the primeval struggle of the jungle, as in the refinements of civilized warfare, we see in progress a great evolutionary armament race, whose results, for defence, are manifested in such devices as speed, alertness, armour, spinescence, burrowing habits, nocturnal habits, poisonous secretions, nauseous taste, and procryptic, aposematic, and mimetic coloration, and for offence in such counter-attributes as speed, surprise, ambush, allurement, visual acuity, claws, teeth, stings, poison fangs, and anticryptic and alluring coloration. Just as greater speed in the pursued has developed in relation to increased speed in the pursuer, or defensive armour in relation to aggressive weapons, so the perfection of concealing devices has evolved in response to increased powers of perception.
Note that the arms race is run in evolutionary time. It is not to be confused with the race between an individual cheetah, say, and a gazelle, which is run in real time. The race in evolutionary time is a race to build up equipment for races run in real time. And what that actually means is that genes for making the equipment to outsmart or outrun the other side build up in the gene pools on the two sides. Second, and this is a point that Darwin himself knew well, the equipment for running fast is used to outrun rivals of the same species who are fleeing from the same predator. The well-known joke, which has an almost Aesopian ring to it, about the running shoes and the bear is apposite.
Two hikers are pursued by a bear. One hiker runs away, the other stops to put on his running shoes. Are you mad? Even with running shoes you can't outrun a grizzly. No, but I can outrun you.
When a cheetah chases a herd of gazelles, it may be more important for an individual gazelle to outrun the slowest member of the herd than to outrun the cheetah. Now that I've introduced the terminology of the arms race, you can see that trees in a forest, too, are engaged in one. Individual trees are racing towards the sun against their immediate neighbours in the forest. This race is particularly keen when an old tree dies and leaves a vacant slot in the canopy. The echoing crash of an old tree falling is the starting gun for a race in real time, although a slower real time than we animals are accustomed to, between saplings that have been waiting for just such a chance. And the winner is likely to be an individual tree that is well equipped by genes that prospered through ancestral arms races in evolutionary time to grow fast and high. The arms race between species of forest trees is a symmetrical race. Both sides are trying to achieve the same thing, a place in the canopy. The arms race between predators and prey is an asymmetric arms race, an arms race between weapons of attack and weapons of defense. The same is true of the arms race between parasites and hosts, and there are even, though it may seem surprising, arms races between males and females within a species, and between parents and offspring.
One thing about arms races that might worry enthusiasts for intelligent design is the heavy dose of futility that loads them down. If we are going to postulate a designer of the cheetah, he has evidently put every ounce of his designing expertise into the task of perfecting a superlative killer. One look at that magnificent running machine leaves us in no doubt. The cheetah, if we're going to talk design at all, is superbly designed for killing gazelles. But the very same designer has equally evidently strained every nerve to design a gazelle that is superbly equipped to escape from those very same cheetahs. For heaven's sake, whose side is the designer on? When you look at the cheetah's taut muscles and flexing backbone, you must conclude that the designer wants the cheetah to win the race. But when you look at the sprinting, jinking, dodging gazelle, you reach exactly the opposite conclusion. Does the designer's left hand not know what his right hand is doing? Is he a sadist who enjoys the spectator sport and is forever upping the ante on both sides to increase the thrill of the chase? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Is it really part of the divine plan that the leopard shall lie down with the kid and the lion eat straw like the ox? In that case, what price the formidable carnassial teeth, the murderous claws of the lion and the leopard? Whence the breathtaking speed and agile escapology of the antelope and the zebra? Needless to say, no such problems arise on the evolutionary interpretation of what is going on. Each side is struggling to outwit the other because on both sides, those individuals who succeed will automatically pass on the genes that contributed to their success. Ideas of futility and waste spring to our minds because we are human and capable of looking at the welfare of the whole ecosystem. Natural selection cares only for the survival and reproduction of individual genes. It's like the trees in the forest. Just as each tree has an economy, in which goods that are put into trunks are not available for fruits or leaves, so cheetahs and gazelles each have their own internal economy. Running fast is costly, not just in energy ultimately wrung from the sun, but in the materials that go into the making of muscles, bones and sinews, the machinery of speed and acceleration. The food that a gazelle ingests in the form of plant material is finite. Whatever is spent on muscles and long legs for running has to be taken away from some other department of life, such as making babies, on which the animal might ideally prefer to spend its resources. There is an extremely complicated balance of compromises to be micromanaged. We can't know all the details, but we do know, it is an unbreakable law of economics, that it is possible to spend too much on one department of life, thereby taking resources away from some other department of life. An individual that puts more than the ideal amount into running may save its own skin, but in the Darwinian stakes it will be outcompeted by a rival individual of the same species who skimps a little on running speed and hence incurs a greater risk of being eaten, but who gets the balance right and ends up with more descendants to pass on the genes for getting the balance right.
It isn't just energy and costly materials that have to be correctly balanced. There's also risk, and risk too is no stranger to the calculations of economists. Legs that are long and thin are good at running fast. Inevitably, they are also good at braking. All too regularly, a racehorse will break a leg in the heat of a race and usually is promptly executed. As we saw in Chapter 3, the reason they are so vulnerable is that they have been overbred to be fast at the expense of everything else. Gazelles and cheetahs have also been selectively bred for speed, naturally, not artificially selected, and they too would be vulnerable to fractures if nature were to overbreed them for speed. But nature never overbreeds for anything. Nature gets the balance right. The world is full of genes for getting the balance right. That is why they are there. What it means in practice is that individuals with a genetic tendency to develop exceptionally long and spindly legs, which are admittedly superior for running, are less likely to pass on their genes on average than slightly slower individuals whose less spindly legs are less likely to break. This is just one hypothetical example of the many hundreds of trade-offs and compromises that all animals and plants juggle. They juggle with risks and they juggle with economic trade-offs. It is, of course, not the individual animals and plants that do the juggling and balancing. It is the relative numbers of alternative genes in gene pools that are juggled and balanced by natural selection. As you would expect, the optimum compromise in a trade-off is not fixed. In gazelles, the trade-off between running speed and other demands within the economy of the body will shift its optimum depending upon the prevalence of carnivores in the area. It's the same story as for the guppies I discussed earlier. If there are few predators around, the gazelle's optimum leg length will shorten. The most successful individuals will be the ones whose genes predispose them to shunt some energy and material away from legs and into, say, making babies or laying down fat for the winter. These are also the individuals who are less likely to break their legs. Conversely, if the number of predators increases, the optimum balance will shift towards longer legs, greater danger of fractures, and less energy and material to spend on those aspects of the body's economy that are not concerned with running fast. And just the same kinds of implicit calculation will balance up the optimum compromises in the predators. A cheetah who breaks her leg will undoubtedly die of starvation, and so will her cubs. But, depending on how difficult it is to find a meal, the risk of failing to catch enough food if she runs too slowly may outweigh the risk of breaking a leg through being equipped with the wherewithal to run too fast. Predators and prey are locked in an arms race in which each side is unwittingly pressing the other to shift its optimum, in the economic and risk compromises of life, further and further in the same direction, either literally in the same direction, for example towards increased running speed, or in the same direction in the looser sense of being aimed at the predator-prey arms race rather than some other department of life, such as milk production. Given that both sides have to balance the risks of, say, running too fast, breaking legs or skimping on other parts of the bodily economy, against the risks of running too slowly, failing to catch prey or failing to escape respectively, each side is pushing the other in the same direction in a sort of grim folie à deux. Well, perhaps folly, madness, doesn't quite do justice to the seriousness of the matter, for the penalty of failure on either side is death, murder on the side of the prey, starvation on the side of the predator. But à deux captures handily the feeling that if only hunter and hunted could sit down together and hammer out a sensible agreement, everybody would be better off. Just as with the trees in the forest of friendship, it is easy to see how such a compact could benefit them, if only it could be made to stick. The same sense of futility as we encountered in the forest pervades the predator-prey arms race. Over evolutionary time, predators get better at catching prey, which prompts prey animals to get better at evading capture. Both sides in parallel improve their equipment to survive, but neither necessarily survives any better, because the other side is improving its equipment too.
On the other hand, it's easy to see how a central planner, with the welfare of the whole community at heart, might umpire an agreement in the following terms, along the lines of the forest of friendship. Let both sides agree to scale down their armoury. Both sides shift resources to other departments of life, and all will do better as a result. Just the same, of course, can happen in a human arms race. We wouldn't need our fighters if you didn't have your bombers. You wouldn't need your missiles if we didn't have ours. We could both save billions if we halved our armament spending and put the money into ploughshares. And now, having halved our arms budget and reached a stable standoff, let's halve it again. The trick is to do it in synchrony with each other, so that each side remains exactly as well equipped to counter the other's steadily de-escalating arms budget. Such planned de-escalation has to be just that, planned. And once again, planned is precisely what evolution is not. Just as with the trees in the forest, escalation is inevitable, right up until the moment when it no longer pays a typical individual to escalate any further. Evolution, unlike a designer, never stops to consider whether there might be a better way, a mutualistic way for all concerned, rather than bilateral escalation for a selfish advantage, an advantage that is neutralized precisely because the escalation is mutual. The temptation to think like a planner has long been rife among pop ecologists, and even academic ecologists sometimes come perilously close to it. The tempting notion of prudent predators, for example, was dreamed up not by some tree-hugging airhead, but by a distinguished American ecologist. The idea of prudent predators is this. Everybody knows that, from the point of view of humanity as a whole, we'd be better off if we all refrained from overfishing an important food species, such as the cod, to extinction. That is why governments and NGOs in stately conclave meet to draw up quotas and restrictions. That is why the precise mesh size of fishing nets is minutely specified by government decree, and that is why gunboats patrol the seas in pursuit of dissenting trawlermen. We humans, on our good days, and when properly policed, are prudent predators. Therefore, or so it seems to certain ecologists, shouldn't we expect wild predators like wolves or lions to be prudent predators too? The answer is no. No, no, no. And it is worthwhile understanding why, because it's an interesting point, one that the forest trees and this whole chapter should have prepared us for.
A planner, an ecosystem designer with the welfare of the whole community of wild animals at heart, could indeed calculate an optimum culling policy, which lions, for example, should ideally adopt. Don't take more than a certain quota from any one species of antelope, spare pregnant females, and don't take young adults full of reproductive potential. Avoid eating members of rare species which might be in danger of extinction and might come in useful in future if conditions change. If only all the lions in the country would abide by the agreed norms and quotas, carefully calculated to be sustainable, wouldn't that be nice? And so sensible. If only. Well, it would be sensible, and it is what a designer would prescribe, at least if he had the welfare of the ecosystem as a whole at heart. But it isn't what natural selection would prescribe, mainly because natural selection, lacking foresight, cannot prescribe at all, and it isn't what happens. Here's why, and it is again the same story as for the trees in the forest. Imagine that, by some quirk of leonine diplomacy, a majority of lions in an area somehow manage to agree to limit their hunting to sustainable levels. But now suppose that in this otherwise restrained and public-spirited population, a mutant gene arose that caused an individual lion to break away from the agreement and exploit the prey population to the uttermost, even at the risk of driving the prey species extinct. Would natural selection penalize the rebellious, selfish gene? Alas, it would not. Offspring of the rebel lion, possessors of the rebel gene, would outcompete and outreproduce their rivals in the lion population. Within a few generations, the rebel gene would spread through the population, and nothing would be left of the original amicable compact. He who gets the lion's share passes on the genes for doing so.
He or she. The particular case of lions is complicated by the fact that females do most of the hunting, but males tend to get the lion's share in any case.
But the planning enthusiast will protest, when all the lions are behaving selfishly and overhunting the prey species to the point of extinction, everybody is worse off, even the individual lions that are the most successful hunters. Ultimately, if all the prey go extinct, the entire lion population will too. Surely, the planner insists, natural selection will step in to stop that happening. Once again, alas, and once again, no. The problem is that natural selection doesn't step in, natural selection doesn't look into the future, and natural selection doesn't choose between rival groups. If it did, there would be some chance that prudent predation could be favoured. Natural selection, as Darwin realized much more clearly than many of his successors, chooses between rival individuals within a population. Even if the entire population is diving to extinction, driven down by individual competition, natural selection will still favor the most competitive individuals right up to the moment when the last one dies. Natural selection can drive a population to extinction while constantly favoring, to the bitter end, those competitive genes that are destined to be the last to go extinct. The hypothetical planner that I have imagined is a certain kind of economist, a welfare economist, calculating an optimum strategy for a whole population or entire ecosystem. If we must make economic analogies, we should think in terms of Adam Smith's invisible hand. Evolutionary theodicy. But now I want to leave economics altogether. We shall stay with the idea of a planner, a designer, but our planner will be a moral philosopher rather than an economist. A beneficent designer might, you'd idealistically think, seek to minimize suffering. This is not incompatible with economic welfare, but the system created will differ in detail. And once again, it unfortunately doesn't happen in nature. Why should it? Terrible but true, the suffering among wild animals is so appalling that sensitive souls would best not contemplate it. Darwin knew whereof he spoke when he said, in a letter to his friend Hooker, "What a book a devil's chaplain might write on the clumsy, wasteful, blundering, low, and horridly cruel works of nature." The memorable phrase "devil's chaplain" gave me my title for one of my previous books, and in another I put it like this.
Nature is neither kind nor unkind. She's neither against suffering nor for it. Nature is not interested in suffering one way or the other unless it affects the survival of DNA. It is easy to imagine a gene that, say, tranquilizes gazelles when they're about to suffer a killing bite. Would such a gene be favored by natural selection? Not unless the act of tranquilizing a gazelle improved that gene's chances of being propagated into future generations. It is hard to see why this should be so, and we may therefore guess that gazelles suffer horrible pain and fear when they are pursued to the death, as most of them eventually are. The total amount of suffering per year in the natural world is beyond all decent contemplation. During the minute that it takes me to compose this sentence, thousands of animals are being eaten alive, others are running for their lives, whimpering with fear, others are being slowly devoured from within by rasping parasites, thousands of all kinds are dying of starvation, thirst, and disease. It must be so. If there is ever a time of plenty, this very fact will automatically lead to an increase in population until the natural state of starvation and misery is restored.
Parasites probably cause even more suffering than predators, and understanding their evolutionary rationale adds to, rather than mitigates, the sense of futility we experience when we contemplate it. I fulminate against it every time I get a cold. I have one now, as it happens. Maybe it is only a minor inconvenience, but it is so pointless. At least if you are eaten by an anaconda, you can feel that you have contributed to the well-being of one of the lords of life. When you're eaten by a tiger, perhaps your last thought could be, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? But a virus has pointless futility written into its very DNA, actually RNA in the case of the common cold virus, but the principle is the same. A virus exists for the sole purpose of making more viruses. Well, the same is ultimately true of tigers and snakes, but there it doesn't seem so futile. The tiger and the snake may be DNA replicating machines, but they are beautiful, elegant, complicated, expensive DNA replicating machines. I've given money to preserve the tiger, but who would think of giving money to preserve the common cold? It's the futility of it that gets to me as I blow my nose yet again and gasp for breath. Futility? What nonsense! Sentimental human nonsense. Natural selection is all futile. It's all about the survival of self-replicating instructions for self-replication. If a variant of DNA survives through an anaconda swallowing me whole, or a variant of RNA survives by making me sneeze, then that is all we need by way of explanation. Viruses and tigers are both built by coded instructions whose ultimate message is, like a computer virus, duplicate me. In the case of the cold virus, the instruction is executed rather directly. A tiger's DNA is also a duplicate me program, but it contains an almost fantastically large digression as an essential part of the efficient execution of its fundamental message. That digression is a tiger, complete with fangs, claws, running muscles, stalking and pouncing instincts. The tiger's DNA says, duplicate me by the roundabout route of building a tiger first. At the same time, antelope DNA says, duplicate me by the roundabout route of building an antelope first, complete with long legs and fast muscles, complete with timorous instincts and finely honed sense organs, tuned to the danger from tigers. Suffering is a byproduct of evolution by natural selection, an inevitable consequence that may worry us in our more sympathetic moments, but cannot be expected to worry a tiger, even if a tiger can be said to worry about anything at all, and certainly cannot be expected to worry its genes.
Theologians worry about the problems of suffering and evil, to the extent that they've even invented a name, theodicy, literally justice of God, for the enterprise of trying to reconcile it with the presumed beneficence of God. Evolutionary biologists see no problem, because evil and suffering don't count for anything, one way or the other, in the calculus of gene survival. Nevertheless, we do need to consider the problem of pain. Where, on the evolutionary view, does it come from? Pain, like everything else about life, we presume, is a Darwinian device which functions to improve the sufferer's survival. Brains are built with a rule of thumb such as, if you experience the sensation of pain, stop whatever you are doing and don't do it again. It remains a matter for interesting discussion why it has to be so damned painful. Theoretically, you'd think the equivalent of a little red flag could painlessly be raised somewhere in the brain, whenever the animal does something that damages it, picks up a red-hot cinder, perhaps. An imperative admonition, don't do that again, or a painless change in the wiring diagram of the brain such that, as a matter of fact, the animal doesn't do it again, would seem on the face of it enough. Why the searing agony, an agony that can last for days and from which the memory may never shake itself free? Perhaps grappling with this question is evolutionary theory's own version of theodicy. Why so painful? What's wrong with the little red flag?
I don't have a decisive answer. One intriguing possibility is this. What if the brain is subject to opposing desires and impulses, and there is some kind of internal tussle between them? Subjectively, we know the feeling well. We may be in a conflict between, say, hunger and a desire to be slim, or we may be in a conflict between anger and fear, or between sexual desire and a shy fear of rejection, or a conscience that urges fidelity. We can literally feel the tug of war within us as our conflicting desires battle it out. Now back to pain and its possible superiority over a red flag. Just as the desire to be slim can overrule hunger, it is clearly possible to overrule the desire to escape pain. Torture victims may succumb eventually, but they often go through a phase of enduring considerable pain rather than, say, betray their comrades or their country or their ideology. Insofar as natural selection can be said to want anything, natural selection doesn't want individuals to sacrifice themselves for the love of a country or for the sake of an ideology or a party or a group or a species. Natural selection is against individuals overruling the warning sensations of pain. Natural selection wants us to survive, or more specifically to reproduce, and be blowed to country, ideology, or their non-human equivalents. As far as natural selection is concerned, little red flags will be favoured only if they are never overruled. Now, despite philosophical difficulties, I think that instances where pain was overruled for non-Darwinian reasons, reasons of loyalty to country, ideology, etc., would be more frequent if we had a red flag in the brain rather than real, full-on, intolerable pain. Suppose genetic mutants arose who could not feel the excruciating agony of pain, but relied upon a red flag system to keep them away from bodily damage. It would be so easy for them to resist torture, they'd promptly be recruited as spies. Except that it would be so easy to recruit agents prepared to bear torture that torture would simply stop being used as a method of extortion. But in a wild state, would such pain-free, red flag mutants survive better than rival individuals whose brains do pain in earnest? Would they survive to pass on the genes for red flag pain substitutes? Even setting aside the special circumstance of torture and the special circumstances of loyalty to ideologies, I think we can see that the answer might be no, and we can imagine non-human equivalents.
As a matter of interest, there are aberrant individuals who cannot feel pain, and they usually come to a bad end. Congenital insensitivity to pain with anhidrosis, CIPA, is a rare genetic abnormality in which the patient lacks pain receptor cells in the skin, and also, that's the anhidrosis, doesn't sweat. Admittedly, CIPA patients don't have a built-in red flag system to compensate for the breakdown of the pain system, but you'd think they could be taught to be cognitively aware of the need to avoid bodily damage, a learned red flag system. At all events, CIPA patients succumb to a variety of unpleasant consequences of their inability to feel pain, including burns, breakages, multiple scars, infections, untreated appendicitis, and scratches to the eyeballs. More unexpectedly, they also suffer serious damage to their joints, because unlike the rest of us, they don't shift their posture when they've been sitting or lying in one position for a long time. Some patients set timers to remind themselves to change position frequently during the day.
Even if a red flag system in the brain could be made effective, there seems to be no reason why natural selection would positively favour it over a real pain system just because it is less unpleasant. Unlike our hypothetically beneficent designer, natural selection is indifferent to the intensity of suffering, except insofar as it affects survival and reproduction. And just as we should expect if the survival of the fittest rather than design underlies the world of nature seems to take no steps at all to reduce the sum total of suffering. Stephen Jay Gould reflected on such matters in a nice essay on non-moral nature. I learned from it that Darwin's famous revulsion at the ichneumonidae, which I quoted at the end of the previous chapter, was far from unique among Victorian thinkers. Ichneumon wasps, with their habit of paralyzing but not killing their victim before laying an egg in it with the promise of a larva gnawing it hollow from within, and the cruelty of nature generally, were major preoccupations of Victorian theodicy. It's easy to see why. The female wasps lay their eggs in live insect prey such as caterpillars, but not before carefully seeking out with their sting each nerve ganglion in turn, in such a way that the prey is paralyzed but still stays alive. It must be kept alive to provide fresh meat for the growing wasp larva feeding inside. And the larva, for its part, takes care to eat the internal organs in a judicious order. It begins by taking out the fat bodies and digestive organs, leaving the vital heart and nervous system till last. They are necessary, you see, to keep the caterpillar alive. As Darwin so poignantly wondered, what kind of beneficent designer would have dreamed that up? I don't know whether caterpillars can feel pain. I devoutly hope not. But what I do know is that natural selection would in any case take no steps to dull their pain, if the job could be accomplished more economically by simply paralyzing their movements. Gould quotes the Reverend William Buckland, a leading 19th-century geologist, who found consolation in the optimistic spin that he managed to confer on the suffering caused by carnivores.
The appointment of death by the agency of carnivora as the ordinary termination of animal existence appears therefore in its main results to be a dispensation of benevolence. It deducts much from the aggregate amount of the pain of universal death. It abridges and almost annihilates throughout the brute creation the misery of disease and accidental injuries and lingering decay, and imposes such salutary restraint upon excessive increase of numbers that the supply of food maintains perpetually a due ratio to the demand. The result is that the surface of the land and depths of the waters are ever crowded with myriads of animated beings, the pleasures of whose life are coextensive with its duration, and which throughout the little day of existence that is allotted to them fulfill with joy the functions for which they were created.
Well, isn't that nice for them? Chapter 13. There is grandeur in this view of life. Unlike his proto-evolutionist grandfather Erasmus, whose scientific verse was, somewhat surprisingly I have to say, admired by Wordsworth and Coleridge, Charles Darwin was not known as a poet, but he produced a lyrical crescendo in the last paragraph of On the Origin of Species.
Thus, from the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving, namely the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There is grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers, having been originally breathed into a few forms or into one, and that whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning, endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been and are being evolved.
There's a lot packed into this famous peroration, and I want to sign off by taking it line by line.
From the war of nature, from famine and death.
Clear-headed as ever, Darwin recognized the moral paradox at the heart of his great theory. He didn't mince words, but he offered the mitigating reflection that nature has no evil intentions. Things simply follow from laws acting all around us, to quote an earlier sentence from the same paragraph. He had said something similar at the end of Chapter 7 of The Origin.
It may not be a logical deduction, but to my imagination it is far more satisfactory to look at such instincts as the young cuckoo ejecting its foster brothers, ants making slaves, the larvae of ichneumonidae feeding within the live bodies of caterpillars, not as specially endowed or created instincts, but as small consequences of one general law leading to the advancement of all organic beings, namely, multiply, vary, let the strongest live, and the weakest die.
I've already mentioned Darwin's revulsion, widely shared by his contemporaries, in the face of the female ichneumon wasp's habit of stinging its victim to paralyze but not kill it, thereby keeping the meat fresh for its larva as it eats the live prey from within. Darwin, you'll remember, couldn't persuade himself that a beneficent creator would conceive such a habit. But with natural selection in the driving seat, all becomes clear, understandable, and sensible. Natural selection cares naught for any comfort. Why should it? For something to happen in nature, the only requirement is that the same happening in ancestral times assisted the survival of the genes promoting it. Gene survival is a sufficient explanation for the cruelty of wasps and the callous indifference of all nature, sufficient and satisfying to the intellect, if not to human compassion. Yes, there is grandeur in this view of life, and even a kind of grandeur in nature's serene indifference to the suffering that inexorably follows in the wake of its guiding principle, survival of the fittest. Theologians may here wince at this echo of a familiar ploy in theodicy, in which suffering is seen as an inevitable correlate of free will. Biologists, for their part, will find inexorably by no means too strong when they reflect, perhaps along the lines of my red flag meditation of the previous chapter, on the biological function of the capacity to suffer. If animals aren't suffering, somebody isn't working hard enough at the business of gene survival. Scientists are human, and they are as entitled as anyone to revile cruelty and abhor suffering. But good scientists, like Darwin, recognize that truths about the real world, however distasteful, have to be faced. Moreover, if we are going to admit subjective considerations, there is a fascination in the bleak logic that pervades all of life, including wasps homing in on the nerve ganglia down the length of their prey, cuckoos ejecting their foster brothers, thou mordherer of the hay-suggy on ye branch, slave-making ants, and the single-minded, or rather zero-minded, indifference to suffering shown by all parasites and predators. Darwin was bending over backwards to console when he concluded his chapter on the struggle for survival with these words.
All that we can do is to keep steadily in mind that each organic being is striving to increase at a geometrical ratio, that each at some period of its life, during some season of the year, during each generation or at intervals, has to struggle for life and to suffer great destruction. When we reflect on this struggle, we may console ourselves with the full belief that the war of nature is not incessant, that no fear is felt, that death is generally prompt, and that the vigorous, the healthy, and the happy survive and multiply.
Shooting the messenger is one of humanity's sillier foibles, and it underlies a good slice of the opposition to evolution that I mentioned in the introduction. Teach children that they are animals and they'll behave like animals. Even if it were true that evolution, or the teaching of evolution, encouraged immorality, that would not imply that the theory of evolution was false. It is quite astonishing how many people cannot grasp this simple point of logic. The fallacy is so common, it even has a name, the argumentum ad consequentiam. X is true or false because of how much I like or dislike its consequences.
The most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving.
Is the production of the higher animals really the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving? Most exalted, really? Are there not more exalted objects? Art, spirituality, Romeo and Juliet, general relativity, the choral symphony, the Sistine Chapel, love?
You have to remember that, for all his personal modesty, Darwin nursed high ambitions. On his worldview, everything about the human mind, all our emotions and spiritual pretensions, all arts and mathematics, philosophy and music, all feats of intellect and of spirit, are themselves productions of the same process that delivered the higher animals. It is not just that without evolved brains, spirituality and music would be impossible. More pointedly, brains were naturally selected to increase in capacity and power for utilitarian reasons until those higher faculties of intellect and spirit emerged as a byproduct and blossomed in the cultural environment provided by group living and language. The Darwinian worldview does not denigrate the higher human faculties, does not reduce them to a plane of indignity. It doesn't even claim to explain them at the sort of level that will seem particularly satisfying in the way that, say, the Darwinian explanation of a snake-mimicking caterpillar is satisfying. It does, however, claim to have wiped out the impenetrable, not even worth trying to penetrate, mystery that must have dogged all pre-Darwinian efforts to understand life.
But Darwin doesn't need any defence from me, and I'll pass over the question of whether the production of the higher animals is the most exalted object we can conceive, or merely a very exalted object. What, however, of the predicate? Does the production of the higher animals directly follow from the war of nature, from famine and death? Well, yes, it does. It directly follows if you understand Darwin's reasoning, but nobody understood it until the 19th century, and many still don't understand it, or perhaps are reluctant to do so. It is not hard to see why. When you think about it, our own existence, together with its post-Darwinian explicability, is a candidate for the most astonishing fact that any of us are called upon to contemplate in our whole life ever. I'll come to that shortly.
Having been originally breathed,
I have lost count of the irate letters I have received from readers of a previous book taking me to task for, as the writers think, deliberately omitting the vital phrase, by the Creator, after breathed. Am I not wantonly distorting Darwin's intention? These zealous correspondents forget that Darwin's great book went through 6 editions. In the first edition, the sentence is as I have written it here. Presumably bowing to pressure from the religious lobby, Darwin inserted by the Creator in the second and all subsequent editions. Unless there's a very good reason to the contrary, when quoting On the Origin of Species, I always quote the first edition. This is partly because my own copy of that historic print run of 1,250 is one of my most precious possessions, given me by my benefactor and friend, Charles Simoni. But it is also because the first edition is the most historically important. It is the one that thumped the Victorian solar plexus and drove out the wind of centuries. Moreover, later editions, especially the 6th, pandered to more than public opinion. In an attempt to respond to various learned but misguided critics of the first edition, Darwin backtracked and even reversed his position on a number of important points that he had actually got right in the first place. So, having been originally breathed, it is, with no mention of any creator. It seems that Darwin regretted this sop to religious opinion. In a letter of 1863 to his friend, the botanist Joseph Hooker, he said,
"But I have long regretted that I truckled to public opinion and used the Pentateuchal term of creation, by which I really meant appeared by some wholly unknown process."
The Pentateuchal term Darwin is referring to here is the word creation. The context, as Francis Darwin explains in his 1887 edition of his father's letters, was that Darwin was writing to thank Hooker for the loan of a review of a book by Carpenter, in which the anonymous reviewer had spoken of a creative force, which Darwin could only express in Pentateuchal terms as the primordial form into which life was originally breathed. Nowadays we should dispense even with the originally breathed. What is it that is supposed to have been breathed into what? Presumably the intended reference was to some kind of breath of life, but what might that mean? The harder we look at the border between life and non-life, the more elusive does the distinction become. Life, the animate, was supposed to have some sort of vibrant, throbbing quality, some vital essence, made to sound yet more mysterious when dropped into French, élan vital. Life, it seemed, was made of a special living substance, a witch's brew called protoplasm. Conan Doyle's Professor Challenger, a fictional character even more preposterous than Sherlock Holmes, discovered that the earth was living, a kind of giant sea urchin whose shell was the crust that we see and whose core consisted of pure protoplasm. Right up to the middle of the 20th century, life was thought to be qualitatively beyond physics and chemistry. No longer. The difference between life and non-life is a matter not of substance, but of information. Living things contain prodigious quantities of information. Most of the information is digitally coded in DNA, and there is also a substantial quantity coded in other ways, as we shall see presently.
In the case of DNA, we understand pretty well how the information content builds up over geological time. Darwin called it natural selection, and we can put it more precisely: the non-random survival of information that encodes embryological recipes for that survival. Self-evidently, it is to be expected that recipes for their own survival will tend to survive. What is special about DNA is that it survives not in its material self, but in the form of an indefinite series of copies. Because there are occasional errors in the copying, new variants may survive even better than their predecessors. So the database of information encoding recipes for survival will improve as time goes by. Such improvements will be manifest in the form of better bodies and other contrivances and devices for the preservation and propagation of the coded information. On the ground, the preservation and propagation of DNA information will normally mean the survival and reproduction of bodies containing it. It was at the level of bodies, their survival and reproduction, that Darwin himself worked. The coded information within them was implicit in his worldview, but not made explicit until the 20th century. The genetic database will become a storehouse of information about the environments of the past, environments in which ancestors survived and passed on the genes that helped them to do so. To the extent that present and future environments resemble those of the past, and mostly they do, this genetic book of the dead will turn out to be a useful manual for survival in the present and future. The repository of that information will, at any one moment, reside in individual bodies, but in the longer term, where reproduction is sexual and DNA is shuffled from body to body, the database of survival instructions will be the gene pool of a species. Each individual's genome in any one generation will be a sample from the species database. Different species will have different databases because of their different ancestral worlds. The database in the gene pool of camels will encode information about deserts and how to survive in them. The DNA in mole gene pools will contain instructions and hints for survival in dark, moist soil. The DNA in predator gene pools will increasingly contain information about prey animals, their evasive tricks, and how to outsmart them. The DNA in prey gene pools will come to contain information about predators and how to dodge and outrun them. The DNA in all gene pools contains information about parasites and how to resist their pernicious invasions. Information on how to handle the present so as to survive into the future is necessarily gleaned from the past. Non-random survival of DNA in ancestral bodies is the obvious way in which information from the past is recorded for future use, and this is the route by which the primary database of DNA is built up. But there are three further ways in which information about the past is archived in such a way that it can be used to improve future chances of survival. These are the immune system, the nervous system, and culture. Along with wings, lungs, and all the other apparatus for survival, each of the three secondary information-gathering systems was ultimately prefigured by the primary one, natural selection of DNA. We could together call them the four memories.
The first memory is the DNA repository of ancestral survival techniques written on the moving scroll that is the gene pool of the species. Just as the inherited database of DNA records the recurrent details of ancestral environments and how to survive them, the immune system, the second memory, does the same thing for diseases and other insults to the body during the animal's own lifetime. This database of past diseases and how to survive them is unique to each individual and is written in the repertoire of proteins that we call antibodies, one population of antibodies for each pathogen, disease-causing organism, precisely tailored by past experience with the proteins that characterize the pathogen. Like many children of my generation, I had measles and chickenpox. My body remembers the experience, the memories being embodied in antibody proteins, along with the rest of my personal database of previously vanquished invaders. I fortunately never had polio, but medical science has cleverly devised the technique of vaccination for planting false memories of diseases never suffered. I shall never contract polio because my body thinks it has done so in the past, and my immune system database is equipped with the appropriate antibodies, fooled into making them by the injection of a harmless version of the virus. Fascinatingly, as the work of various Nobel Prize-winning medical scientists has shown, the immune system's database is itself built up by a quasi-Darwinian process of random variation and non-random selection. But in this case, the non-random selection is selection not of bodies for their capacity to survive, but of proteins within the body for their capacity to envelop or otherwise neutralize invading proteins. The third memory is the one we ordinarily think of when we use the word, the memory that resides in the nervous system. By mechanisms that we don't yet fully understand, our brains retain a store of past experiences to parallel the antibody memory of past diseases and the DNA memory, for so we can regard it, of ancestral deaths and successes. At its simplest, the third memory works by a trial and error process that can be seen as yet another analogy to natural selection. When searching for food, an animal may try various actions. Though not strictly random, this trial stage is a reasonable analogy to genetic mutation. The analogy to natural selection is reinforcement, the system of rewards, positive reinforcement, and punishments, negative reinforcement. An action such as turning over dead leaves, trial, turns out to yield beetle larvae and woodlice hiding under the leaves, reward. The nervous system has a rule that says any trial action that is followed by reward should be repeated. Any trial action that is followed by nothing, or worse, followed by punishment, for example pain, should not be repeated. But the brain's memory goes much further than this quasi-Darwinian process of non-random survival of rewarded actions and elimination of punished actions in the animal's repertoire. The brain's memory, no need for inverted commas here because it is the primary meaning of the word, is, at least in the case of human brains, both vast and vivid. It contains detailed scenes represented in an internal simulacrum of all five senses. It contains lists of faces, places, tunes, social customs, rules, words. You know it well from the inside, so there is no need for me to spend my words evoking it, except to note the remarkable fact that the lexicon of words at my disposal for writing, and the identical, or at least heavily overlapping dictionary at your disposal for reading or listening, all reside in the same vast neuronal database, along with the syntactic apparatus for arranging them into sentences and deciphering them. Furthermore, the third memory, the one in the brain, has spawned a fourth. The database in my brain contains more than just a record of the happenings and sensations of my personal life, although that was the limit when brains originally evolved. The brain includes collective memories inherited non-genetically from past generations, handed down by word of mouth, or in books, or, nowadays, on the internet. The world in which you and I live is richer by far because of those who went before us and inscribed their impacts on the database of human culture. Newton and Marconi, Shakespeare and Steinbeck, Bach and the Beatles, Stevenson and the Wright brothers, Jenner and Salk, Curie and Einstein, von Neumann and Berners-Lee, and, of course, Darwin. All four memories are part of or manifestations of the vast superstructure of apparatus for survival which was originally and primarily built up by the Darwinian process of non-random DNA survival.
into a few forms or into one?
Darwin was right to hedge his bets, but today we are pretty certain that all living creatures on this planet are descended from a single ancestor. The evidence, as we have seen, is that the genetic code is universal, all but identical across animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, archaea, and viruses. The 64-word dictionary, by which the 3-letter DNA words are translated into 20 amino acids and 1 punctuation mark, which means start reading here or stop reading here, is the same 64-word dictionary wherever you look in the living kingdoms, with 1 or 2 exceptions, too minor to undermine the generalization. If, say, some weird anomalous microbes called the harem-scariotes were discovered which didn't use DNA at all, or didn't use proteins, or used proteins but strung them together from a different set of amino acids from the familiar 20, or which used DNA but not a triplet code, or a triplet code but not the same 64-word dictionary, if any of these conditions were met, we might suggest that life had originated twice, once for the harem-scariotes and once for the rest of life. For all Darwin knew, indeed for all anyone knew before the discovery of DNA, some existing creatures might have had the properties I have here attributed to the harem-scariotes, in which case his into a few forms would have been justified. Is it possible that 2 independent origins of life could both have hit upon the same 64-word code? Very unlikely. For that to be plausible, the existing code would have to have strong advantages over alternative codes, and there would have to be a gradual ramp of improvement towards it, a ramp for natural selection to climb up. Both these conditions are improbable. Francis Crick early suggested that the genetic code is a frozen accident, which once in place was difficult or impossible to change. The reasoning is interesting. Any mutation in the genetic code itself, as opposed to mutations in the genes that it encodes, would have an instantly catastrophic effect, not just in one place, but throughout the whole organism. If any word in the 64-word dictionary changed its meaning so that it came to specify a different amino acid, just about every protein in the body would instantaneously change, probably in many places along its length. Unlike an ordinary mutation, which might, say, slightly lengthen a leg, shorten a wing, or darken an eye, a change in the genetic code would change everything at once, all over the body, and this would spell disaster. Various theorists have come up with ingenious suggestions for special ways in which the genetic code might evolve, ways in which, to quote one of their papers, the frozen accident might be thawed. Interesting as these are, I think it is all but certain that every living creature whose genetic code has been looked at is descended from one common ancestor. No matter how elaborate and different the high-level programs that underlie the various life forms, all are, at bottom, written in the same machine language. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that other machine languages may have arisen in yet other creatures that are now extinct, the equivalent of my harem-scariotes. And the physicist Paul Davies has made the reasonable point that we haven't actually looked very hard to see if there are any harem-scariotes, he doesn't use the word of course, that are not extinct but lurking in some extreme redoubt of our planet. He admits that it is not very likely, but argues, somewhat along the lines of the man who searches for his keys under a street lamp rather than where he lost them, that it is a lot easier and cheaper to look thoroughly on our planet than to travel to other planets and look there. Meanwhile, I don't mind recording my private expectation that Professor Davies won't find anything, and that all surviving life forms on this planet use the same machine code, and all are descended from a single ancestor.
Whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity,
humans were aware of the cycles that govern our lives long before we understood them. The most obvious cycle is the day-night cycle. Objects floating in space, or orbiting other objects under the law of gravity, have a natural tendency to spin on their own axis. There are exceptions, but our planet is not one of them. Its period of rotation is now 24 hours, it used to spin faster, and we experience it, of course, as night follows day.
Because we live on a relatively massive body, we think of gravity primarily as a force that pulls everything towards the centre of that body, which we experience as down. But gravity, as Newton was the first to understand, has a ubiquitous effect, which is to keep bodies throughout the universe in semi-permanent orbit around other bodies. We experience this as the yearly cycle of seasons, as our planet orbits the Sun. Because the axis on which our planet spins is tilted relative to the axis of rotation around the Sun, we experience longer days and shorter nights during the half of the year when the hemisphere on which we happen to live is tilted sunwards, the period that climaxes in summer. And we experience shorter days and longer nights during the other half of the year, the period that, at its extreme, we call winter. During our hemisphere's winter, the sun's rays, when they strike us at all, do so at a shallower angle. The glancing angle spreads a winter sunbeam more thinly over a wider area than the same beam would cover in summer. On the receiving end of fewer photons per square inch, it feels colder. Fewer photons per green leaf means less photosynthesis. Shorter days and longer nights have the same effect. Winter and summer, day and night, our lives are governed by cycles, just as Darwin said, and Genesis before him, while the earth remaineth seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Gravity mediates other cycles that also matter to life, although they are less obvious. Unlike other planets that have many satellites, often relatively small, Earth happens to have a single, large satellite, which we call the Moon. It is large enough to exert a significant gravitational effect in its own right. We experience this principally in the cycle of tides, not just the relatively fast cycle as tides come in and out daily, but the slower monthly cycle of spring tides and neap tides, which is caused by interactions between the Sun's gravitational effect and that of the monthly orbiting Moon. These tidal cycles are especially important for marine and coastal organisms, and people have rather implausibly wondered whether some kind of species memory of our marine ancestry survives in our monthly reproductive cycles. That may be far-fetched, but it is a matter for intriguing speculation how different life would be if we had no orbiting Moon. It's even been suggested, perhaps implausibly, that life without the Moon would be impossible.
What if our planet didn't spin on its axis? If it kept one face permanently towards the Sun, as the Moon does towards us, the half with permanent day would be a roasting hell, while the half with permanent night would be insufferably cold. Could life survive in the twilight hinterland between, or perhaps buried deep in the ground? I doubt if it would have originated in such unfriendly conditions, but if Earth gradually spun down to a halt, there would be plenty of time to accommodate, and it is not implausible that at least some bacteria would succeed. What if Earth spun, but on an axis that was not tilted? I doubt if that would rule life out. There would be no summer-winter cycle. Summer and winter conditions would be a function of latitude and altitude, but not time. Winter would be the permanent season experienced by creatures living close to either of the two poles or up high mountains. I don't see why that should rule life out, but life without seasons would be less interesting. There would be no incentive to migrate, or to breed at any particular time of the year rather than any other, or to shed leaves, or to molt, or hibernate. If the planet were not in orbit around a star at all, life would be completely impossible. The only alternative to orbiting a star is hurtling through the void, dark, close to absolute zero temperature, alone and far from the source of energy that enables life to trickle upstream, temporarily and locally, against the thermodynamic torrent. Darwin's phrase, cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, is more than just a poetic device to express the relentless and unimaginably extended passage of time.
Being in orbit around a star is the only way a body can remain a relatively fixed distance away from a source of energy. In the vicinity of any star, our Sun is typical, there is a finite zone bathed in heat and light where the evolution of life is possible. As you move away from a star into space, this habitable zone dwindles rapidly, following the famous inverse square law. That is, light and heat diminish not in direct proportion to the distance from the star, but in proportion to the square of the distance. It is easy to see why this must be so. Imagine concentric spheres of increasing radius centered on a star. The energy radiating outwards from the star falls on the inside of a sphere and is shared evenly by every square inch of the internal area of the sphere. The surface area of a sphere is proportional to the square of the radius. So if sphere A is twice as far from the star as sphere B, the same number of photons has to be shared over an area 4 times as great. This is why Mercury and Venus, the innermost planets of our solar system, are scorching hot, while the outer ones, such as Neptune and Uranus, are cold and dark, although still not as cold and dark as deep space. The second law of thermodynamics states that, although energy can be neither created nor destroyed, it must in a closed system, become more impotent to do useful work. That is what it means to say that entropy increases. Work includes things like pumping water uphill or, the chemical equivalent, extracting carbon from atmospheric carbon dioxide and using it in plant tissues. As already spelled out in Chapter 12, both those feats can be achieved only if energy is fed into the system, for example electrical energy to drive the water pump or solar energy to drive the synthesis of sugar and starch in a green plant. Once the water has been pumped to the top of the hill, it will then tend to flow downhill, and some of the energy of its downward flow can be used to drive a water wheel, which can generate electricity, which can drive an electric motor to pump some of the water uphill again, but only some. Some of the energy is always lost, though never destroyed. Perpetual motion machines, you can't say it too dogmatically, are impossible. In life's chemistry, the carbon extracted from the air by sun-driven uphill chemical reactions in plants can be burned to release some of the energy. We can literally burn it in the form of coal, which you can think of as stored solar energy, for it was put there by the solar panels of long-dead plants in the Carboniferous age and other past times. Or the energy may be released in a more controlled way than actual combustion. Inside living cells, either of plants or of animals that eat plants or of animals that eat animals that eat plants, etc., sun-made carbon compounds are slow burned. Instead of literally bursting into flames, they give up their energy in a serviceable trickle, where it works in a controlled manner to drive uphill chemical reactions. Inevitably, some of this energy is wasted as heat. If not, we'd have a perpetual motion machine, which is, you can't say it too often, impossible.
Almost all the energy in the universe is steadily being degraded from forms that are capable of doing work to forms that are incapable of doing work. There is a levelling off, a mixing up, until eventually the entire universe will settle into a uniform, literally uneventful, heat death. But while the universe as a whole is hurtling downhill towards its inevitable heat death, there is scope for small quantities of energy to drive little local systems in the opposite direction. Water from the sea is lifted into the air as clouds, which later deposit their water on mountain tops, from which it runs downhill in streams and rivers, which can drive water wheels or electric power stations. The energy to lift the water, and hence to drive the turbines in the power stations, comes from the sun. This is not a violation of the second law, for energy is constantly being fed in from the sun. The sun's energy is doing something similar in green leaves, driving chemical reactions locally uphill to make sugar and starch and cellulose and plant tissues. Eventually the plants die, or they may be eaten by animals first. The trapped solar energy has the opportunity to trickle down through numerous cascades and through a long and complex food chain, culminating in bacterial or fungal decay of the plants or of the animals that prolong the food chain. Or some of it may be sequestered underground, first as peat and then as coal. But the universal trend towards ultimate heat death is never reversed. In every link of the food chain and through every trickle-down cascade within every cell, some of the energy is degraded to uselessness. Perpetual motion machines are, all right, that's enough repetition, but I won't apologize for quoting, as I have done in at least one previous book, the marvellous saying of Sir Arthur Eddington on the subject.
If someone points out to you that your pet theory of the universe is in disagreement with Maxwell's equations, then so much the worse for Maxwell's equations. If it is found to be contradicted by observation, well, these experimentalists do bungle things sometimes. But if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation.
When creationists say, as they frequently do, that the theory of evolution contradicts the second law of thermodynamics, they are telling us no more than that they don't understand the second law. We already knew that they don't understand evolution. There is no contradiction because of the sun. The whole system, whether we are talking about life or about water rising into the clouds and falling again, is finally dependent on the steady flow of energy from the sun. While never actually disobeying the laws of physics and chemistry, and certainly never disobeying the second law, energy from the sun powers life to coax and stretch the laws of physics and chemistry to evolve prodigious feats of complexity, diversity, beauty, and an uncanny illusion of statistical improbability and deliberate design. So compelling is that illusion that it fooled our greatest minds for centuries, until Charles Darwin burst onto the scene. Natural selection is an improbability pump, a process that generates the statistically improbable. It systematically seizes the minority of random changes that have what it takes to survive and accumulates them, step by tiny step, over unimaginable timescales, until evolution eventually climbs mountains of improbability and diversity, peaks whose height and range seem to know no limit, the metaphorical mountain that I have called Mount Improbable. The improbability pump of natural selection, driving living complexity up Mount Improbable, is a kind of statistical equivalent of the sun's energy raising water to the top of a conventional mountain. It is no accident that Claude Shannon, when developing his metric of information, which is itself a measure of statistical improbability, lit upon exactly the same mathematical formula that Ludwig Boltzmann had developed for entropy in the previous century. Life evolves greater complexity only because natural selection drives it locally away from the statistically probable towards the improbable, and this is possible only because of the ceaseless supply of energy from the sun.
From so simple a beginning.
We know a great deal about how evolution has worked ever since it got started, much more than Darwin knew. But we know little more than Darwin about how it got started in the first place. This is a book about evidence, and we have no evidence bearing upon the momentous event that was the start of evolution on this planet. It could have been an event of supreme rarity. It only had to happen once, and as far as we know, it did happen only once. It is even possible that it happened only once in the entire universe, although I doubt that. One thing we can say, on a basis of pure logic rather than evidence, is that Darwin was sensible to say, from so simple a beginning. The opposite of simple is statistically improbable. Statistically improbable things don't spontaneously spring into existence. That is what statistically improbable means. The beginning had to be simple, and evolution by natural selection is still the only process we know whereby simple beginnings can give rise to complex results. Darwin didn't discuss how evolution began in On the Origin of Species. He thought the problem was beyond the science of his day. In the letter to Hooker that I quoted earlier, Darwin went on to say, "It is mere rubbish thinking at present of the origin of life. One might as well think of the origin of matter." He didn't rule out the possibility that the problem would eventually be solved. Indeed, the problem of the origin of matter largely has been solved, but only in the distant future. It will be some time before we see slime, protoplasm, etc. generating a new animal. At this point, in his edition of his father's letters, Francis Darwin inserted a footnote telling us,
"On the same subject, my father wrote in 1871, it is often said that all the conditions for the first production of a living organism are now present which could ever have been present. But if, and oh, what a big if, we could conceive in some warm little pond with all sorts of ammonia and phosphoric salts, light, heat, electricity, etc. present, that a protein compound was chemically formed, ready to undergo still more complex changes, at the present day such matter would be instantly devoured or absorbed, which would not have been the case before living creatures were formed."
Charles Darwin was here doing two rather distinct things. On the one hand, he was presenting his only speculation on how life might have originated, the famous warm little pond passage. On the other hand, he was disabusing present-day science of the hope of ever seeing the event replicated before our eyes. Even if the conditions for the first production of a living organism are still present, any such new production would be instantly devoured or absorbed, presumably by bacteria, we would today have good reason to add, which would not have been the case before living creatures were formed. Darwin wrote this 7 years after Louis Pasteur had said in a lecture at the Sorbonne, "Never will the doctrine of spontaneous generation recover from the mortal blow struck by this simple experiment." The simple experiment was the one in which Pasteur showed, contrary to popular expectation at the time, that broth sealed off from access by microorganisms would not spoil. Demonstrations such as Pasteur's are sometimes cited by creationists as evidence in their favour. The false syllogism runs as follows. Spontaneous generation is never nowadays observed, therefore the origin of life is impossible. Darwin's 1871 remark was precisely designed as a riposte to that kind of illogicality. Evidently, the spontaneous generation of life is a very rare event, but it must have happened once, and this is true whether you think the original spontaneous generation was a natural or a supernatural event. The question of just how rare an event the origin of life was is an interesting one, to which I shall return.
The first serious attempts to think about how life might have originated, those of Oparin in Russia and independently Haldane in England, both began by denying that the conditions for the first production of life are still with us. Oparin and Haldane suggested that the early atmosphere would have been very different from the present one. In particular, there would have been no free oxygen, and the atmosphere was thus, as chemists mysteriously call it, a reducing atmosphere. We now know that all the free oxygen in the atmosphere is the product of life, specifically plants, obviously not a part of the antecedent conditions in which life arose. Oxygen flooded into the atmosphere as a pollutant, even a poison, until natural selection shaped living things to thrive on the stuff, and indeed suffocate without it. The reducing atmosphere inspired the most famous experimental attack on the problem of the origin of life, the American chemist Stanley Miller's flask full of simple ingredients, which bubbled and sparked for only a week before yielding amino acids and other harbingers of life.
Darwin's warm little pond, together with the witch's brew concocted by Miller that it inspired, are nowadays often rejected as a preamble to advancing some favoured alternative. The truth is that there is no overwhelming consensus. Several promising ideas have been suggested, but there is no decisive evidence pointing unmistakably to any one. In previous books, I have attended to various interesting possibilities, including the inorganic clay crystals theory of Graham Cairns Smith, and the more recently fashionable view that the conditions under which life first arose were akin to the Hadean habitat of today's thermophilous bacteria and archaea, some of which thrive and reproduce in hot springs that are literally boiling. Today, a majority of biologists are moving towards the RNA world theory, and for a reason that I find quite persuasive.
We have no evidence about what the first step in making life was, but we do know the kind of step it must have been. It must have been whatever it took to get natural selection started. Before that first step, the sorts of improvement that only natural selection can achieve were impossible. And that means the key step was the arising, by some process as yet unknown, of a self-replicating entity. Self-replication spawns a population of entities which compete with each other to be replicated. Since no copying process is perfect, the population will inevitably come to contain variety, and if variants exist in a population of replicators, those that have what it takes to succeed will come to predominate. This is natural selection, and it could not get started until the first self-replicating entity came into existence.
Darwin, in his Warm Little Pond paragraph, speculated that the key events in the origin of life might have been the spontaneous arising of a protein. But this turns out to be less promising than most of Darwin's ideas. This isn't to deny that proteins are vitally important for life. We saw in Chapter 8 that they have the very special property of coiling themselves up to form three-dimensional objects whose exact shape is specified by the one-dimensional sequence of their constituents, the amino acids. We also saw that the same exact shape confers on them the ability to catalyze chemical reactions with great specificity, speeding particular reactions up, perhaps a trillionfold. The specificity of enzymes makes biological chemistry possible, and proteins seem almost indefinitely flexible in the range of shapes that they can assume. That, then, is what proteins are good at. They are very, very good at it indeed, and Darwin was quite right to mention them. But there is something that proteins are outstandingly bad at, and this Darwin overlooked. They are completely hopeless at replication. They can't make copies of themselves. This means that the key step in the origin of life cannot have been the spontaneous arising of a protein. What then was it? The best replicating molecule that we know is DNA. In the advanced forms of life with which we are familiar, DNA and proteins are elegantly complementary. Protein molecules are brilliant enzymes, but lousy replicators. DNA is exactly the reverse. It doesn't coil up into three-dimensional shapes, and therefore doesn't work as an enzyme. Instead of coiling up, it retains its open linear form, and this is what makes it ideal both as a replicator and as a specifier of amino acid sequences. Protein molecules, precisely because they coil up into closed shapes, do not expose their sequence information in a way that might be copied or read. The sequence information is buried inaccessibly inside the coiled-up protein. But in the long chain of DNA, the sequence information is exposed and available to act as a template.
The catch-22 of the origin of life is this. DNA can replicate, but it needs enzymes in order to catalyze the process. Proteins can catalyze DNA formation, but they need DNA to specify the correct sequence of amino acids. How could the molecules of the early Earth break out of this bind and allow natural selection to get started? Enter RNA. RNA belongs to the same family of chain molecules as DNA, the polynucleotides. It is capable of carrying what amount to the same 4 code letters as DNA, and it indeed does so in living cells, carrying genetic information from DNA to where it can be used. DNA acts as the template for RNA code sequences to build up. And then protein sequences build up using RNA, not DNA, as their template. Some viruses have no DNA at all. RNA is their genetic molecule, solely responsible for carrying genetic information from generation to generation.
Now for the key point of the RNA world theory of the origin of life. In addition to stretching out in a form suitable for passing on sequence information, RNA is also capable of self-assembling, like the magnetic necklace I described before, into three-dimensional shapes which have enzymatic activity. RNA enzymes do exist. They are not as efficient as protein enzymes, but they do work. The RNA world theory suggests that RNA was a good enough enzyme to hold the fort until proteins evolved to take over the enzyme role, and that RNA was also a good enough replicator to muddle along in that role until DNA evolved. I find the RNA world theory plausible, and I think it quite likely that chemists will, within the next few decades, simulate in the laboratory a full reconstruction of the events that launched natural selection on its momentous way 4 billion years ago. Fascinating steps in the right direction have already been taken. Before leaving the subject, however, I must repeat the warning I've given in earlier books. We don't actually need a plausible theory of the origin of life, and we might even be a little bit anxious if a too plausible theory were to be discovered. This glaring paradox arises from the famous "where is everybody?" question, which was posed by the physicist Enrico Fermi. Enigmatic as his question sounds, Fermi's companions, fellow physicists at the Los Alamos laboratory, were attuned enough to know exactly what he meant. Why haven't we been visited by living creatures from elsewhere in the universe? If not visited in person, at least visited by radio signals, which is vastly more probable. It is now possible to estimate that there are upwards of 1 billion planets in our galaxy and about 1 billion galaxies. This means that, although it is possible that ours is the only planet in the galaxy that has life, in order for that to be true, the probability of life arising on a planet would have to be not much greater than 1 in 1 billion. The theory that we seek of the origin of life on this planet should therefore positively not be a plausible theory. If it were, life should be common in the galaxy. Maybe it is common, in which case a plausible theory is what we want, but we have no evidence that life exists outside this planet, and at very least we are entitled to be satisfied with an implausible theory. If we take the Fermi question seriously and interpret the lack of visitations as evidence that life is exceedingly rare in the galaxy, we should move towards positively expecting that no plausible theory of the origin of life exists. I have developed the argument more fully in The Blind Watchmaker and shall leave it there. My guess, for what it is worth, not much because there are too many unknowns, is that life is very rare, but that the number of planets is so large, more are being discovered all the time, that we are probably not alone, and that there may be millions of islands of life in the universe. Nevertheless, even millions of islands could still be so far apart that they have almost no chance of ever encountering one another, even by radio. Sadly, as far as practicalities are concerned, we might as well be alone.
Endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been, and are being, evolved.
I'm not sure what Darwin meant by endless. It could have been just a superlative deployed to soup up most beautiful and most wonderful. I expect that was part of it, but I like to think that Darwin meant something more particular by endless. As we look back on the history of life, we see a picture of never-ending, ever-rejuvenating novelty. Individuals die, species, families, orders, and even classes go extinct. But the evolutionary process itself seems to pick itself up and resume its recurrent flowering with undiminished freshness, with unabated youthfulness, as epoch gives way to epoch. Let me briefly return to the computer models of artificial selection that I described in Chapter 2, the safari park of computer biomorphs, including arthropomorphs and the concomorphs that showed how the great variety of mollusk shells might have evolved. In that chapter, I introduced these computer creatures as an illustration of how artificial selection works and how powerful it is given enough generations. Now I want to use these computer models for a different purpose. My overwhelming impression while staring into the computer screen and breeding biomorphs, whether coloured or black, and when breeding arthropomorphs, was that it never became boring. There was a sense of endlessly renewed strangeness. The program never seemed to get tired, nor did the player. This was in contrast to the Darcy program that I briefly described in Chapter 10, the one in which the genes tugged mathematically at the coordinates of a virtual rubber sheet on which an animal had been drawn. When doing artificial selection with the Darcy program, the player seems, as time goes by, to move further and further from a reference point where things made sense out into a no-man's land of misshapen inelegance, where sense seems to decrease the further we travel from the starting point. I have already hinted at the reason for this. In the biomorph, arthropomorph and concomorph programs, we have the computer equivalent of an embryological process, 3 different embryological processes, all in their different ways biologically plausible. The Darcy program, by contrast, doesn't simulate embryology at all. Instead, as I explained in Chapter 10, it manipulates the distortions by which one adult form may be transformed into another adult form. This lack of an embryology deprives it of the inventive fertility that the biomorphs, arthropomorphs, and concomorphs display. And the same inventive fertility is displayed by real-life embryologies, which is a minimal reason why evolution generates endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful. But can we go beyond the minimal? In 1989, I wrote a paper called The Evolution of Evolvability, in which I suggested that not only do animals get better at surviving as the generations go by, lineages of animals get better at evolving. What does it mean to be good at evolving? What kinds of animals are good at evolving? Insects on land and crustaceans in the sea seem to be champions at diversifying into thousands of species, parceling up the niches, changing costumes through evolutionary time with frolicsome abandon. Fish, too, show amazing evolutionary fecundity. So do frogs, as well as the more familiar mammals and birds. What I suggested in my 1989 paper is that evolvability is a property of embryologies. Genes mutate to change an animal's body, but they have to work through processes of embryonic growth. And some embryologies are better than others at throwing up fruitful ranges of genetic variation for natural selection to work upon, and might therefore be better at evolving. Might seems too weak. Isn't it almost obvious that some embryologies must be better than others at evolving in this sense? I think so. It is less obvious, but nevertheless I think a case can be made, that there might be a kind of higher-level natural selection in favour of evolvable embryologies. As time goes by, embryologies improve their evolvability. If there is a higher-level selection of this kind, it would be rather different from ordinary natural selection, which chooses individuals for their capacity to pass on genes successfully, or equivalently chooses genes for their capacity to build successful individuals. The higher-level selection that improves evolvability would be of the kind that the great American evolutionary biologist George C. Williams called clade selection. A clade is a branch of the tree of life, like a species, a genus, an order, or a class. We could say that clade selection has occurred when a clade, such as the insects, spreads, diversifies, and populates the world more successfully than another clade, such as the Pogonophora. No, you probably haven't heard of these obscure worm-like creatures, and there's a reason. They are an unsuccessful clade. Clade selection doesn't imply that clades have to compete with each other. The insects don't compete, at least not directly, with the Pogonophora for food or space or any other resource. But the world is full of insects and almost devoid of Pogonophora, and we are rightly tempted to attribute the success of the insects to some feature that they possess. I am conjecturing that it is something about their embryology that makes them evolvable. In the chapter of Climbing Mount Improbable entitled Kaleidoscopic Embryos, I offered various suggestions for specific features that make for evolvability, including constraints of symmetry and including modular architectures such as a segmented body plan. Perhaps partly because of its segmentally modular architecture, the arthropod clade, insects, crustaceans, spiders, centipedes, etc., is good at evolving, at throwing up variation in multiple directions, at diversifying, at opportunistically filling niches as they become available. Other clades may be similarly successful because their embryologies are constrained to mirror image development in various planes. For example, a mutation in the leg of a millipede will be mirrored on both sides and probably repeated the length of the body as well. Although it is a single mutation, embryological processes constrain it to be repeated many times left and right. It may at first seem paradoxical that a constraint should increase the evolutionary versatility of a clade. The reason is spelled out in the same chapter of Climbing Mount Improbable, Kaleidoscopic Embryos. The clades that we see peopling the lands and the seas are the clades that are good at evolving. In clade selection, unsuccessful clades go extinct or fail to diversify to meet varying challenges. They wither and perish. Successful clades blossom and flourish as leaves on the phylogenetic tree. Clade selection sounds seductively like Darwinian natural selection. The seduction should be resisted, or should at least ring alarm bells. Superficial resemblances can be actively misleading.
The fact of our own existence is almost too surprising to bear. So is the fact that we are surrounded by a rich ecosystem of animals that more or less closely resemble us, by plants that resemble us a little less and on which we ultimately depend for our nourishment, and by bacteria that resemble our remoter ancestors and to which we shall all return in decay when our time is past. Darwin was way ahead of his time in understanding the magnitude of the problem of our existence, as well as in tumbling to its solution. He was ahead of his time, too, in appreciating the mutual dependencies of animals and plants and all other creatures in relationships whose intricacy staggers the imagination. How is it that we find ourselves not merely existing, but surrounded by such complexity, such elegance, such endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful?
The answer is this: it could not have been otherwise, given that we are capable of noticing our existence at all and of asking questions about it. It is no accident, as cosmologists point out to us, that we see stars in our sky. There may be universes without stars in them, universes whose physical laws and constants leave the primordial hydrogen evenly spread and not concentrated into stars. But nobody is observing those universes, because entities capable of observing anything cannot evolve without stars. Not only does life need at least one star to provide energy, stars are also the furnaces in which the majority of the chemical elements are forged, and you can't have life without a rich chemistry. We could go through the laws of physics one by one and say the same thing of all of them. It is no accident that we see. The same is true of biology. It is no accident that we see green almost wherever we look. It is no accident that we find ourselves perched on one tiny twig in the midst of a blossoming and flourishing tree of life. No accident that we are surrounded by millions of other species, eating, growing, rotting, swimming, walking, flying, burrowing, stalking, chasing, fleeing, outpacing, outwitting. Without green plants to outnumber us at least 10 to 1, there would be no energy to power us. Without the ever-escalating arms races between predators and prey, parasites and hosts, without Darwin's war of nature, without his famine and death, there would be no nervous systems capable of seeing anything at all, let alone of appreciating and understanding it. We are surrounded by endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, and it is no accident, but the direct consequence of evolution by non-random natural selection, the only game in town, the greatest show on earth. Appendix: The History Deniers. At irregular but frequent intervals since 1982, Gallup, America's best-known polling organization, has been sampling the national opinion on this question.
Which of the following statements comes closest to your views on the origin and development of human beings? 1. Human beings have developed over millions of years from less advanced forms of life, but God guided this process.
36%.
2. Human beings have developed over millions of years from less advanced forms of life, but God had no part in this process.
14%.
3. God created human beings pretty much in their present form at one time within the last 10,000 years or so.
44%. The percentages I have inserted are from 2008. The figures for 1982, 1993, 1997, 1999, 2001, 2004, 2006, and 2007 are pretty much the same. I am in what, I'm not surprised to see, is a minority of 14% ticking the box for Proposition 2. It is unfortunate that the wording of Proposition 2, but God had no part in this process, seems calculated to bias religious people gratuitously against it. The real killer is the lamentably strong support for Proposition 3. 44% of Americans deny evolution totally, whether it is guided by God or not, and the implication is that they believe the entire world is no more than 10,000 years old. As I have pointed out before, given that the true age of the world is 4.6 billion years, this is equivalent to believing that the width of North America is less than 10 yards. In none of the 9 years sampled did the support for Proposition 3 drop below 40%. In 2 of the sampling years it hit 47%. More than 40% of Americans deny that humans evolved from other animals and think that we, and by implication all of life, were created by God within the last 10,000 years. This book is necessary. The questions posed by Gallup focused on human beings, and that could, it might be said, have upped the emotional ante and made it harder to accept the scientific view. In 2008, the Pew Forum published a similar poll of Americans which didn't specifically mention humans. The results were fully compatible with Gallup. The propositions on offer were as follows, with the percentages assenting to them.
Life on Earth has 1. Existed in its present form since the beginning of time.
42%.
2. Evolved over time.
48%, which is subdivided into
2a. Evolution through natural selection.
26%.
2b. Evolution guided by supreme being.
18%.
2c. Evolved but don't know how.
4%. And finally
3. Don't know.
10%. The Pew questions didn't mention dates, so we don't know how many of the 42% who positively reject evolution also think the world is less than 10,000 years old, as Gallup's 44% presumably do. It seems likely that Pew's 42% too would go along with thousands of years rather than the scientists' date of about 4.6 billion years. To believe that life on Earth has existed in its present form for 4.6 billion years without any change at all would seem at least as absurd as to believe that it has existed in its present form for a few thousand years, and it is certainly unbiblical. What about Britain? How do we compare? In 2006, the BBC's comparatively upmarket science documentary series Horizon commissioned an Ipsos Mori poll among British people. Unfortunately, the key question was not well formulated. People were asked to choose one of the following 3 theories or explanations about the origin and development of life on Earth. After each option, I put the percentage choosing it.
A. The evolution theory says that humankind has developed over millions of years from less advanced forms of life. God had no part in this process.
48%.
B. The creationism theory says that God created humankind pretty much in his/her present form at one time within the last 10,000 years.
22%.
C. The intelligent design theory says that certain features of living things are best explained by the intervention of a supernatural being, e.g. God.
17%.
D. Don't know.
12%. Regrettably, these choices could have left some people without their preferred option. They leave no room for A, but God played a part in this process. Given the inclusion of the phrase, God had no part in this process, it is not surprising that the figure for A is as low as 48%. Option B's tally of 22%, however, is alarmingly high, especially given the ludicrous age limit of 10,000 years. And if we add B and C together to give the percentage who favour some form of creationism, we get 39%. This is still not as high as the American figure of more than 40%, especially bearing in mind that the American figure refers to young Earth creationists, whereas the British 39% presumably includes old Earth creationists under C. The Morey poll posed a second question to the British sample about education. Given the same 3 theories, people were asked whether they should or should not be taught in science classes. Disquietingly, only 69% positively thought that evolution should be taught in science classes at all, whether or not alongside some form of creation or intelligent design theory. A more ambitious survey, which included Britain but not America, was conducted by Eurobarometer in 2005. This poll sampled opinions and beliefs about scientific matters in 32 European countries, including Turkey, which is the only substantially Islamic country to aspire to membership of the European Union. There is a table available in the electronic booklet showing the percentages in various countries assenting to the proposition that human beings, as we know them today, developed from earlier species of animals.
65.
Note that this is a more modest statement than A in the Morey poll, since it does not exclude the possibility that God played some part in the evolutionary process. I have ranked the countries by percentage assenting to the proposition, that is, the percentage given the correct answer as judged by modern science. Thus, 85% of the Icelandic sample think, as scientists do, that humans have evolved from other species. A paltry 27% of the Turkish population do. Turkey is the only country in the table where there appears to be a majority who think evolution is actually false. Britain is ranked 5th, with 13% actively denying evolution. The United States was not sampled in the European survey, but the deplorable fact that it comes out only just ahead of Turkey in such matters has been given much publicity of late. Stranger are some other results in the next table, Table 2, which shows the equivalent percentages for the proposition that the earliest humans lived at the same time as the dinosaurs.
66.
Once again, I have ranked the countries by the percentage giving the correct answer, which in this case is false. Again, Turkey comes out bottom, with a full 42% believing that the earliest humans coexisted with dinosaurs, and only 30% prepared to deny it, compared with 87% of Swedes. With 28% of us apparently getting our scientific and historical knowledge from the Flintstones rather than from any educational source. As a biological educator, I find myself pathetically consoled by another result from the Eurobarometer survey, revealing the large number, 19% in Britain, who believe it takes 1 month for the Earth to go around the Sun. The figure is more than 20% for Ireland, Austria, Spain, and Denmark. What, I wonder, do they think a year is? Why do the seasons come and go with such regularity? Are they not even curious about the reasons for such a salient feature of their world? These remarkable figures shouldn't really be consoling, of course. My emphasis was on pathetically. I meant that we seem to be dealing with a general ignorance of science, which is bad enough, but at least it is better than the positive prejudice against one particular science, namely evolutionary science, which seems to be present in Turkey, and one can't help guessing in much of the Islamic world. Also, undeniably, in the United States of America, as we saw in the Gallup and Pew polls. In October 2008, a group of about 60 American high school teachers met at the Center for Science Education of Emory University in Atlanta. Some of the horror stories they had to tell deserve wide attention. One teacher reported that students burst into tears when told they would be studying evolution. Another teacher described how students repeatedly screamed, "No!" when he began talking about evolution in class. Another reported that pupils demanded to know why they had to learn about evolution, given that it was only a theory. Yet another teacher described how churches train students to come to school with specific questions to ask to sabotage my lessons. The Creation Museum in Kentucky is a lavishly financed institution entirely devoted to history denial on this advanced scale. Children can ride on a model dinosaur with a saddle, and it's not just a bit of fun. The message is explicit and unequivocal that dinosaurs lived recently and coexisted with humans. It is run by Answers in Genesis, which is a tax-exempt organization. The taxpayer, in this case the American taxpayer, is subsidizing scientific falsehood, miseducation on a grand scale. Such experiences are common throughout the United States, but also, though I am loath to admit it, becoming so in Britain. In February 2006, The Guardian reported that Muslim medical students in London distributed leaflets that dismissed Darwin's theories as false. Evangelical Christian students are also increasingly vocal in challenging the notion of evolution. The Muslim leaflets are produced by the Al-Nasser Trust, a registered charity with tax-free status. So the British taxpayer, too, is subsidizing the systematic distribution of a major and serious scientific falsehood to British educational institutions. In 2006, The Independent reported Professor Steve Jones of University College London as saying,
"It's a real social change. For years I've sympathized with my American colleagues who have to cleanse creationism from their students' minds in their first few biology lectures. It's not a problem we've faced in Britain until now. I get feedback from Muslim schoolkids who say they are obliged to believe in creationism because it's part of their Islamic identity. But the people I find more surprising are the other British kids who see creationism as a viable alternative to evolution. That's alarming. It shows how infectious the idea is."
The polls then suggest that at least 40% of Americans are creationists. That's dyed-in-the-wool, out-and-out, anti-evolution creationists, not believers in evolution but God sort of helped it along. There were plenty of them too. The equivalent figures for Britain and much of Europe are slightly less extreme, but not much more encouraging. There are still no grounds for complacency.